Welcome to Wolf Trapped, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. Hey, it's Ivy again. Remember how I said finding Killian wouldn't be easy? Yeah, that was the understatement of the century. Crossing between worlds to rescue him was one thing. I knew the risks, accepted them even. But what I had to do to save him, that's pushed me into territory where right and wrong blur into a mess I'm not sure I can untangle. The powers above, the ones humans call divine, they trusted me, gave me magic beyond anything I'd ever wielded before. I should have felt honored. Instead, that power became a curse because I used it to do something unthinkable. Now Killian's different, broken in a way that might be irreparable. For an alpha wolf, especially one who leads the largest pack in the region, what I've done to him is worse than death. And that's not even the worst part. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Well, I think I just added a whole new highway, because now I'm trapped between the divine powers who trusted me, a wolf who may never forgive me, and the devastating consequences of choices I can't take back. Sometimes saving someone means losing them forever. I just hope I'm wrong about that last part. Now, if you're enjoying this supernatural journey, make sure to join our pack by hitting that subscribe button and giving this video a thumbs up. You'll be the first to know when new chapters drop. Want to catch up on Ivy and Killian's full story? Check out the series playlist and video description below for all the details. Now, let's dive back into the story. Chapter 1. London's weather was as dreary as her mood right now. The overcast sky shrouded the city like a thick blanket of gray clouds, blocking out the sun. Ivy breathed in a heavy scent of moistness and a faint whiff of wood smoke coming from chimney stacks in the distance. Her gaze locked onto the handle of the wrought iron gate of one of the most exclusive private residential addresses in London. She licked her parched lips, tasting a hint of moisture in the air. A light rain pattered against steel fence and the pavement, and the wind was a low, distant moan. How many missteps had she made in such a short trip? The grand manor loomed before her like a formidable fortress, its stone walls and sharp gables shrouded in darkness as night settled over the city. She hesitated for a moment, fighting back the anxiety that threatened to consume her. She had to find Killian, and Kieran was her best hope. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the gates, their hinges protesting with a low groan. As she walked up the long driveway, the gravel crunched beneath her feet, echoing off the imposing walls of the mansion. Ivy couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Her fingertips tingled with energy, a reminder of the magic coursing through her veins, ready to protect her if necessary. The front door creaked open just as Ivy arrived, revealing Kieran. His dark hair was slightly disheveled. His captivating gray eyes instantly noticed her somber mood. "Ivy," he said, his voice strained. "I didn't expect you so soon. Where is Killian?" "Can I come in?" Ivy asked, trying to keep her composure. Anxiety gnawed at her insides, but she needed Kieran on her side. "Of course." Kieran stepped aside, his brow furrowed as he studied her face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Close enough," Ivy muttered, stepping into the luxurious foyer. At any other time, she might have marveled at the intricate marble floors or the stunning crystal chandelier hanging above them. But now, all she could think about was Killian. Killian knows what he's doing. He alone is responsible for his actions, and his will is formidable. He chose to use his second-to-last shifting opportunity to shift and kill Cecilia. You had no hand in it. If you happen to feel guilty about it, there's no need. Now let's hear what went wrong from you, Ivy. "Killian's in trouble," Ivy admitted, swallowing hard. "I need your help to find him." She could feel the weight of her words settling over them, the urgency and fear palpable in the air. Kieran's face tightened, his eyes darkening a shade. He had expected her to return with Killian, not desperate pleas for assistance. "What kind of trouble?" he asked, his voice low and strained. The room grew quiet, the tension between them thick and almost suffocating. Ivy knew that Kieran held the key to finding Killian, but would he be willing to help her? He didn't know, not really. The LeBlancs were renowned across realms for their secrecy, protecting their own at all costs. She knew she was no part of that elite circle. What if Kieran held her responsible for what happened? Ivy took a deep breath, gathering her courage before she met Kieran's gaze. "I used magic to separate Killian's wolf from him," she confessed, her voice barely audible. "He's out there somewhere, vulnerable as a mere mortal without his wolf." Kieran's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw clenched as he processed the information. "You did what?" he asked incredulously. "Do you even understand the complexity of the supernatural world? Separating the animal from a shapeshifter can have serious consequences." Ivy nodded, determination etched across her features. "Yes, I do, and I'll do whatever it takes to put things right and find Killian." "Even if it means endangering yourself and others?" Kieran challenged, his dark eyes narrowing as he searched for any sign of doubt in Ivy's expression. She hesitated, but only for a moment. "If it means protecting those I care about, then yes," she answered resolutely. He paused, allowing the silence to stretch out. After a humming minute of suspense, he finally nodded in agreement. "All right, let's say I believe you. How do you propose we find Killian without attracting unwanted attention from the supernatural community? They may not take kindly to your meddling with the natural order of things." Ivy's mind raced as she considered their options. She knew they needed to act quickly, but she also understood the importance of discretion. Her eyes flickered to Kieran's face as a sudden thought struck her. "You have connections in the supernatural world," she said, her voice gaining strength. "Can't you use them to help us track him down?" Kieran exhaled slowly, clearly wrestling with his own concerns and reservations. "I'll do what I can," he finally agreed, his expression grim. "But I need you to promise me something." "Anything," Ivy replied without hesitation, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Promise me that once we find Killian, you will never attempt such dangerous magic again, after you put this wolf back inside him, of course," he demanded, his voice stern but tinged with concern. She nodded in agreement. "I promise. No more practicing magic without permission." Though she wasn't convinced she could keep her word, at least Kieran couldn't read her mind. That had to count for something. Kieran was about to say something when a sudden gust of wind blew through the room, ruffling their hair and clothes. They both turned, startled, as Amin materialized before them. Kieran grabbed at the fire poker, holding it in his hand like a weapon. "Who are you?" Kieran demanded, taking an instinctive step in front of Ivy. Amin replied, inclining his head slightly. "I am Amin, a friend of Ivy's. I'm a djinn. I have been keeping an eye on the situation with Killian." Kieran glanced at Ivy. "Do you have a lot of floating acquaintances like this?" Amin touched down on the carpet. "I don't float, sorry. I'm here to help, though. Whether Ivy considers me as a friend is a different discussion." "It doesn't matter," said Kieran. "He's your friend or not, Ivy?" She nodded. "A friend. So why don't you tell us what you're here for?" Kieran asked, narrowing his eyes. "What can you do to help?" "You can't put the wolf back into Killian's body, not yet," came the reply. Kieran leaned back in his chair and raised an eyebrow. "Care to elaborate?" "Because," Amin explained, his tone urgent, "Killian used his wolf to kill a demon. Now the demon's associates are after his wolf. The wolf is too sick and wounded to be returned to Killian's body right now, or it could endanger his life." Ivy's heart pounded in her chest at the revelation, her breathing ragged. "I didn't know," she whispered, her eyes brimming with tears. "I just wanted to help." "Your intentions were noble, but the situation is more complex than you realized," Amin said gently. "Now that we understand the stakes, we must work together to protect both Killian and his wolf. I suggest you leave the wolf out if you want Killian to stay alive. I don't work with genies, I'm a human. I don't practice sorcery, let alone cooperate with a spooky genie." "I'm not spooky. Get out," Kieran snapped. A tense silence filled the room. Ivy's eyes locked with Amin's as she searched for a way to convince him that they had no choice but to save both Killian and his wolf. "Listen," Ivy began, her voice firm yet weary. "We're all aware of the danger surrounding Killian and his wolf, but we can't just sit here and do nothing while their lives hang in the balance." "Your intentions are understandable," Amin replied cautiously, "but you must consider the consequences of your actions. The supernatural world is complex, and meddling with the natural order could lead to unforeseen complications." "Unforeseen complications?" Ivy shot back, her anger flaring. "Killian is out there with no idea what's happening to him, and his wolf is suffering terribly. How much worse can things get?" "Perhaps," Kieran interjected, stepping forward to stand beside Ivy, "we can find a middle ground. We need to locate Killian before the demons do, and then we'll figure out the best course of action regarding his wolf." "Are you suggesting we prioritize finding Killian over returning his wolf to him?" Amin asked skeptically, his eyes narrowing. "Which part of getting out do you not understand, Amin?" Kieran growled. Ivy swore she could feel the wall vibrating with Kieran's anger, but she couldn't explain the strange supernatural energy if he was human like he said. All right, I'm leaving. But remember, every decision has consequences, so watch your step." Then he vanished. "He only wanted to help," Ivy said. "I don't want to be rude, but I need to make things crystal clear for you." Kieran's voice was stern and firm. "The LeBlanc has two branches, Killian's side and my side. We don't communicate with each other. You should already know that. It's bad enough that I'm helping Killian. If my involvement with him is revealed, all hell will break loose, and this djinn will only widen the fiasco even more." "Understood, Kieran. I am aware of the risks you take to help me protect Killian. As a gesture of my appreciation..." Before he could say more, Ivy slammed the talisman on the coffee table, sealing the deal. "It was given to me by a supernatural being with the promise that it will open your family vault." He narrowed his eyes. "Can it?" She shrugged. "Why lie to me? All the deity wanted was the spell book inside the vault when I get in. I'm aware that it is your family's vault and you don't need me to give you the key. However, this information shows that supernatural creatures may have the key to get in, but they cannot enter themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked me to do it. It must count for something." He nodded slowly. Yes, it has its merits. He picked up the talisman and studied it carefully. "Indeed, Siren. At least you would be able to learn how the supernaturals make keys to enter your family vault, right?" He pondered. "Surely, this is indeed useful information. Can I just ask for one thing? I need to give the deity the spell now or she'll get angry with me. It's not me that I'm worried about. It's my sister, Nina. The deity will hurt her if I don't act quickly, and I cannot stand for that." Kieran's gaze hardened. "She blackmailed you?" Ivy shrugged. "It's just a spell book. I can handle it." He stared directly into her eyes. "All right. When the time comes, I will personally deliver the spell book to a deity?" A deity. I'll sort that out. Take care of it. Kieran, you said you're not magical, so don't mess around with them, okay? Everything I do for Killian seems to go wrong, so don't make things worse." He raised his hands in surrender. "All right, no trouble. I'll avoid them at all costs." She nodded. "All right, so how do you plan on tracking down Killian?" Kieran placed his palm firmly on the stone kitchen bench at the center of the room, and a small compartment glided out from beneath it. He inserted the talisman she had provided into the opening, then punched in a code that sent chills up his spine. Ivy's brows shot up. "It must be at least 30 digits. How do you recall all that?" The corner of his lips curled slightly upwards. "I shouldn't have known. This place is exceptionally old, so I can't install any worthwhile scanning equipment here." Then he walked to a marble wall panel, or what she assumed was a wall panel, and touched it. To her surprise, the wall spoke, its voice warm and inviting. She rolled her eyes. "Would you like a drink, Ivy?" It opened to reveal an expansive stainless steel fridge, the shelves stocked with bottles of different shapes and sizes. She knows my name? Kieran chuckled. She listens, Ivy. He retrieved a bottle of water and stood to the side as he waited for her. Nothing, thank you, Ivy said. She paused for a beat before continuing. Now, I would like to have a plan to find Killian, please. He swallowed his water and took a seat on the breakfast stool next to the island bench. A computer monitor protruded from the marble surface. Calm down, Ivy. I just spoke to Killian and he asked me for a ride back to Melbourne. He sounded okay. She lightly punched him in the chest and he let out a small ouch. I guess I deserve that. But Killian made me promise not to tell you. So between his punch and yours, I'd say I'll take yours. And you're not concerned when I said I yanked his wolf out of his body? His eyes grew dark. That was a surprise to me. Of course I am concerned. It's a tremendous deal. But if Killian believes he can't handle it, he would have informed me. He is a very responsible alpha. His well-being is not just about himself, but involves his pack and those he is responsible for. I trust his judgment. Ciaran's phone rang. It's Lily. He commanded the phone to pick up and transfer to his screen. Right away, Kieran, it replied. On the computer display, the flawless visage of Lily appeared, her velvety voice emanating from the speaker. Hello, Ivy. Nice to see you again. Hi, Ivy responded. Good morning, Lily. You still have 2 minutes to call this a morning, Kieran, and you have 30 to get to the meeting with Zansom Industries in central London. Then lunch with Peter Brooks and the Royal Club. After that, 2 more meetings later on in the afternoon at southern France. I've sent a car. Jamie will be driving you today. Kieran winked at Ivy. Well, that's my plan for today. Then he turned his attention back to Lily. Thank you, Lily. I'll be ready when Jamie arrives. Ivy grabbed Kieran's arm. Before I came, Killian gave our company a file with names of people he doesn't trust. When I was looking into his offices in London, one of those names showed up. I haven't had time to tell him. He's using your transport home. We have to tell him not to contact them here. Kieran furrowed his brow. Lily's voice came out of the speaker. I canceled your Zansom meeting. Thanks, Lily. I'll give you a raise. Kieran opened a small laptop. What's the name, Ivy? Adam West. Kieran swiftly typed it in on the keyboard. Bingo, Kieran exclaimed within 10 seconds. Lily's voice came back. I've canceled your lunch and called off the car. And no, I can't get any more raises, since the next thing would be a promotion, and you don't want to promote me because it would be hard to find a replacement. I'm content where I am right now anyways. Should I cancel the trip to southern France or send your CEO? Kieran's dark gray eyes, still glued to the computer screen he was working on, didn't deter from his focus. Send Lindsay, please. Thank you, Lily. Lily quickly shut off. Right away, Ciaran, she murmured. Ciaran turned to Ivy. Adam West is Killian's deputy on paper, which means he's the beta in pack language. A few months ago, I noticed him snooping around my London headquarters, so I told Killian about it. I thought you two don't officially speak. He gestured widely. No, which explains why this piece of information slipped through the cracks. Judging by his connections to our business here and in Australia, I'd say he's up to something. So, can we tell Killian about it now? Kieran shifted his weight and shoved his hands into his pockets. We've got a slight problem. By providing transportation, I inadvertently granted Killian access to any of my private networks. I just don't know which ones he'll utilize or when. That's how we roll in this family. It's the safest way to keep me in the dark if someone were to point a gun at my head. Can you call him? Kieran lifted his cell phone. I've tried it, but he hasn't answered. I left a message, but obviously he won't receive it until he lands. In theory, I could send out messages through the network or even initiate a search to find out where he is. However, if I do, that Adam would get an alert before Killian receives any information. What should we do now? We can't just send a message. We have to be the message. Chapter 2. Raw. Vulnerable. Helpless. Is that how a human feels? Killian disembarked the plane and was engulfed in the chaotic atmosphere of Melbourne Airport. Hot, stuffy air clung to his skin like a damp cloth, while weary travelers continually streamed around him. For the first time ever, he ventured among humans without his inner wolf. The airport was a chaotic blend of people rushing to their destinations, the cacophony of announcements echoing through the vast space, and the scent of various foods wafting from the numerous eateries that lined the corridors. He cursed under his breath as the heat hit him like a suffocating wave. It was an unnatural heat, one that seemed to reach deep within his bones, leaving him feeling drained and uneasy. His nostrils flared at the stench of something foul. It was the unmistakable smell of bad supernatural blood. It tainted the air around him, making his stomach churn with anticipation and dread. I can smell supernatural food? How is this possible? Without his wolf counterpart, he was now an ordinary human with ordinary senses. He inhaled the air again and could detect the movements of supernatural forces in the vicinity. This capacity wasn't usual for a human. Not the first time and without training. His family's gifts as shapeshifters were extraordinary. He just didn't know how extraordinary yet. "Stay focused, Killian," he whispered to himself, walking through the airport with purpose. He refused to allow himself to be distracted by any thought, especially regarding Ivy or the anger that had surged through him when he discovered she had forced his wolf out of his body without his consent. He understood her motive, but this should never have been done without his express approval. His instincts screamed that something was wrong, but without his wolf inside him, he couldn't pinpoint the source of his discomfort. If there was a fight, he was going to be outnumbered. His heart raced as the sensation of dread intensified. He missed the security that came with having his wolf by his side, the power it granted him. But now he was just a mere mortal in a world teeming with supernatural beings. "Hey, watch where you're going!" a man snapped as Killian accidentally bumped into him. He mumbled an apology before quickly moving on, his eyes scanning the crowd for any signs of danger. He swallowed, forcing down the anxiety that threatened to overwhelm him. He had faced worse situations before, and he would not let this one break him. As he navigated his way through the airport, Killian couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He could feel the presence of other supernatural beings nearby, their malevolent energy seeping into the air like a dark cloud. His instincts screamed at him to run, to find safety, but he knew that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. The airport's exit loomed ahead, and Killian's dread intensified with every step. He retrieved his luggage from the carousel, the weight of it a reminder of the burden he carried within himself. He reluctantly switched on his phone, knowing that its signal could be tracked. But right now, information was more important than personal safety. His phone vibrated with incoming messages and missed calls. One message in particular caught his attention, a text from his Nicole, his executive assistant. "Killian, Adam West has been demanding meetings non-stop since you left. I've managed to deter him so far, but he's behaving oddly. I don't like it." "Where is my car?" Killian typed out a swift response and hit send. "On its way. Depending on traffic, should be there in 20. If Adam was involved, things were worse than he expected. His phone continued to buzz with notifications, but one stood out, a photo of a wounded wolf lying helplessly on the side of the road. Killian's blood ran cold, the image searing itself into his memory. He couldn't wait for a corporate car any longer. He needed to move, and fast. "Fuck it," he whispered, grabbing the first luxurious private taxi he saw. "How much do you want for this car?" he demanded, his voice laced with urgency. The driver, sensing Killian's desperation, raised his eyebrows. "That'll be a hefty sum," he said with a smirk. "How much?" 200,000. That's how a mere mortal sucks blood and exploits other misfortune. What? Killian realized he couldn't transfer the funds and get the transaction of such extent verified quickly. "Stop the car, pull over." "What?" "Please," Killian said the pleading word in an authoritative tone. In his experience, this always worked in his favor. As the car screeched to a halt, he handed the driver a note. "This is the contact information for my executive assistant, Nicole. She will take care of the financials and make sure you get fair compensation for your trouble, including any lost business from this incident. Now I need your car. You can leave now." What? Please. He intentionally lowered his voice. The driver quickly took hold of the slip and almost leapt out of the car. As Killian drove off, the photo of the wounded wolf haunted him, a stark reminder of the danger his pack faced. His thoughts raced, fragments of plans and strategies swirling in his mind like leaves caught in a whirlwind. His foot pressed harder on the gas pedal, the engine roaring beneath him as he sped toward an uncertain future. As the car tore down the highway, Killian's heart raced in tandem with the engine. His phone chimed again, and he glanced at it. A message from Finn. "Attack on the sanctuary! Hurry!" it read. Panic constricted his chest, and his foot pressed the accelerator even harder. He needed to get to the sanctuary. Fast. As he neared the location of the wounded wolf from the photo, Killian spotted a flash of fur by the side of the road. Swerving off the highway onto the shoulder, he slammed on the brakes, dust billowing around the car as it screeched to a halt. He flung open the door and sprinting toward the fallen creature. His heart sank as he took in the extent of the damage. Blood-soaked fur, ribs visible beneath torn flesh, life slipping away with each shallow breath. "Come on, buddy, stay with me," he urged through gritted teeth, gripping the wolf's scruff and attempting to lift him into the trunk of the car. But before he could complete the task, the injured animal let out one last pained whimper and went limp in his arms. Killian cursed under his breath, feeling the weight of another loss bearing down on him. "Damn it," he seethed, carefully placing the now dead wolf in the trunk. Anger surged within him, fueling his resolve. He wouldn't leave his packmate abandoned on the side of the road like discarded trash. They deserved better. He dialed Nina's number, trying to steady his voice. "I need your help, Nina. I need you to trace a text for me." "Killian, what's going on? Where are you now? Ivy was looking for you." Nina's concern was evident in her voice. He could only imagine what she was thinking, given the urgency of his request. "Can't explain everything right now. I'm on my way to the sanctuary. I'm giving you special access to my system," he said, fingers flying over his phone screen as he granted her the necessary permissions. "Okay, got it. Which text am I tracing?" "Look for the one with the picture of the wounded wolf," Killian replied, his voice tight with barely suppressed rage. "Got it," Nina confirmed after a few moments. "Tracing it now. Holy shit, Killian. It's coming from Adam West." "Adam?" Killian's grip on the steering wheel tightened, knuckles turning white. That son of a bitch. His worst suspicions were confirmed. Adam wasn't just acting strangely, he was actively working against them. "Stay safe, Killian, and let me know if there's anything else I can do," Nina urged before hanging up. "Thanks, Nina," Killian whispered into the empty car, the weight of the situation settling heavily upon him. With determination burning in his chest, he roared back onto the highway, speeding towards the sanctuary and whatever awaited him there. Killian's foot pressed the accelerator to the floor, his pulse pounding in his ears as he raced towards the sanctuary. The forested landscape whizzed by, a blur of green and brown, but his mind was locked on one thing: saving those he cared for. As much as he despised Adam West for what he'd done, Killian knew he couldn't waste time dwelling on it. He needed help, and fast. He urgently sent out messages to his most dependable allies nearby. "The sanctuary is under siege, and I require backup. Immediately." His loyal wolves were familiar with the codes. They would arrive and fight for him. His knuckles turned white on the steering wheel as he navigated the winding roads, thoughts racing through his head. What if they don't arrive in time and Adam has managed to sway all the guard wolves at the sanctuary to his side? Finn and his mother would be left exposed, vulnerable to any assault of their choosing. The thought clenched his heart in a vice grip, threatening to suffocate him. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. As he neared the sanctuary, he saw them, a small army of wolves from various packs waiting at the edge of the woods. Their eyes glinted in the fading sunlight, reflecting their steely determination. Killian knew he couldn't ask for a better group to have his back in this fight. "Thank fuck you all came," he said, his voice thick with gratitude as he stepped out of the car. "We don't have much time." "We're with you, Killian," one of the wolves growled, shifting into human form. The others nodded, their gazes locked onto the sanctuary in the distance. "Let's move," Killian ordered, and together they charged forward, the air crackling with tension and anticipation. This was it, the battle that would determine the fate of the sanctuary and all who called it home. No matter what happened, Killian vowed to himself that he would fight with everything he had, even if it cost him his life. The scent of blood and fire assaulted Killian's nostrils as he and his makeshift pack emerged from the woods near the sanctuary. In front of them lay the evidence of the attack: scorched earth, battered trees, and the unmistakable signs of supernatural violence. The air was thick with the sounds of snarls and screams, a cacophony that set his pulse racing. "Motherfucker!" Killian spat under his breath, his eyes darting around for any sign of his family. The sanctuary had once been a haven, a place where shifters could live in peace. Now it was a battlefield. "Stay sharp, everyone," he called out to the wolves behind him, trying to keep his voice steady despite the churning fear in his gut. "We need to find Finn and my mother before it's too late." "Killian!" one of the wolves shouted, pointing toward the fray. "Isn't that your uncle?" His heart skipped a beat as he spotted Finn, his silver hair streaked with blood, engaged in vicious combat with an attacker. Killian knew his uncle fought better in wolf form, but here he was, battling in human shape, so he could communicate with his nephew during the fight. The love and loyalty in that choice only fueled the fire inside Killian. "Charge!" he roared, his voice echoing through the clearing as he sprinted toward the melee, the pack hot on his heels. Seeing Finn fighting for their home, for their family, ignited something primal within Killian. It was time for retribution. As they crashed into the fight, Killian tore through the attackers with ruthless precision, his fists driving into flesh and bone. He felt every blow, every impact, but he couldn't afford to let the pain slow him down. This was about more than just vengeance. It was about survival. "Where is she?" Killian shouted to Finn, who was busy fending off two assailants at once. "Where's my mother?" "Killian," Finn grunted, his voice strained but determined. "I don't know. I haven't seen her since the fighting started." As he said this, he delivered a powerful kick to one of his opponents, sending them flying backward into a tree. "Fuck!" Killian cursed, ducking under a wild swing from an enemy before delivering a brutal uppercut that sent them crumpling to the ground. His heart raced in his chest, fear and anger boiling inside him like molten lava. He needed to find his mother, but he couldn't risk leaving his allies to fend for themselves. The battle raged on around him, a storm of claws and fury. "Keep fighting!" he yelled, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he threw himself back into the fray. "We won't let them destroy our home." The wolves fought with everything they had, their loyalty unwavering in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. And through it all, Killian couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he failed. What would become of the sanctuary, of his family? Killian plunged back into the fight, his heart pounding in his ears like war drums. No matter what happened, he knew one thing for certain. He wouldn't go down without a fight. Killian's breath came in hot, ragged gasps as his back slammed against the rough bark of an ancient tree. The metallic scent of blood and sweat filled the air, a bitter reminder of the wolves he had once led, now lying lifeless on the forest floor. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white with the strain of holding back the grief and rage that threatened to consume him. "Where's your pack now, LeBlanc?" sneered one of the attackers, his eyes narrowed with malicious intent. What's the matter? Can't fight without your precious fangs? Go to hell, Killian spat, using the tree for leverage as he pushed himself upright. As he scanned the battleground, a pang of regret stabbed through him. If only he could shift into his wolf form, he would have been a force to be reckoned with. Instead, he was just another mortal, outnumbered and outmatched. Remember all those times hunting here, Killian? Finn's voice rang out between the sounds of battle, his tone tinged with urgency. You know this place better than they do. Use it. Killian's eyes flicked from one familiar landmark to another. The gnarled oak where he'd carved his initials as a boy, the clearing where he'd first learned to track prey under Finn's watchful eye. This was his territory, and these bastards were trespassing. All right, you sons of bitches, he muttered under his breath, steeling himself for the fight ahead. You want a piece of me? Come and get it. Your funeral, scoffed the attacker, lunging forward with a snarl. Killian sidestepped, using his knowledge of the terrain to his advantage, and drove his elbow into the man's throat. As his opponent crumpled to the ground, Killian felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Is that all you've got? He called out, his voice hoarse but defiant. I've faced worse than you in my sleep. Killian, behind you! Finn's warning came just in time for Killian to whirl around and block a vicious blow from another attacker. The impact sent shockwaves up his arm, but he gritted his teeth and retaliated with a swift kick to the man's knee. As more assailants closed in, Killian's thoughts raced to Ivy, her warm embrace, her unwavering support and desire to protect him, the gesture that had anchored him through even the darkest of times. The image of her face gave him the strength to keep going, even as the odds seemed insurmountable. Fuck the odds, he growled, ducking under a wild swing and snapping his fist into the attacker's jaw with a sickening crunch. I won't let you destroy everything I've built. Finish him off, Killian, Finn urged, his eyes alight with fierce pride. Show them what a LeBlanc is made of. Damn right, Killian roared, his heart pounding like a tribal drumbeat as he fought on. No matter how many of them there were, he wouldn't back down. Not while his family was at stake, not while the sanctuary was under threat. And with every blow he landed, every enemy he sent sprawling to the ground, Killian knew one thing for certain. No matter what happened, he would never stop fighting for those he loved. Chapter 3. Ivy's fingers tapped nervously against her thigh as she stood beside Kieran in the opulent LeBlanc's private lounge at the airport. The air was hushed and still, the lounge empty. All around them were plush couches draped in endless swaths of luxurious fabric and delicate marble tables lined with crisp, seasonal fruits. Even the artwork seemed chosen for affluent tastes, with each tapestry or portrait adding a regal atmosphere to the private lounge. The check-in gate is just around the corner. It won't be long, Ivy. Unfortunately, we still have to go through the airport security. Sure. The plan to help Killian weighed heavily on both of their minds, but Ivy couldn't shake the image of Snuggleworth freaking out in the bustling airport. To her surprise, however, the puppy seemed unfazed by the chaos around him, his tail wagging with pure bliss. Once we're in Australia, Siren said, his voice a low murmur, we'll need to act quickly. We can't afford any delays. His eyes bore into hers, and Ivy knew he was right. A staff member entered and refilled the coffee jug they hadn't touched. Kieran gave a nod of gratitude and watched as the woman exited the room. It astounded Ivy how Killian and Kieran maneuvered their business around both the human and supernatural worlds. No matter how influential their family was, while they had a beat in their hearts and walked among humans, they had to abide by the same laws. Snuggleworth seems happy, though, Ivy observed, trying to find some comfort in the midst of their mounting unease. I was worried he'd be freaking out. Ivy stifled her eye roll. She was concerned about Killian, mulling over the LeBlanc's power, and all she could think to say was something about her puppy. Indeed, Kieran replied, his lips curling into a slight smile. He's tougher than he looks. Before Ivy could respond, a sudden rush of cold air enveloped her, causing her breath to catch in her throat. The no-name goddess materialized before her. Ivy still referred to this divine entity as the no-name goddess, because even after all of their interactions, the woman refused to provide Ivy with a name to address her by. With a swift flick of her wrist, she sent a jolt of magic toward Siren, knocking him unconscious. "Damn it!" Ivy hissed, shooting the no-name goddess an accusatory glare. "Why did you do that?" She crouched to inspect Kieran. "He's all right, just sleeping." "On the floor," Ivy barked. The no-name goddess met Ivy's gaze with a steady one of her own. "Would you like me to arrange a bed for him?" A harsh snarl came from Ivy's lips. "You weren't there when I needed help. Now you appear out of nowhere and push Kieran away?" The goddess's expression remained impassive, though her otherworldly beauty could not hide the turmoil beneath. "I cannot go near the LeBlancs," she whispered. "When they're aware of me, I mean." Ivy snorted. "Scared?" "Sometimes, even gods must know their limits," the goddess replied cryptically, her eyes filled with secrets Ivy couldn't fathom. "Fine," Ivy snapped. "We need to help Killian, and we're running out of time." The goddess nodded solemnly, her dark hair cascading around her shoulders like a waterfall of moonlight. "I understand what's at stake, Ivy. I will do what I can from afar." "Damn right you will," Ivy muttered under her breath, feeling the weight of their mission settle heavily in her chest. With no other choice but to trust the enigmatic goddess, Ivy focused on the task at hand, saving Killian and his wolf, no matter the cost. "Time is of the essence, Ivy," the no-name goddess said. "You must reunite Killian's wolf with his body as soon as possible. A shifter without their animal half is like a dead man walking." Ivy swept her arms dramatically around the room, taking in the sight of Kieran lying unconscious on the floor. "You did all of this just to tell me something I've already known?" she snapped, impatient and unimpressed. She opened her mouth to press for more information when a sudden whirlwind of sand and smoke materialized in front of them. "Hold up right there." Amin, the mischievous djinn, appeared from the dust cloud, his arms crossed over his chest. "I beg to differ, goddess. The wolf should stay out until it's healed. Forcing an injured animal back into its human form could cause more harm than good." The goddess narrowed her eyes, her celestial features hardening. "Amin, this is not your domain." "Neither is it yours," he retorted, his voice tinged with anger. "The wolf has been poisoned by a demon. If you force it back into Killian's body now, they will both die." "Is this true?" Ivy demanded, turning to the no-name goddess. Her heart raced at the thought of losing Killian, and she felt a mixture of fear and frustration roiling within her. "Killian's well-being is my main concern," the goddess insisted, her tone defensive. "But sometimes drastic measures must be taken." "Drastic measures? You mean killing him?" Amin scoffed. "Your priorities seem skewed." "Enough!" Ivy shouted, feeling the weight of their bickering like a stone pressing down on her chest. "We need to find a solution, not argue about who's right or wrong." "Fine," the goddess conceded, her gaze locked with Amin's. "But remember, every moment we waste puts Killian in greater danger." "Agreed," Amin replied, his eyes never leaving the goddess's. "But we must proceed with caution and not act recklessly." Ivy clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She knew that they needed to find a way to help Killian, but the conflicting advice from the goddess and the djinn only served to muddle her thoughts further. As she glanced at Kieran's unconscious form, she wished for the clarity of mind and the strength to do what was right for Killian. "Okay," she said, taking a deep breath. "Let's focus on getting to Australia and finding a way to heal the wolf without harming Killian. We'll figure this out together." The tension between the goddess and Amin continued to escalate, manifesting as a whirlwind of chaos, budging outside the private lounge and into the general areas of the airport. Ivy peered through the window of the airport terminal in terror. Luggage soared across the air, launched by an unknown power. The line of people waiting to board was now a frenzied mob of panicked individuals, scrambling to protect themselves from the unseen tempest that ravaged them. "Stop this!" Ivy yelled, her voice barely audible above the cacophony of chaotic sound. "You're scaring everyone." The goddess and Amin paused their heated exchange, realizing the chaos they had inadvertently caused. As they locked eyes, a silent agreement seemed to pass between them, and the tempestuous energy dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. The hurried footsteps of staff members heading toward the private lounge reverberated in the hallway. "Before we make any decisions," the goddess said, still glaring at Amin, "there is one more opinion we should consider." "Whose?" Ivy asked warily, bracing herself for another confrontation. "Killian's late father, Aiden," the goddess replied solemnly. "I taught you how to summon the dead, remember? He may have insight into how to handle the situation when Killian's wolf is separate from his body and is being poisoned." "All right," Ivy agreed hesitantly, her heart racing at the prospect of performing the ritual in such a public place. She took a deep breath and centered herself, focusing on the task at hand. Closing her eyes, she began to murmur the incantation under her breath, her words weaving an intricate tapestry of ancient magic. "Silent spirits, I beseech thee," she chanted softly, "bring forth he who once was, so that he may speak with us now." A chill wind swept into the room, causing Ivy to shiver involuntarily. Opening her eyes, she saw a faint figure materializing before her, the unmistakable form of Aiden LeBlanc. "Aiden LeBlanc," Ivy murmured reverently, her voice carrying both admiration and despair. "What do we do if Killian's wolf is separated from his body and the wolf is being poisoned? When can we reunite the wolf and his body? How long can it stay out without causing him harm?" Aiden's spirit regarded her with a mixture of sadness and urgency, but no words left his lips. Ivy's heart sank, realizing that she could not hear his response. "Goddess, damn it!" she said through gritted teeth, her frustration palpable. "I cannot hear him. Amin, can you?" "Only the one who summoned him can hear his words," Amin replied. Aiden's eyes held a depth of pain that tore at Ivy's heart. She could see him trying to communicate with her, his mouth moving in silent desperation, but she couldn't hear a single word. "Please," she implored, tears welling up in her eyes. "I need to know how to help Killian." But Aiden's words continued to fall on deaf ears, and Ivy's frustration mounted. The djinn, sensing her distress, attempted to interject with an explanation, only to be cut off by the goddess. "You gave her the magic that tore away Killian's wolf. Your meddling has caused enough trouble already," the no-name goddess snapped, her voice like ice. "How dare you interfere with her abilities?" "Interfere?" the djinn shot back, bristling at the accusation. "I meant only to assist Ivy, not to hinder her." "By gifting her dark magic without her consent?" The goddess's tone dripped with disdain. "You have no right to tamper with her powers. She should have been the one to decide what she learned." "Dark magic? Light magic?" the djinn scoffed. "Magic is neither dark nor light. It simply exists. It is the choices we make that determine its nature." "Regardless," the no-name goddess retorted, "you had no right to make that decision for her. And now, when she needs to hear the words of the dead, your gift stands in her way." Ivy clenched her fists, anger boiling inside her as she watched the two supernatural beings bicker, their voices growing louder and more aggressive. She wished she could scream at them to stop, to focus on the task at hand, but she knew it would do no good. Instead, she turned her attention back to Aiden, her heart heavy with the knowledge that she might never hear his words. "Can't you do something?" Ivy implored the goddess, desperation etched into her features. "Is there no way to break through this barrier?" "Only if the djinn removes his magic. You don't need him in order to manipulate souls." The nameless goddess trailed off as if she had blurted out something she should. What? Manipulate souls? Fine. The djinn relented, looking genuinely remorseful. "I'll remove it. But remember, Ivy, magic is a tool, and like any tool, it can be used for good or ill. It's up to you how you wield it." As the words left the djinn's lips, Ivy felt a tingling sensation wash over her, followed by an odd sense of clarity. Her eyes darted back to Aiden, who was still attempting to communicate with her. She held her breath, praying that she would finally hear his message. "Aiden," she said, her voice cracking with emotion. "Please, I need to know how to help Killian. What's the right thing to do?" Before he could respond, a loud and piercing siren echoed throughout the airport. An automated voice announced that an emergency had been declared and all passengers should remain where they were for further instructions. The flight delays were likely due to extreme weather conditions outside. As if on cue, the supernatural beings vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the disarray they had caused. It was then that Snuggleworth, sensing the rising tension, began barking loudly, rousing Kieran from his unconscious state. Disoriented, he blinked and tried to make sense of the pandemonium around him. Then he scrambled up to his feet. What the hell is going on?" Kieran demanded. "The supernaturals have just been here, including Killian's father. Now they're all gone, leaving us with this." She gestured widely. "They caused this?" Kieran's eyes widened. Ivy nodded. "All flights will be delayed, Siren. They've just announced it." Another loud siren cut through the chaos, signaling the arrival of airport security. She could hear the clomping of their boots echoed throughout the airport as they raced through to ensure safety. Koyarin's gaze darted around the room as he reached out to cup her shoulder. "Don't worry. We won't be delayed here. You're safe. Give me a few minutes to scope the area and make sure there's nothing to be worried about. Then I can make further arrangements. All right?" He watched as she glanced up at him, expression blank. She nodded once in agreement before Kieran sped out of the room. Did he just treat her like a Disney princess? Did he assert that he'd scout the grounds like a common spy to gather intelligence? She snorted. No matter how hard he tried, with his towering 6'3" frame, devastatingly handsome features formed on a day when God was in an extraordinarily generous mood, and an outfit that could have easily cost her several months of wages, Siren couldn't blend into any crowd. "I'm not going to sit around here twiddling my thumbs waiting for you," she sneered. With a flourish of her fingers, she stormed out of the room, Snuggleworth hot on her heels. Just outside the room, she saw Kieran strode toward the police officers, his expression composed and authoritative. Ivy watched him work his charm on them. Minutes later, Kieran returned, a triumphant grin playing on his lips. "We've got another plane waiting for us. Let's go." "Did you? How did you manage?" "Never mind that," Kieran cut her off. "We have more important things to worry about right now." Siren's phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen and frowned, answering the call with an urgent tone. "Yes?" When he put the phone away, his voice dropped several octaves and his eyes burned with rage. "Killian's pack is under attack. His whereabouts are unknown. We must go now, Ivy." He snugly draped his arm around her shoulder, ushering her to another gate to move forward. Chapter 4. Ivy's heart pounded in her chest as she sprinted through the woods, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She could feel Killian's distress like a cold, heavy stone inside her, urging her to move faster. The memory of their tender moments together beneath the trees fueled her determination. She would not lose him. She would do whatever it took to protect him. But it felt as if she were moving in slow motion and the world blurring around her. Having unlimited resources helped. As soon as their private jet landed, Kieran had an army of his people waiting, ready with weapons, vehicles, and information. She didn't have a chance to ask how, but maybe she had used to not to ask behavior when dealing with the LeBlancs. But now she was rushing through the woods toward the sanctuary. "Killian!" she cried out, her voice echoing through the forest. As Ivy burst into a clearing, she saw him, Killian, cornered by his opponents, fighting valiantly but clearly overwhelmed by their numbers. Her heart ached at the sight of blood staining his clothes, and fear for his life clawed at her insides. No time to think, only act. She charged at his opponents without hesitation, some in their human form, others snarling in their wolf forms. She didn't care. She'd destroy them all. A flurry of images played in her mind, Killian's gentle touch, his warm embrace, the way he had always cared for her. She couldn't bear to see him hurt. The raw emotions coursing through her veins transformed into a relentless drive that propelled her forward. "Stay back, Ivy!" Killian shouted, gritting his teeth in pain as he struggled against his attackers. "Shut up and let me help you!" she snapped, her voice quivering with barely contained rage. Her fists connected with flesh and bone, the impact jarring her senses but doing nothing to deter her. It was as if she had tapped into an inner reservoir of strength and resilience she hadn't known existed within her. Every punch, every kick, every defiant yell was an expression of her love for Killian and her refusal to let him be taken from her. "Killian, are you all right?" Ivy asked, her voice laced with concern as she fought off one of his attackers. "Better now that you're here," he replied through gritted teeth, landing a powerful blow on another assailant. The battle continued, the odds seemingly insurmountable. But Ivy's singular focus was on protecting Killian, no matter the cost. She felt alive, invigorated by the primal need to defend those she loved. The air crackled with energy, charged by the raw emotions that fueled their desperate struggle. And through it all, Ivy held on to hope, the belief that they would emerge victorious and unbroken. Ivy's eyes darted around the chaotic battlefield, searching for anything that could give them an advantage. She spotted a thick branch lying on the ground and seized it, swinging it with all her might at one of the wolves lunging towards Killian. The impact sent the creature crashing into its comrades, creating a temporary opening in their ranks. "Killian, now," she shouted, adrenaline lending urgency to her voice. Seizing the opportunity, Killian fought his way out of the circle of enemies that had closed in around him, his movements fueled by desperation and determination. As he regained his footing, Ivy held their foes at bay, her makeshift weapon cracking against snarling muzzles and bared teeth. "Nice move," Killian managed, panting heavily as he readied himself for another attack. "But we're still outnumbered." Their situation was dire, but Ivy refused to give in to despair. She knew they needed help, and soon. It was then that fate intervened, as Kieran and his small army of skilled fighters emerged from the shadows of the trees like avenging spirits. "Looks like you could use some assistance, cousin," Kieran called out, his voice infused with dark humor as he unsheathed a gleaming silver dagger. "About time you bloody showed up," Killian grunted, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. The tide of the battle shifted dramatically as Kieran's forces joined the fray, their expertly coordinated strikes cutting through the enemy ranks. Ivy watched in awe as they moved with lethal grace. Were Kieran's men supernatural? She couldn't tell, and it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the result, she thought to herself. "Stay close to me, Ivy," Killian urged, his protective instincts flaring as the fight raged on around them. "Always," she replied with steely determination, her heart pounding in her chest as she prepared for the next wave of attackers. Kieran's arrival had turned the tables in their favor, but Ivy knew that victory was far from assured. As the battle raged on, she couldn't shake the gnawing fear that more enemies were lurking just out of sight, ready to strike when they least expected it. She could only hope that together they'd be strong enough to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The last of the enemies lay defeated at their feet, their bodies strewn across the forest floor like discarded playthings. Ivy's heart raced as her gaze flickered from one fallen foe to the next, her chest tightening with the knowledge that Quinn's safety still hung in the balance. "My mother, we have to find her," Killian said. "Leave it to me." Ivy's fingers trembled as she shuffled the cards, her mind racing as she sought guidance from the mystical images that swam before her eyes. With a sharp intake of breath, she drew the Empress card and held it aloft, studying its intricate design with fierce intensity. Thrown surrounded by lush gardens, trees, and bodies of water, she thought out loud as she struggled to make sense of the card's message. Water could be important. "Do you know anywhere nearby with water?" "Follow me," Killian replied without hesitation, his expression darkening with determination as he led them deeper into the woods. Their progress was swift and silent, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves beneath their feet. The sound of rushing water soon reached their ears, and they emerged on the banks of a narrow creek, its clear waters glistening like liquid silver in the dappled, dim forest light. Ivy hissed audible as she spotted Quinn standing by the water, next to Adam and two other werewolves in human form. Ivy could sense Killian's heart racing as he saw his mother, Quinn, vulnerable and unprotected against the wolves. A single misstep would be all it took for one of the creatures to rip her throat out. Adam smirked wickedly as they approached, his slimy appearance and behavior making Ivy's skin crawl. "Killian, our powerful alpha. It's good to see you return for your pack. Ivy, what a delightful surprise to see you here." "Let my mother go, Adam," Killian said through gritted teeth. "Or what?" Adam taunted. "You're going to take us all on without shifting?" Ivy's eyes flashed with anger as she saw through Adam's intentions. She stepped forward, her voice icy and sharp as a dagger. "Touch one hair on her head, and I swear you'll regret it for the rest of your miserable life." Adam scoffed. "Ooh, such bold words from a beautiful lady. Tell me, Ivy, do you really think you can make any threats? My sources from Light Source tell me that you aren't even a mage. You dare call me lady one more time, and I will connect my boot to your revolting face," Ivy snarled. "Ouch!" Adam winced in response. "That's enough," Killian growled, breaking the tense standoff. "What do you want here, Adam?" Adam lifted his hands up, demonstrating he was not holding Quinn hostage. "Peace between us and assurance of your safety. That is all I seek as your beta." Ivy wanted nothing more than to pummel Adam's smug face right now. He pointed at the two men standing behind him. "They're my witnesses. I know we don't always see eye to eye, but as soon as I heard of the attack on the sanctuary, I came here to help." He gestured toward Quinn. "Your people were overwhelmed with the onslaught, and your mother's safety was overlooked. She is very important to you, so I took a risk in rescuing her from the wreckage of that so-called sanctuary." "What's your game?" Killian growled. "Oh no, no games here. I just wanted to help. See, on the way here I saw your dead wolf. I sent you a message with the picture because I couldn't get to you. See, it's all in the phone record." Killian's jaw clenched, his fists balled at his sides as he stared at Adam. Ivy, standing beside him, could see the storm brewing beneath his surface, threatening to break free at any moment. "Adam, you have your witness here, so whatever you want, just say it." Adam chucked. "I don't want anything for me personally. But there have been rumors, questions that I have to address to the pack on your behalf, as your beta, I mean. So, it would be nice if you could clear that up with our people. That will save us a lot of trouble, you know." "What sort of questions?" Adam gestured in the general direction of the sanctuary. "There are doubts about your ability to protect your people. Regretfully, it's evidenced through the attack today. I and the witness here saw with our own eyes. If you fought in your wolf form, you would have saved many more wolves. But rather, they're laying dead all over the field. I'm sure there is an easy explanation for it, but you only need to explain to the council. As much as I want to help you, I can't do that on your behalf." "There is no need. I'll speak with them in 2 weeks." Oh, I called for an urgent gathering regarding the incident now. The meeting has been confirmed. The council wants answers about what happened here, you know. So when? Tonight? Will you come? It would be very helpful if you do. Or would you rather I explain this on your behalf? Again, Killian is busy tonight, Ivy interjected. No, I'll come. I'll speak with the council. Great. Adam walked Quinn over. Here is your mother, safe and sound. I saved your mother, although that's your job, of course, if you want to be a good son. Without thinking, Ivy swung her fist, connecting it solidly with Adam's cheek. The force of the impact sent him staggering backwards, surprise flashing across his face for a brief moment before it was replaced by a cold fury. Touch me again and you'll regret it, Adam hissed, rubbing his reddened cheek. There was a bee perched on your cheek and about to shit on your face. I'm merely concerned for your well-being. Killian can verify my words. I'd be more than happy to explain the situation to your council tonight, you know, about your shit face. His eyes were locked onto Ivy, a dangerous promise lurking within their depths. Then he turned around and walked away. She turned to Killian. Are you sure about this? Facing the council, I mean? Killian's gaze met hers, and there was a steely determination in his eyes that left no room for doubt. I have to do this, Ivy, for my pack and for my mother. She nodded, understanding the weight of responsibility that rested on his shoulders. Yet she couldn't shake the nagging worry that gnawed at her insides, whispering fears of what might happen if Killian's secret was exposed to the council. Then we'll face them together. Whatever happens tonight, I'm with you every step of the way. He smiled at her. Even when we have to discuss how Adam got, splattered on his face? She chuckled softly. Next time, I'll make sure I aim for his brain. Thank you, Ivy, Killian said, his voice heavy with gratitude. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze, the warmth of his touch providing some comfort in the midst of chaos. I know you're mad at me, but I'll do whatever it takes to fix this. You'll get your wolf back. He silenced her words with a kiss so intense that it rendered her powerless, as if all thought and reason had drained from her body. It was as though she was falling into a chasm of pure sensation, the softness of his lips, the taste of his mouth, the electric current shooting through her body. For a fleeting moment, everything else seemed to fade away, leaving only the fiery passion burning within. Chapter 5. The sanctuary's main room gleamed in the golden dance of firelight that stretched over the stone walls like restless spirits. The last glowing rays of sunlight had retired beyond the window pane, leaving Killian with a feeling of homecoming and peace he'd never experienced before. He'd spent years in this place, yet somehow it felt more rejuvenating than ever. Maybe because Ivy was here with him? Maybe because his mother was finally here, safe and sound. Even in the absence of his father, this space now felt like home. Regrettably, he knew all too well that the feeling wouldn't last long. It would be gone by midnight tonight. Ivy stood beside him, her face creased with concern. Hadn't he made it clear he had never held her responsible for what transpired in Scotland? Tieran leaned against an aged bookshelf, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intelligence. Beside him, Finn's imposing figure filled the room with a quiet authority. I suggest we evade the council meeting, Tieran asserted. If we buy ourselves some time, I can make all the necessary arrangements. He's sure to call for another meeting, but by then we'll have a plan in motion that will make him regret ever being born. Killian shook his head, his jaw clenched in frustration. Not attending will only make us look guilty, and we can't afford that. Killian's right, Finn agreed, his gruff voice echoing through the room. We must face the council and put an end to this nonsense. Ivy shook her head. I don't think Adam wants any discussion or Q&A session. He'll want to prove that Killian can't shift in front of the council. I wonder if... Oh my, here he is. She pointed toward the window. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. Who is this? Finn asked, curiosity laced in his words. Killian's wolf, she whispered and edged closer to the window. Hello there, Your Majesty. You're a magnificent, beautiful thing." The room fell silent as everyone stared at her in disbelief. "He's just outside the window." "Impossible," Killian murmured, turning toward the window. He pressed his hand against the cool glass, his breath fogging the surface as he searched for a sign of his other half. "I can't see it." "Trust me, Killian," Ivy pleaded, her voice trembling. "It's there. Let me try and call him back, get him back to you, all right?" "Do you know how to do that?" Kieran asked. "You said on the plane that the djinn gave you that magic, but then he took it away again." "One thing at a time, Kieran," Ivy replied firmly. "I will talk to him and use my healing magic to calm him down. Then we can proceed with figuring out how to put him back inside Killian." Before anyone could respond, "Oh no, he bolted!" Ivy shouted, charging toward the door. "Wait!" Killian called out, but it was too late. Ivy's figure vanished into the shadows, swallowed by the forest's embrace. "Damn it," Kieran muttered, his mouth curving into a wry smile. "She's got more guts than any of us combined." "Let's hope it's enough," Finn murmured, his eyes fixed on the spot where Ivy had disappeared. A mixture of concern and admiration etched upon his aged face. The dread churned in Killian's stomach. He wanted to rush off after Ivy, but he knew his current state would only cause her more distress. Despite the agony of not being able to help, he had to remain put and endure this agony. Ivy sprinted through the woods, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she followed the fleeing wolf. The cold night air stung her lungs, and the damp forest floor squished under her feet, but she didn't slow down. She couldn't let Killian's other half slip away like this. "Wait!" she called out desperately, her voice barely audible above the rustling of leaves and the howling wind. "Please, let me help you." The wolf finally stopped, its silver fur glistening in the moonlight as it turned to face her. Its eyes were glazed with pain, and its body was gaunt. Ivy felt her heart shatter at the sight. She'd never seen an animal so sick, so lost. "Killian needs you," she whispered, taking a tentative step toward the trembling creature. "We can make him whole again." The wolf stepped back, growling low in its throat, but Ivy refused to back down. She locked her gaze onto its haunted eyes, willing it to understand her sincerity. "Trust me," she breathed as the distance between them rapidly diminished. Just as she reached out to touch the wolf, the no-name goddess appeared beside her, her ethereal presence casting a warm glow over the shadowy forest. "Be careful, Ivy," the no-name goddess warned gently. "Healing the wolf may cancel your ability to merge it with Killian's human form." "What now? Why?" Ivy exclaimed. The sound of hurried footsteps caught Ivy's attention, and she turned to see Killian, Siren, and Finn emerging from the dense foliage. Their eyes widened in shock when they saw the goddess standing beside her, her ethereal form shimmering like a mirage against the dark backdrop of the woods. "Did you make yourself seen to them? I thought you were scared of the LeBlancs," Ivy queried. "Yes, I allowed them to see me. No, I'm not scared of the LeBlancs. It's about the timing of events and what I want to accomplish. It's now that we should have a proper conversation." "By the gods," Kieran breathed, his usual wit replaced by awe. "I never thought I'd live to see the day." "Is that?" Finn trailed off, unable to tear his gaze away from the celestial being. The no-name goddess smiled softly at the trio. "Yes, I'm from one of the divine houses." Killian came up to Ivy. "Is my wolf here?" She nodded and stared at the wolf. "Yes, he's ill, and the goddess here says I shouldn't heal him because I can't get him to return to your body afterward." Killian gazed at the no-name goddess. "Would you care to explain why?" A smile spread across her face. "You certainly have an extraordinary wolf, Killian, yet it is still a mortal wolf. I taught Ivy the healing magics, the light magic of the divine. When applied to the wolf's spirit, it changes the shape of the wolf, and therefore it wouldn't be able to fit in your body afterward. If the magic is powerful or the necessary healing is too great, then the animal might transform into something else to survive. You will lose your wolf forever that way." But if I get the wolf back inside, then I can heal him even if the wolf was poisoned, right? Ivy asked. The goddess nodded. Yes, but unfortunately, Ivy, your light magic isn't at that level yet. So why did you advise me to get the wolf back inside Killian at the airport? The goddess fixed her gaze on Killian. I wasn't aware of how extraordinary his wolf is. I'd rather not go into details, as I have already said more than permitted. But my previous advice was not accurate. To compensate for that, I have requested that one favor be granted from my superior, the return of a spirit of your choosing to its body. So if you, Ivy, so desire it, then I can place Killian's wolf back in his body, and you may use healing magic on him. That would be great, she replied. Wait, Killian objected. Killian, Ivy exclaimed. Killian implored everyone to be patient. I have a curse hanging over my head, and I won't be able to shift without suffering permanent damage until the curse is broken. We all know that. So even if I regained the wolf inside me, I wouldn't be able to shift tonight at the council meeting. So what's the point? If we have a chance of putting one spirit back into a body, then it should go to my mother. Killian! Ivy waved her arms. Ivy, I understand your hesitations. My wolf is feeble, and the sooner we can restore him to me, the better. But I'm willing to wait until you're ready to employ the magic to return my wolf in the future. Even if it means being without him now, I would be forever grateful if you use this opportunity to give my mother her tiger back. Please, Ivy. He firmly clasped her hands. I beg of you. Damn those enthralling blue eyes. Damn that low, rumbling voice that made her blood tingle whenever he spoke. Damn it all. Fine, she sighed. The moon cast ghostly shadows through the trees as Ivy told the no-name goddess the name of the chosen spirit that should be restored. Are you sure? The goddess asked, her eyes filled with concern. Absolutely, Ivy replied, her voice resolute. Ivy stared at Killian, her heart aching for him as he made the gut-wrenching decision to help his mother instead of himself. She knew it wasn't fair to put him through this, and yet there was no other choice. They were all caught in a tangled web of magic and curses, each thread leading to more questions than answers. All right, Ivy said, her voice cracking under the weight of her emotions. I'll do it. I'll help Quinn. The goddess nodded solemnly, stepping forward. Are you ready? Ivy scowled. Me? Are you not going to do it? I can, but I'm here to show you so that when the time comes, you can do it yourself. Okay then, let's get started. They returned to the sanctuary and used the living room for the ritual. Ivy focused on the task and followed every instruction given by the no-name goddess. The no-name goddess had a strange and powerful power that seemed to transcend time and space. With her help, Ivy was able to carry out the ritual with little difficulty. Everyone in the room stood at the edges of the circle, watching as Ivy chanted ancient words of power and incantation. The air within the living room hummed with energy, the magical vibrations growing stronger with each passing moment. Suddenly, a brilliant light filled the room, and for a moment, everything was illuminated in its brilliance. And then it was gone, leaving behind a satisfied silence. The air around them seemed to crackle with anticipation as they gathered in a circle, their hands clasped tightly together. Ivy's heart pounded in her chest as the goddess whispered ancient words into her ear, each syllable carrying the weight of centuries of magic and power. Focus on the connection between Quinn and her tiger, the goddess instructed, her voice soft and insistent. Visualize it like a frayed rope, the fibers slowly coming undone. Our job is to mend them, weave them back together until they are stronger than before. Closing her eyes, Ivy concentrated on the image, feeling the edges of the broken bond between Quinn and her animal spirit. She let out a shaky breath as she began to speak the words the goddess had taught her, her voice barely audible above the rustling leaves and distant murmurs of the night. Anima et corpore reunire, Ivy chanted, her voice growing stronger and more confident with each repetition. Anima et corpore reunire. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the trees outside, sending a shiver down Ivy's spine as she felt the magic begin to take hold. The sensation was like an electric current coursing through her veins, leaving her breathless and exhilarated. As the last syllables left her lips, she could feel the threads of Quinn's bond with her tiger, knitting back together, the once frayed rope now whole and unbreakable. In a fleeting moment, when Ivy opened her eyes and realized the nameless goddess had been sent back, all eyes were upon her. She quickly understood that her initial endeavor of guiding a spirit to its body had proved triumphant. "Is it done?" Killian asked anxiously, his eyes locked on his mother's still form. "Yes," Ivy replied, her voice strained from the effort of the ritual. She should be fine now. Quinn stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she looked at her son with a mixture of gratitude and concern. A wave of relief rolled through the room, but Ivy felt nothing but dread. She looked up at Killian and said softly, "What will you do now?" He answered her question in a way that she would never forget. He kissed her lightly on the lips, and she felt their souls intertwine as one. "Thanks for this, Ivy. We'll take care of everything else." "Got that part, Killian, but I'm still wondering how on earth you'll manage to convince the Wolf Council tonight that you can transform when it's obvious you can't." Chapter 6. Adam stood before the Wolf Council, his eyes flicking from one haggard face to the next. The 10 old wolves stared back, their expressions a mix of curiosity and wariness. He clenched his fists at his sides, his voice steady as he laid out his case against Killian LeBlanc. "Killian didn't even shift to protect our pack when the sanctuary was attacked. How many of our brothers and sisters died because of his inaction?" Adam's words dripped with disdain. "Something must be wrong with his shifting ability. Can we really trust him to lead us?" The council members exchanged uneasy glances, their whiskers twitching with anxiety. Finally, the eldest among them spoke up, his voice gravelly with age. "Adam, if you believe you're more fit to lead, then make your case for yourself. Should Killian be incapacitated, why should we turn to you?" Adam's eyes flashed with determination as he began to speak. "I have the skills, resources, and a wide network in the region. True, I don't have the financial resources the LeBlancs do, but I also don't have their issues of business dealings with humans." He paused for emphasis. "Wolf business should remain in the supernatural community. Interaction with humans only weakens us." He continued, driving his point home. "And then there's the matter of purity. If I were in charge, I would ensure that our mating rituals remained pure, untainted by outsiders." His gaze darted around the room, gauging the reactions of the council members. "Aiden married Quinn, a tiger shifter. That dilutes Killian's bloodline. Can we truly depend on someone who isn't pure wolf?" The council murmured amongst themselves, the weight of Adam's words settling heavy in the air. As they considered the implications of his accusations, Adam stood tall, his chin lifted in defiance. He was sure he had them convinced. "Adam," the eldest council member began, his voice heavy with uncertainty. "Your points have merit, but we must consider all our options before making any decisions." "Of course," Adam replied smoothly, hiding his impatience beneath a veneer of understanding. He knew they'd come around to his way of thinking eventually. They had no choice. Killian LeBlanc's bloodline was tainted, and the pack needed someone strong, someone pure, to lead them forward. Someone like him. But for now, he would bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And when that moment came, he would seize control and reshape the pack in his image, stronger, more ruthless, and united under his iron fist. As the council continued their deliberations, Adam allowed himself a small, predatory smirk. His plan was only just beginning, and there was still much work to be done. But soon, very soon, the Kinniton pack would bow to its new alpha, Adam West. Adam's heart raced as he finished his speech, the council's murmurs fueling his confidence. But before the council could make a decision, a sudden commotion at the entrance caught their attention. A group of bear shifters strode into the room, their human forms barely containing the raw power that rippled beneath their skin. "Who the hell are you?" Adam demanded, his facade of control slipping as he glared at the intruders. "I am Liam," the leader replied, his voice gravelly and commanding. "We have come to demand the Kinniton pack leave this mountain." "Speak with our alpha," one of the council members growled, though the defiance in his voice was laced with uncertainty. "Very well," Liam said, looking pointedly at Adam. "Are you the alpha?" Adam clenched his jaw, refusing to back down. "Until Killian LeBlanc returns, I speak for the pack." "Be warned," Liam continued, his gaze cold and unyielding. "We have more bears surrounding the mountain. We want peace, but we will not give in." "Neither will we," Adam retorted, trying to mask his growing unease. "This is our territory, and we won't be intimidated by some bear shifters." Despite his words, he knew he couldn't match Liam's strength, and the mountain wasn't worth another bloody conflict. "Intimidated? You should be," Liam said with a humorless laugh. In an instant, one of the bears shifted, its massive form lunging towards a council member. The old wolf didn't stand a chance. The bear's claws sliced through flesh and bone, leaving a lifeless body slumped on the floor. "Enough!" Adam shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. "This doesn't have to end in bloodshed. We can find a compromise." "Your alpha isn't here," Liam said, his eyes narrowing as he studied Adam's trembling form. "And you seem incapable of making a strong case for your pack." "Killian will return soon," Adam insisted, his mind racing to find a solution. If only Killian were here. But no, he couldn't rely on the man he was trying to usurp. He had to handle this himself. "Until then, we have no reason to believe you can protect your pack, let alone this mountain," Liam growled. "Leave now or suffer the consequences." As Adam stared into Liam's unyielding gaze, he felt a cold knot of fear twist in his gut. The council members were tense and frightened, their eyes darting between the bears and the fallen wolf. All hell was about to break loose, and Adam knew he was responsible. "Fine," Adam spat, trying to hide the tremor in his voice. "We'll fight for our territory. You won't drive us from our home without a fight." "Is that so?" Liam sneered, glancing around at the other bears. They bared their teeth in anticipation, eager for bloodshed. "Adam," one of the council members whispered urgently, "you must remain human. We need you to communicate and lead us." "Damn it," Adam muttered under his breath. He clenched his fists, longing to shift and join the fray, but he knew the council member was right. If he shifted, they'd lose any chance of negotiating a peaceful outcome. "Very well," he said, raising his head high despite the sweat beading on his brow. "Council members, defend our pack." With a chorus of snarls, the council members shifted into their lupine forms, fur bristling as they charged towards the bears. A cacophony of growls, snarls, and roars filled the air as the two sides clashed. It was a brutal, desperate battle, and it was clear the elderly wolves were no match for the powerful bears. "Shit," Adam muttered, watching helplessly as more wolves fell beneath the bears' relentless assault. His heart pounded in his chest, a sickening mix of anger, fear, and shame coursing through him. He had failed his pack, not just as a leader, but as a protector. "Enough!" Adam screamed, his voice hoarse. "Call off your bears, Liam. We'll leave the mountain." "Too late for that," Liam growled, his eyes cold and merciless. "You chose to fight, and now you'll pay the price." "Please," Adam whispered, desperation clawing at his throat. "There's been enough bloodshed." "Indeed, there has," Liam agreed, his gaze sweeping over the fallen wolves. "Your pack is weak, and it's time it was culled." "Fuck you," Adam snarled, knowing he couldn't protect his pack from the carnage any longer. He had gambled with their lives, and he had lost. In the midst of the chaos, a roar echoed through the air, silencing both bears and wolves. Killian and Quinn burst onto the scene, their animal forms magnificent as they charged headlong into the fray. The sight of Quinn, once a legendary fighter in her prime, seemed to freeze the bears in their tracks. Her striped fur rippled with power and grace, a living embodiment of the golden days when she fought alongside her husband, Aiden, the late alpha. "Impossible," Liam breathed, his eyes wide with fear as he recognized Quinn's unmistakable form. Whispers spread among the bear shifters and the few remaining wolves, their voices filled with equal parts awe and terror. Even amidst the ruin and bloodshed, the legend of Quinn commanded respect. Killian launched himself at the nearest bear, tearing its throat out with ruthless precision. With each swift and brutal strike, it became clear that Killian had inherited more than just his father's title. He bore within him the same fearless spirit that had made Aiden a beloved leader. The bears hesitated, their certainty shaken by this unexpected turn of events. One by one, they dropped to their knees, recognizing the authority they saw in Killian's unyielding gaze. Killian growled, his voice low and commanding, demanding their submission. "Damn you, LeBlanc!" Liam spat, his eyes burning with rage even as he bent his head in submission. "You may have won this battle, but I swear on my life, we'll be back." Killian paced around, the imposing figure of his towering body looming over the cowering bear. His glistening fangs were bared, ready to strike. His adrenaline was surging, and he was eager for a chance to unleash all that energy on any living creature that moved nearby. Quinn reverted back to her human form with a sigh. "That's enough bloodshed for one day. Now tell me, what have you done with the territory my husband left to you?" Killian slowly made his way toward the front, his gaze firmly set on Adam and the cowering bears. "Killian, a good alpha will not slay without justified reason. If they submit of their own accord, you will spare them." Obeying his mother's injunction, Killian stepped away from the wolves. Quinn then switched her attention to the bears. "Leave this mountain and never return." Her eyes swept over the battered and weary shapeshifters, making it clear that she would not tolerate any further violence against her family. One by one, the bears shifted back into their human forms, their heads hung low as they retreated from the battlefield. The remaining Wolf Council members, battered but alive, gathered around Killian and Quinn, their expressions a mixture of gratitude and unspoken awe. "Thank you," Adam whispered. He bowed to Quinn and nodded toward Killian. He respected Quinn. She was the true queen behind her husband. But Killian? Something wasn't right. Outside the venue, Killian's men stood resolute and unyielding, weapons raised as they surrounded the mountain. They were human associates, not shifters, yet their loyalty to Killian was unwavering. Each man bore a silver gun, the most lethal weapon against shifters, and they had already taken down a couple of bears attempting to flee the scene, leaving their lifeless forms as examples to any others who dared defy their alpha. Inside the council chamber, the air crackled with tension as the bears shifted back into their human forms, their eyes wide with terror and defeat. They knew they were beaten, and they would leave the mountain range forever, never to return. Adam could feel his adrenaline racing as he watched the last of the bear shifters submit. "Fine," Liam growled, his voice strained as he locked eyes with Killian's wolf. "We will leave your precious mountain range. But remember this day, LeBlanc. The bears may be defeated, but we are not destroyed." Quinn placed a reassuring hand on Killian's shoulder. "Killian, stay as a wolf for now. Your adrenaline is too high to safely attempt to shift back. Any more bloodshed could enrage your beast." Killian let out a low growl as an agreement. The tension in his muscles was palpable as he continued to pace the chamber, his eyes never leaving the defeated bears. Adam gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to lash out at Killian and Quinn. Their victory had been swift and brutal, and now they stood victorious over the bear shifters who had dared to challenge them. Rage boiling beneath the surface, but Adam knew better than to let it show. Instead, he focused on his own interior thoughts, planning for the day when he would finally take what he believed was rightfully his. The last bears scrambled to their feet, casting one last fearful glance at Killian and Quinn before they fled from the chamber. With the threat neutralized, the council members began to regroup, taking stock of their losses and injuries. The council members shifted back into their human forms, their aged bodies trembling with exertion from the brutal battle. They assessed the damage done to their pack, their eyes filled with grief and determination. Turning to Killian, still in his wolf form, they spoke. "Killian," the eldest council member began, his voice weary but commanding. "We need you to remain as a wolf for now. It's clear that your adrenaline is still running high, and we cannot risk any further altercations." "Your leadership today was commendable," another council member added, a hint of newfound respect lacing her words. "You have our confidence once more." "All right," Quinn nodded, understanding their concern. She looked at Killian's human associates, who stood nearby, silver guns still in hand. "We'll leave you to clean up here. Come on, let's go." Killian growled lowly in agreement, turning to leave with Quinn and his human associates by his side. As they exited the venue, the weight of what had just transpired hung heavily in the air. Adam slowly rose to his feet, his body stiff and sore from the earlier confrontation. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the bitter taste of defeat that threatened to choke him. Forcing himself to swallow his pride, he approached the council members, his face a carefully crafted mask of submission. "Thank you," he said through clenched teeth, "for trusting in Killian's leadership. I will continue to serve as beta and support him in any way I can." "Your loyalty is appreciated, Adam," the eldest council member replied, his gaze scrutinizing every inch of Adam's face for any sign of deception. "We are all in this together, and only by working as a unified pack can we hope to overcome the challenges before us." "Of course," Adam murmured, bowing his head in a display of feigned respect. As the council members returned to their duties, Adam's mind raced with his next move. He couldn't let Killian's triumph stand. It was a threat to everything he had been working toward. "Keep your enemies close," he thought, repeating the age-old adage as if it were a mantra. "I'll bide my time, gather my resources, and wait for the perfect moment to strike." He would not be bested by Killian LeBlanc, not when he had come so close to claiming what he believed was rightfully his. "Patience," he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible amidst the sounds of the pack tending to their injuries and mourning their fallen comrades. "The day will come when I will stand victorious over Killian and his cursed bloodline. And when that day arrives, all will know that I am the true Alpha." Chapter 7. For the first time in her life, Ivy ignored the tarot card deck as it buzzed wildly in her pocket. She could sense that something bad was about to happen and didn't need any cards to tell her. The pale light of the moon illuminated the icy woods in ethereal hues as she stared out from the window of the sanctuary. It was strange that such an empty space on the porch could elicit such a whirlwind of emotions from her. Killian's wolf had not returned. He'd been prowling around the sanctuary for hours now, yet no sign of him. She took a deep breath, breathing in the crisp and pure air of nature. The same action that used to bring her peace during times of distress brought no relief today. With a somber soul, she retreated from the window and re-entered the room. The main hall of the sanctuary was abuzz with energy, as Killian, Kieran, Damien, Nina, and Quinn were gathered around the long dining table to share in the late meal that Uncle Finn had lovingly prepared. He always had a deep appreciation for hosting family dinners. Killian's face was so pale. She could sense his pain, or at least she thought she could, but it was impossible to be sure. Still, something was definitely wrong. Damien, I owe you my deepest gratitude for fighting those bear shifters earlier. And Nina, thank you so much for your quick thinking. Only you could have come up with such an idea, Killian said, his voice strained. Damien, in his wolf form, meekly sat next to Nina and responded with a soft whine. Nina tenderly stroked Damien's furry head. It was no problem at all, Killian. Nina's plan was so crazy that it actually worked. Damien was transformed by Killian's blood. In their wolf form, they almost looked like identical twins. When Killian requested Nina to keep a watch on the GPS tracking of Kieran's crew in the woods, as a backup strategy in case the Wolf Council meeting didn't go according to plan, Nina quickly put Damien on FaceTimed and asked if Killian thought Damien could pull off pretending to be Killian. The original plan was for Killian to go in and attempt to persuade the Council without having to shift shape. However, Damien's duplicate and Siren's added insight of the bear shifter assault made it appear only natural that Quinn and Killian would show up in their animal forms and save the day. Nina handed Siren his computer, which she had borrowed to analyze some data. "Your resources are impressive, Siren," she commented, nodding toward the computer. "Tech toys are only valuable in the hands of the right player, Nina," Kieran said with a faint smile. "Do you fancy trying out more of these cutting-edge technologies? I have some of the best on this planet here." "Out of the question. She's taken, cuz." Killian chuckled. Ivy gave a small smile, trying to hide her concern for Killian. It was then that Killian stood. "I know I didn't have to fight at the council meeting because you've done all the hard work, but I must admit, I need to rest up a bit." "You don't look all right, Killian. I'm not sure it's a good idea that you're by yourself," Quinn asked, her worry for her son palpable. Unable to help herself, she turned to Ivy. Ivy didn't need the second invitation. She approached Killian. As soon as she touched his hand, she felt a surge of pain, oozing up like a storm brewing inside him. "I'm going to pull a card now, Killian." He nodded. She knew he was in so much pain to speak, but she didn't press. She pulled a magical deck of tarot cards from her bag pocket and began to shuffle them, the air around her crackling with energy. As she laid out the cards, her fingers brushed over the Hanged Man. She hesitated for a moment before revealing it to the group. "The Hanged Man," she explained, "suggests that we need to surrender or let go of control. It indicates a feeling of being suspended in limbo or unable to move forward due to external circumstances or internal fears and doubts." "I can't just give up control," Killian objected. "Killian, you're in pain. I can sense it. Can I use some of my healing magic on you? Please," she asked cautiously. Her ability had a tendency to bring out affectionate emotions in people, as the goddess described it. Put simply, it transformed them into loving, cooing doves and caused any emotional exterior they put up to crumble. Killian disliked losing control of his emotions. That was why she needed to ask for his consent, especially after their previous mishap. To her amazement, he gave an affirmative nod. Ivy took a deep breath and focused her energy on Killian, her hands glowing with healing magic. Her fingertips hovered just above his skin, seeking the source of his pain. But as soon as her magic touched him, Killian's body was blasted with excruciating pain. "Stop!" he gasped, collapsing to his knees. His face contorted in agony, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Killian, I'm so sorry," she whispered, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. "I don't know what went wrong." "Let me try again," she insisted, desperation creeping into her voice. But Killian shook his head, the pain too overwhelming for him to bear another attempt. "Please, Ivy," he choked out between gritted teeth. "Find another way." Damien's whines pierced the tense silence that enveloped the sanctuary. In his wolf form, he paced anxiously around Killian, raw concern emanating from his every move. Ivy clenched her jaw and blinked back tears as she watched Killian struggling to breathe through the pain. "Stay with me, Killian," she murmured, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I'll find another way." However, the fear that had burrowed within her was too intense to avoid. She had no idea what the other way was. Amidst the clamor and commotion of the room, she blocked them out without a second thought. She knew they were concerned. She knew they tried to help him, but when he held on tightly to her hands in desperation, deep down she understood it was only her he trusted to help him carry this burden. Damien's howls grew louder, more urgent. He looked like he was going to charge out the door, possibly in search of a solution or just to vent his own helplessness. Nina, recognizing the potential danger in his actions, lunged forward and grabbed hold of Damien's thick fur, wrestling him to the ground. "Damien, calm down," she shouted, her voice laced with both authority and compassion. "We'll find a way to help Killian, but we need you with us." "Quinn," Ivy called out, forcing herself to focus on the task at hand. "Do you have any ideas?" Quinn hesitated for a moment, then gently opened Killian's palm, revealing the triquetra symbol etched into his skin. "Killian," she said softly, "try to summon your alpha power from the triquetra. Maybe it can give you some relief." Killian's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but he nodded weakly. As he concentrated, the symbol began to glow with an ethereal light. Ivy held her breath, hoping against hope that this would work. Without warning, Killian let out a gut-wrenching grunt, collapsing to the floor, his body convulsing in agony. The glowing triquetra seemed to only intensify his suffering, and Ivy's heart shattered at the sight of his unbearable torment. "Killian, stop!" she cried, her voice cracking with emotion. She slammed her hand over the triquetra, extinguishing its light and bringing an end to Killian's attempt to summon his alpha power. Gasping for air, Killian was propped up by her strength. His eyes were glassy and unseeing. "Where does it hurt, Killian? What kind of pain is this?" "It's like something is ripping apart my insides." Kieran approached. His eyes, hard and analytical, scanned Killian's writhing body, taking in every detail of his obvious agony. "I think the demon poison consumed by Killian's wolf is causing this pain." Quinn frowned. "How can my son's wolf consume poison? Killian's in charge of his body." Killian spoke lowly, almost inaudibly. "When I jumped through the dimensional gateway you opened in London, coming back from the between world, a force approached me and presented me with the demon poison. That was how I killed Cecilia." Siren nodded. "If the creature was magical, then the poison must have been too, and it got to your wolf. That's how you killed the bloody succubus with your fangs. But your wolf used to be inside your body, so it's likely that the poison is affecting your body now. If that's the case, I can create an antidote or something to help you cope with the pain. However, it'll take some time." "I can manage. You don't look like it." Ivy shot a quick glance towards the window, her face drawn with worry. "Killian's wolf is gone," she murmured faintly. "I don't see him anywhere. Could someone have captured his wolf spirit? I mean, restrain him physically? He doesn't have a physical form, correct? We can't even see him." Nina nervously ran her fingers through Damien's fur. Killian tried to stand up, but his knees buckled again. "Your stubbornness could very well kill you." Kieran's gaze bore into Killian's, his tone sharp and impatient. "You must trust us to help you." "How? Ivy's healing magic didn't work." Killian grunted out as if he had taken a blow to the gut. "You want to give me some painkillers?" Ivy's heart ached. She felt the intensity of his suffering. She listened closely and heard it, the demonic voice whispering in Killian's mind, urging him to submit to its power. Ivy shuddered at the insidious sound, barely audible yet undeniably present. "Can't you hear that?" she asked, looking around at the others. Their expressions told her they couldn't, and she realized she was the only one privy to the horrifying whispers in Killian's head. Killian's face contorted in agony, his body racked with pain as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Ivy could see the veins in his neck strain against his taut skin, and she knew he was fighting to hold on to his sanity. She tightened her grip on him, desperate to provide some measure of comfort. "Killian, you don't have to do this. You don't have to suffer like this. I can hear the voice. I know you're hearing it too. It's torturing you, isn't it? Can you tell us, please?" "Can't! Give in!" Killian wheezed, his breath shallow and labored. "Won't. Let it. Win." Ivy gazed into his eyes. The striking blue hues she had fallen in love with now filled with pain. "Killian, I beg of you, there must be another solution. Just agree to its demands. Perhaps it will end the suffering. Then we can take the time to find a solution." Killian hissed through clenched teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. "Submitting means giving it my blood willingly. I won't let that happen. They can kill me and drink every last drop from my corpse, but it won't do them any good if I don't give in." He gasped for breath, his chest heaving as the pain threatened to consume him. "Can't. Let them." "Win," Killian whispered, his eyes rolling back in his head as he struggled to stay conscious. "Promise me. You won't let them. Have me." Ivy felt her heart shatter at his words. "Thank you, Ivy," Killian managed to utter before his body fell and he went limp in her arms, his breathing shallow and labored. He was still fighting, but Ivy knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Kieran strode toward them. "Enough, you stubborn son of a bitch," he muttered, then looked toward Quinn. "Sorry. Pun not intended." And with a swift, decisive motion, he struck Killian in the head, knocking him unconscious. "What the fuck, Siren?" Ivy shouted. "Trust me, Ivy," Siren said, his eyes filled with the same pain she was feeling. "I'm doing this for him. He wants to end this shit show as much as we do, but caving into a demon's terms is never an option." Kieran took Killian's pulse, then continued. "I may not know magic, but one thing I do know is that when you accept magic willingly, it becomes very hard to get rid of. By taking poison to kill the demon, he was willingly accepting it. Now his body and his wolf spirit both carry it. I can handle the human end of things. I can get an antidote for him. But as far as his wolf spirit goes, if some demon gets a hold of it and starts manipulating it, there isn't much I can do. At least not until he regains consciousness. Whatever has a hold on his wolf spirit will have to wait for a while since he can't do anything about it. Now, if you could keep him like this, I'll go to the lab and get the antidote." Ivy was too slow to stop a tear rolled down her cheek. But one tear was all she allowed herself to shed as she cradled Killian's limp body in her arms. She wouldn't accept losing him, body, mind, or spirit. She looked from one face to another, knowing that they were all struggling to find answers, but coming up empty-handed. In that moment, desperation clawed at her heart like a ravenous beast, gnawing away at her hope and leaving her gasping for air. Unable to stand it any longer, Ivy stood up, and without another word, she turned and sprinted into the woods, the shadows swallowing her whole as she disappeared from sight. The forest came alive around her, the wind whispering secrets in her ears as she raced deeper into the darkness. The scent of damp earth and decay filled her nostrils, grounding her in the reality of the situation. That Killian's life hung in the balance, and she would do anything to save him. "Goddess," her voice raw and desperate, "I know you can hear me. Please help me save him. I will pay any price." As she spoke those words, a clearing opened in front of her. The moonlight bathed the sacred ground in a silvery glow, casting shadows that danced like spirits in the night. Ivy's heart raced in her chest as she felt the presence of the no-name goddess. "My sweet child, always be mindful of what you desire," the goddess cautioned in a low, yet caring tone. "Taking your magical capabilities to new heights is not without consequence, and it will alter your fate forever. I have already spoken to you about this, but this situation is different. Once you start down this path, there's no coming back. Do you understand me?" She spoke calmly so Ivy could grasp the weight of her words. "Anything," Ivy hissed, her eyes hardened and determined. "I don't care what it costs me, I have to save him. It was my fault. I pulled out his spirit without asking, and this is how I'm going to make it right." "Very well," the goddess replied, her voice echoing through the trees like a sigh on the wind. "But remember, once this is done, there is no going back." In that moment, Ivy felt the weight of her decision settle upon her shoulders, but she did not waver. She knew that she would do whatever it took to save Killian, even if it meant sacrificing a part of herself in the process. Her feelings were irrelevant. This was the only option, the responsible choice to set things right. As the moonlight enveloped her, she embraced the power coursing through her veins, ready to face whatever consequences lay ahead. Chapter 8. My name is Larissa, and I'm not a goddess. Ivy's eyebrow rose up to meet her hairline. All this time she had been begging for a name to call this no-name goddess, and had been met with nothing. Now, not only did Larissa offer her name willingly, but she also made it clear that she was no goddess. "So all the stories and lessons you taught me were bullshit." Larissa smiled patiently. "I never said I was a goddess, Ivy," she said calmly. "Nor did I give you any new powers. I simply enabled what was already inside you. You come from a powerful branch of the divine. But unless we proceed carefully, we could activate the wrong spell at the wrong time, and that would be fatal for you." "Why are you telling me this now? I've made a mess in Killian's house, and now I need to clean it up before worrying about whatever my own backyard has in store." Larissa shook her head. "To address the situation, you need to take this step first." "Which step would that be?" "I need to introduce you to your origin," Larissa said. "My family?" Ivy asked. Larissa sighed. "Not quite. Yet. It's just the root of your powers." Ivy nodded in understanding. "All right, let's do it. Let's meet whoever it is that I need to meet." Ivy's heart pounded as she followed Larissa through the dense forest, the ground damp and soft beneath her feet. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and moss, punctuated by the occasional waft of something sweet and floral. A distant bird call echoed in the otherwise silent atmosphere, sending a shiver down Ivy's spine. It was as if the very air around her coursed with energy, crackling with anticipation. "Where are we going, Larissa?" Ivy asked, her breath coming in short puffs as she struggled to keep up with Larissa's graceful strides. "To the crossroad," Larissa replied cryptically, not slowing her pace. "It's a place of great power, a nexus where worlds collide and energies intertwine." Ivy furrowed her brows but continued following the hidden path. Her curiosity piqued. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, although there was no sign of another living soul. It made her skin crawl, but with every step, she felt a growing connection to something beyond her understanding. "Larissa, so if you're not a goddess, then what are you?" "I'm a servant in the house of the divine, like a chief of staff, governess, or head of some sort of magical department. Come on, if a mere servant can do what you do, then how will I handle myself with the higher-ranking individuals when I go to that crossroads place you mentioned?" "Where I come from, we don't have ranks. You're either gods or you're not. Maybe servant isn't an accurate description. So let's say I'm not a goddess, but I do serve a descendant of Hecate, essentially a goddess." Ivy wished she had her phone to Google this new information, but she brushed the urge away. "So does that Hecate have something to do with my family?" Larissa chuckled. "Nice try. I told you it's not the time to talk about them. Besides, it's not my story to tell." "Got it. So why do you have to help me out exactly?" "Because you have been chosen for something greater than yourself, something that will challenge you and push you to your limits. I have been observing you for some time now, guiding you from the shadows, preparing you for what lies ahead." Ivy swallowed hard, her mind racing. What could she possibly be chosen for? And why her? She was nothing special. Just a young woman trying to survive in a world that seemed bent on tearing her apart. "Can you be more specific about this something greater?" Ivy pressed, her voice sharp with frustration. And why has no one told me about it until now? Because the time was not right, Larissa replied, a note of sorrow in her voice. You needed to grow and learn on your own, to discover your own strengths and weaknesses. But now, the path ahead of you is fraught with danger and darkness, and I am here to help guide you through it. The sincerity in Larissa's eyes made Ivy pause, forcing her to consider the implications of what she'd just heard. Was she truly meant for something beyond her current existence? And if so, did she have the courage to face whatever lay ahead? Larissa, I still don't understand if I have this so-called gift. Why hasn't it shown itself before? Well, apart from being able to read blank tarot cards and having seen a few peculiar occurrences, including the presence of a wolf spirit. Your gift has always been there, Ivy, Larissa replied gently, her eyes filled with empathy. You just needed to learn how to access it. It's been lying dormant within you, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Ivy clenched her fists, her heart pounding in her chest. The idea that she'd been carrying around some hidden power was both exhilarating and terrifying. But what did this mean for her future? Would she be able to control it, or would it end up controlling her? As if sensing her thoughts, Larissa reached out to touch Ivy's arm reassuringly. Do not fear your own strength, Ivy. Embrace it, and it will serve you well. Before Ivy could respond, they stepped into a large clearing, and she gasped at the sight before her. The crossroad loomed ahead, an intersection of 4 paths forming a perfect X, surrounded by towering, ancient trees. The air crackled with energy, as if the very ground beneath them hummed with power. At the center of the crossroad stood a stone pedestal, atop which rested an ancient-looking contract, its parchment yellowed and crinkled with age. A circle of candles surrounded the pedestal, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows on the surrounding foliage. "What is that?" Ivy asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she stared at the mysterious document. "That, my dear," Larissa replied solemnly, "is a contract between you and the divine world. By signing it, you will accept your role as guardian of the crossroad and all that comes with it." Ivy's heart skipped a beat and her throat tightened. She had sensed that something monumental awaited her, but nothing could have prepared her for this. The weight of responsibility and the fear of the unknown threatened to crush her. "Guardian?" she asked, her voice wavering. "What does that even mean? And what would happen if I sign this contract?" "Only those with a pure heart and a strong connection to the supernatural can become guardians," Larissa explained, her tone serious but encouraging. "Your gift allows you to communicate with the otherworldly beings that pass through these crossroads. As guardian, it will be your duty to guide them on their journey and ensure their safe passage." Ivy's mind raced, trying to process everything she'd just learned. The idea of having such power, of being responsible for the fate of countless souls, was staggering. But at the same time, she felt an inexplicable pull towards the ancient parchment, a yearning deep within her to embrace her destiny. "Will you help me?" Ivy asked, biting her lip as she looked into Larissa's eyes. "If I choose to accept this role, will you guide me and teach me everything I need to know?" "Of course, Ivy," Larissa replied, her voice filled with warmth and affection. "I've been watching over you for so long, waiting for this moment. I promise to be by your side every step of the way." As the flickering candlelight danced across Ivy's face, she took a deep breath, steadying herself for the decision that would forever change her life. "Tell me more about this contract," Ivy said, her eyes fixed on the ancient parchment resting upon the stone pedestal. The circle of candles surrounding it cast flickering shadows onto the dense foliage that enveloped them. "By signing this contract, you enter a binding agreement with the divine world," Larissa explained, her voice steady and solemn. In exchange for your loyalty and commitment to guard these crossroads, you will be granted the power to help Killian. You will be able to reunite his wolf with his human form. Ivy's heart raced at the mention of Killian's name, her thoughts consumed by the image of him in pain, struggling to maintain control over his two halves. The desire to help him was overwhelming, but so too was the fear of the unknown consequences of signing such a powerful document. Binding. What does that mean? Ivy asked cautiously, pulling her gaze from the contract to meet Larissa's eyes. What could happen if I sign? Once you sign, there is no turning back. You will be bound to the divine world and its rules, Larissa replied, her expression softening with understanding. But I will be here to guide and protect you, Ivy. You will not face these challenges alone. As she listened to Larissa's words, Ivy's mind whirled with conflicting emotions. Her heart screamed to help Killian, yet her instincts warned her of the risks involved. She felt as if she stood on the edge of a precipice, caught between the burning desire to save the man she cared for and the fear of losing herself to this newfound power. "Can I really do this?" Ivy whispered, her voice trembling as she glanced at the contract once more. "Will I be strong enough to handle the power and responsibility that comes with being a guardian?" "Your heart is pure, and your connection to the supernatural runs deep, Ivy," Larissa reassured her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You were chosen for this role because of your unique gift and your boundless compassion. Trust in yourself and know that I will always be here to support you." As Ivy's thoughts raced between the potential consequences and the opportunity to help Killian, she took a deep breath, attempting to steady her resolve. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon her, as did the knowledge that her decision would irrevocably change not only her life, but also the lives of those she held dear. "All right," Ivy whispered, her heart pounding in her chest. "I'll do it. For Killian." "Before you can sign the contract, Ivy, you must prove yourself worthy," Larissa said, her voice taking on an air of solemnity. 3 tests await you, each designed to challenge your intellect, your courage, and your compassion. Ivy swallowed hard, her throat tight with nerves. She had faced countless obstacles in her life, but nothing like this. Yet she knew that if she wanted to help Killian, there was no turning back. "All right," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm ready. Chapter 9. Ivy's heart pounded in her chest as Larissa was about to lay out the challenges for her. The air was thick with anticipation, the atmosphere charged like a storm about to break. She could feel the weight of her task pressing down on her shoulders, but she squared them, determined not to buckle under the pressure. She had come this far. There was no turning back now. Her fingers twitched at her sides, itching to use the magic she knew lay dormant within her. "Tell me what I have to do," she said, her voice betraying none of the fear and uncertainty churning within her. Larissa regarded her with a solemn gaze. "There are 3 challenges you must face, each designed to test a different aspect of your character, your intellect, your courage, and your judgment." "All right," Ivy replied, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "What's the first challenge?" "Before I reveal the specifics of each challenge, remember that all 3 require a balance of your strengths. You cannot rely solely on one trait to succeed. Your wit, resourcefulness, and empathy must work in tandem." Larissa paused, allowing Ivy a moment to process her words. "The first challenge will test your intellect. You will encounter a formidable adversary that cannot be defeated by brute force alone. You must rely on your cunning and quick thinking to outmaneuver it." "Sounds fun," Ivy muttered sarcastically, though she appreciated the difficulty of the task. It would push her to grow, to become more than she currently was. "Next," Larissa continued, "you will face a test of courage. You'll confront a siren whose enchanting song has led countless souls to their doom. It is said that no mortal can resist her deadly melody, but you must find the strength within you to do so." Ivy's jaw clenched as she considered the danger that lay ahead. Her mind raced, trying to devise strategies to overcome these seemingly insurmountable obstacles. "Lastly," Larissa said, her expression grave, "you will be put to the ultimate test of judgment. A burning temple will stand before you, filled with trapped souls crying out for salvation. To complete this challenge, you must make a choice that will determine the fate of those inside." Ivy's heart caught in her throat at the thought of being responsible for the lives of others. She had always been driven to help those in need, but never had the stakes been so high. "Remember," Larissa warned, her eyes locked on Ivy's, "the choices you make during these challenges will reflect not only upon your character, but upon your fitness to stand as the guardian of the crossroad. Choose wisely." Ivy took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. She knew that she was about to embark on an arduous journey, one fraught with danger and uncertainty. But she also knew that she could not falter, not when so much was at stake. And with Larissa by her side, she would not face these challenges alone. "Okay, let's do this," Ivy said. The first challenge loomed before Ivy, a vast dark expanse of water that seemed to stretch into infinity. She could feel the cold tendrils of fear creeping up her spine at the thought of diving into those depths, but she clenched her fists and steeled herself, refusing to let her terror control her. "Are you ready?" Larissa asked, concern flickering across her face as she noted Ivy's white knuckles. "Ready as I'll ever be," Ivy replied, forcing a grin onto her face despite her trembling legs. She knew that she had no choice but to face her fears head-on and prove her worthiness as the guardian of the crossroad. "Remember, Ivy, use your intellect to overcome whatever lurks beneath these waters," Larissa advised, her eyes filled with unwavering confidence in Ivy's abilities. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Ivy plunged into the murky water without a moment's hesitation. The icy chill enveloped her, sending shudders through her body, but she forced herself to focus on the task at hand. Her mind raced with possibilities, searching for any clue or hint that might aid her in outsmarting the beast she was about to face. As she swam deeper, the darkness intensified, pressing in on her from all sides like a suffocating vice. Then she saw it. An enormous shadow lurking just below the surface, its blood-red eyes gleaming with malice. The monstrous creature was unlike anything Ivy had ever seen before, a terrifying fusion of scales, teeth, and tentacles that seemed to defy all logic and reason. Panic threatened to overwhelm her, but she fought back, remembering Larissa's words and trusting in her own resourcefulness. "I have to outthink this thing," Ivy muttered under her breath, her eyes darting around the underwater landscape in search of inspiration. It was then that she noticed the sharp, jagged rocks jutting out from the sea floor, forming a natural maze of sorts. Her heart pounding in her chest, an idea began to take shape. "Hey you! You want me? Come and get me." Ivy crooked her finger, pointed at the creature, and mouthed the words. She could speak under the water, but even if she could, she doubted this monstrous thing understood what she was saying. The creature roared, the sound reverberating through the water like a shock wave, and charged at Ivy with terrifying speed. Maybe it did understand her. She swam towards the rocky labyrinth, her muscles screaming in protest as she pushed herself to the brink of exhaustion. The monster followed, its massive bulk making it more difficult for it to navigate the treacherous terrain. "Almost there," Ivy panted, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she neared the heart of the maze. With one final burst of energy, she squeezed herself through a narrow gap between two boulders, her body aching from the strain. The monster, however, was not so nimble. Its blind rage and sheer size were its undoing as it became hopelessly entangled in the rock formations. Ivy watched from a safe distance, her heart still hammering in her chest as the creature thrashed and roared in frustration, unable to free itself. "Gotcha," Ivy whispered, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. She now grasped the challenge before her. It wasn't so much the beast and the danger it presented, but rather her fear of the deep waters she needed to conquer. She had faced her fear of the deep water and used her intellect to outsmart the fearsome monster, proving that she was indeed worthy of being the guardian of the crossroad. But she knew that there were still more challenges to come, and she couldn't afford to let her guard down just yet. The waterlogged labyrinth receded behind Ivy as she swam toward the surface, her lungs burning for air. She burst through the water's edge, gasping and coughing, her muscles aching from exertion. Gritting her teeth, Ivy hoisted herself onto a rocky outcrop, pausing only to shake the water from her long, dark hair. "Okay, next," she muttered to herself, eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the final obstacle that awaited her. "Very impressive," Larissa's ethereal voice echoed around her, the djinn materializing before her with an approving smile. "But keep your wits about you, Ivy. The siren awaits." Ivy swallowed hard, knowing full well the deadly allure of the siren's song. Yet she couldn't deny the fierce thrill that coursed through her veins at the thought of facing this mythical creature. Her resourcefulness and intellect had brought her this far. She refused to let fear hold her back now. "Bring it on," Ivy whispered, flashing a defiant grin Larissa. "I'm ready for whatever she throws my way." As if on cue, a haunting melody began to drift through the air, alluring, enchanting, and utterly irresistible. Ivy felt her heartstrings tugged by the siren's call, her body drawn forward seemingly of its own accord. Her mind raced, seeking a means to resist the bewitching music without succumbing to its pull. "Focus on something else," Ivy told herself, clenching her fists in determination. "Block everything else out." There was one thing that always seemed to have a stronger pull than anything else: the love and safety of her family and friends. As the sweet notes of the siren's song washed over her, Ivy focused on the happy memories shared with her loved ones, their laughter, warmth, and the bond that held them together. "Nice try, siren," Ivy thought, her resistance growing stronger with each moment. "But I have something far more powerful on my side." The siren's song grew louder and more urgent, as if sensing Ivy's defiance. She appeared from behind a jagged rock, her eyes filled with fury and desperation. With a final surge of willpower, Ivy severed the connection to the enchanting melody, leaving the siren weakened and vulnerable. "Your song may be beautiful," Ivy shouted, staring down the defeated creature, "but love is stronger than any spell you could cast." Larissa looked on, her eyes wide with admiration. "Well done, Ivy," she praised. "You've proven your wit and judgment to be formidable indeed. But there is one last challenge you must face." As they approached the burning temple, thick plumes of smoke billowing into the sky, Ivy's heart clenched at the sound of distant screams. Trapped inside the inferno were innocent lives, their cries for help a stark reminder of the stakes at hand. "Save them or complete the challenge," Larissa intoned solemnly, her voice heavy with the weight of fate. Ivy hesitated only for a moment, her strong sense of morality and compassion driving her decision. "There's no choice to make," she declared firmly, her brown eyes blazing with determination. "I'm saving those people." Ivy's gaze flicked between the raging inferno and the terrified faces of those trapped within, their expressions a haunting mirror of her own fear. She took a deep breath, steeling herself against the growing terror that threatened to engulf her. "I have to save them," she whispered, more to herself than to Larissa. "Are you certain?" Larissa asked, her voice deceptively gentle. "You risk everything." "Everything?" Ivy scoffed, her brown eyes narrowing. "What is a title worth if I can't even save innocent lives?" Her snarky retort belied the gravity of her decision as she braced herself for the challenge ahead. "Very well," Larissa replied, stepping back with a solemn nod. "Show me what you're capable of, Guardian." Without another word, Ivy sprinted towards the burning temple, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. The heat was oppressive, a relentless force that threatened to break her resolve, but she pushed on, her mind racing with desperate plans and contingencies. "Think, Ivy, think," she muttered under her breath, scanning the surroundings for anything that might aid her rescue efforts. At last, her gaze fell upon a toppled pillar, its charred surface still sturdy enough to bear weight. A plan began to form in her mind, as clear and brilliant as a flash of lightning. "Okay, here's what we're going to do," she shouted to the trapped individuals, her words cutting through the chaos like a knife. "I need you all to move towards that pillar. We're going to use it as a bridge." As they scrambled to obey, Ivy used her healing magic to blast out a cold barrier between the individuals and the coming fire. The barrier circled around the group, its iridescent surface casting an eerie glow upon the scene. The flames seemed to recoil from her shield, granting the trapped individuals a small reprieve from the relentless onslaught. "Almost there!" Ivy shouted, her heart swelling with pride at their progress. One by one, they crossed the makeshift bridge, their faces etched with relief and gratitude as they stumbled onto safer ground. As the last of the trapped stepped off the pillar, Ivy glanced back at the burning temple, her thoughts racing. She had saved the people, but the fire still roared, threatening to consume everything in its path. An idea sparked within her, fueled by desperation and ingenuity. "Larissa, I need to create some form of water to contain the fire. Can I use your healing magic to do that?" "Yes, but you risk burning yourself and failing this challenge altogether. The individuals are safe now. You've done enough." "No, not near enough." With a deep breath, Ivy channeled her limited healing power into a swirling vortex of water. The air crackled with energy, the very atmosphere alive with magic. As the torrent burst forth, engulfing the temple in a deluge of life-giving moisture, the flames hissed and sputtered, their once mighty roar reduced to a feeble whisper. As the last of the flames were extinguished, leaving only smoldering ruins in their wake, Ivy's heart swelled with a mixture of relief and pride. Larissa appeared before Ivy, her ethereal form shimmering like the surface of a still pond. Her silvery eyes, wide with astonishment, took in the scene around them, the smoldering ruins of the once great temple, the exhausted but alive individuals huddled together for comfort. "By the gods," Larissa breathed, her voice tinged with wonder. "You saved them all, even at great risk to yourself." Ivy's chest tightened, her breaths coming in shallow as she awaited Larissa's judgment. She tried to steady herself. Her limbs felt heavy, yet her heart raced, caught between pride and trepidation. "Your actions today have proven your true worth," Larissa continued, her voice growing stronger, more certain. "You face the challenges with intellect, courage, and sound judgment, but it was your compassion and selflessness that truly set you apart." "Does this mean?" Ivy began, her voice barely audible, the words catching in her throat. Larissa smiled, a genuine warmth radiating from her. "Yes, Ivy, you have passed the challenges. You are worthy of being the guardian of the crossroad." A wave of emotions threatened to sweep Ivy away. Relief, elation, disbelief. Yet she forced herself to remain grounded, to remember the responsibilities that came with this newfound title. "Thank you, Larissa," she managed, her voice trembling only slightly. "I promise to uphold the duties of the guardian, to protect those who seek passage and maintain balance between the realms." "Your resolve is commendable," Larissa said, approval evident in her voice. "But remember, you are not alone in this journey. I will be here to guide you, as will your newfound allies." As the weight of Larissa's declaration settled upon her shoulders, Ivy steeled herself for the path ahead. She knew it wouldn't be easy, navigating the supernatural world, protecting those who relied on her, and forging alliances with beings both magical and mysterious. But she was no longer the same person who had arrived at the crossroad, uncertain and afraid. She was Ivy, the Guardian, a woman who had faced her fears and emerged victorious. As Ivy was transported back to the crossroad, she felt the enchantment and adrenaline that had been coursing through her body begin to subside. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing once again in front of the contract. The reality of what she had just experienced began to sink in as she stared at the paper in front of her, knowing that there would be no escaping its terms. The parchment seemed to pulse with a life of its own, taunting her. Ivy's heart raced as she stared at the words on the ancient-looking contract, feeling the weight of her decision pressing down upon her. She knew that once she signed it, there would be no turning back. "Are you ready?" Larissa asked gently, her eyes filled with a mix of concern and encouragement. Ivy took a deep breath, finding strength in the knowledge that this was her only chance to save Killian. "Yes," she whispered, more to herself than to Larissa. With trembling hands, she took the small knife Larissa offered her, the blade gleaming ominously in the dim light of the candles surrounding them. Larissa watched closely as Ivy pricked her finger with the tip of the knife. A bead of blood welled up, warm and vibrant against her pale skin. "Strange how such a small thing can change my entire life," Ivy mused, an odd sense of detachment washing over her as she allowed the blood to drip onto the contract. Her signature materialized before her eyes, each letter shimmering with a crimson glow. "Indeed," Larissa agreed solemnly, "but it is often the smallest choices that carry the greatest consequences." As the last drop of blood fell, Ivy felt an immense surge of energy coursing through her veins, her very essence intertwining with the divine world. It was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying. A power she had never known now lay within her grasp. But at what cost? "Congratulations, Ivy," Larissa said, her voice tinged with both pride and sadness. "You are now officially a member of the Crossroad Council. Your role will be to guide souls to their rightful places, ensuring balance between our world and the afterlife." "Thank you," Ivy replied, her voice barely audible as she grappled with the reality of her new responsibilities. But something in Larissa's expression told her there was more to come. "However," Larissa continued hesitantly, "there is one more condition you must adhere to. As a member of the council, you are forbidden from engaging in romantic relationships with mortals, including shifters." The implications of Larissa's words crashed into Ivy like a tidal wave, threatening to drown her in despair. Her love for Killian had been her driving force, her reason for taking on this monumental task. And now it seemed that saving him meant losing him forever. "No," Ivy choked out, tears springing to her eyes. "You can't be serious." "I'm sorry, Ivy," Larissa said softly, her own eyes filled with sorrow. "But the rules of the council are clear, and they must be upheld." "Then why didn't you tell me before?" Ivy demanded, anger and betrayal simmering beneath her grief. "Why let me believe I could have him back only to take him away again?" "Because you needed to make this decision without any outside influence," Larissa explained, her voice steady despite the sadness etched on her face. "You were chosen for this role, Ivy, and your actions today have proven your worthiness. Your love for Killian drove you to become who you are meant to be, but now you must learn to let go." "Let go?" Ivy repeated, her voice cracking. "How do you expect me to just walk away from him?" "By remembering that your love has saved him," Larissa said gently, "and by trusting in the path that fate has laid out for you both." Ivy wanted to rage against the cruelty of it all, to scream and cry and tear the contract to shreds. But as the truth settled like a heavy stone in her heart, she knew that there was no turning back. For better or worse, her fate was now bound to the divine world, and she would have to find a way to carry the burden of her sacrifice, even if it meant losing the one person she loved most. Chapter 10. Killian's spirit hovered above his body, a strange sensation of weightlessness washing over him. His head throbbed where Kieran had punched him, but the pain was distant, as if it belonged to someone else. He felt uneasy with this floating status, like an untethered balloon at the mercy of the wind. "Kieran, do you hear me?" Killian attempted to contact his cousin. As kids, they had enjoyed games and frequently practiced supernatural arts in the hidden cave of Scotland. As adults, they shared new discoveries and information whenever possible. If there was anyone who could help him now in this room, Killian couldn't think of anyone better than Kieran. Kieran's head snapped up, his eyes wild with unspoken understanding. He nodded solemnly in agreement. "Keep my body unconscious," Killian pleaded with his cousin, desperate to make the most of this bizarre state. "I need to explore what else I can do as a spirit." "All right, everyone." Kieran stepped to the center of the living room. "Quinn, Finn, Nina." He gestured toward Killian's body lying on the sofa. "He's going to be all right like this. But we need to sedate him because I and Nina need to go to the city lab for the antidote. We don't want him to wake before we're back." "Are you sure?" Quinn asked, her voice laced with worry. "Trust me," Kieran answered firmly. "This is for the best." Finn nodded, his concern for Killian evident in his furrowed brow. Relieved, Killian's spirit experimented with his newfound abilities, finding that he could move through walls and float effortlessly. The world around him seemed to take on an ethereal quality, colors blending and blurring together. Despite the beauty of this ghostly realm, a sense of urgency gnawed at him, driving him to understand his powers and return to his body. He trailed behind Kieran and Nina as they drove into the city to utilize one of his laboratories to synthesize an antidote for him. Killian was in far too much pain before to have a chance to tell Kieran that he agreed with his solution for his condition. It had to be two-pronged. He needed to rid himself of the poison inside and rescue and heal his wolf spirit before being able to take the wolf back into his body. At the back seat of the car, Damien laid out, sleeping in his wolf form. Since being turned, Damien had taken such pleasure in his wolf form that he hardly ever took on his human body. But now, as Killian thought about it, he suspected the wolf was so attached to Nina that he didn't want to leave her. Nina adored animals. It was easy for her to let Damien sleep in her bed as a wolf, but it would take longer for him to get close to Nina as a man. "Clever son of a bitch," Killian thought. In no time at all, they arrived at the inner city laboratory, and Nina quickly fired up the system. Kieran showed his expertise as he started the simulation of the antidote formula. Developing medicines and weapons which spanned various worlds fed Kieran's passion. He'd been doing this for many years, and judging by Nina's wide eyes, there was much she had yet to learn. "Focus," Killian told himself, concentrating on moving objects with his mind. He managed to levitate a lab tray, his heart racing with excitement. "Good progress," he thought, determination fueling him. "Now, let's see what else I can do." Meanwhile, Kieran worked tirelessly at the simulations. "Almost there," Kieran muttered. "Time is ticking," Killian's spirit reminded himself, feeling an inexplicable pull toward action. "I must be ready when they need me." Nina's nimble fingers moved with practiced precision as she prepared the necessary ingredients Kieran asked. Killian's spirit hovered nearby, unable to tear himself away from the fascinating display of science and magic interwoven before him. It was a world he had never truly understood, but now found himself appreciating the intricacies of this delicate process. His heart ached with gratitude for the tireless efforts of Kieran and Nina, though he wished there was more he could do to help. "Are you sure about this combination?" Nina asked, holding up a vial of shimmering liquid. "Positive," Kieran confirmed. his brow furrowing in concentration. "It will neutralize the poison and stimulate healing." Nina nodded, pouring the substance into a larger mixture with a practiced hand. The air in the lab seemed to crackle with energy as the two components reacted, a brilliant light emanating from the concoction. As Killian watched, he couldn't help but marvel at the lengths they were going to for him. The urgency of their movements and the intensity of their focus fueled his own determination to understand the full extent of his current abilities. He knew that he would need every advantage possible in order to protect those he cared about, especially Ivy. "Almost there," Nina whispered, her gaze locked on the antidote as it bubbled before them. "Keep going," Killian silently urged them, his spirit form quivering with anticipation. He longed to be reunited with his body, to feel the strength of his limbs and the reassuring presence of his pack. But for now, he would have to rely on Sharon and Nina, trusting in their combined expertise to save him from the insidious poison coursing through his veins. With each passing second, the pressure mounted, the air thick with tension and expectation. And as Kieran and Nina pushed themselves to the brink of exhaustion, Killian's spirit resolved to do the same, determined to harness the power within him and bring an end to the darkness threatening to consume them all. The lab was a whirlwind of activity, with Nina and Kieran working tirelessly on the antidote. Killian's spirit floated nearby, his ethereal form flickering like a candle in the wind as he observed their progress. The tension in the room was palpable, but it was not the only thing that made him uneasy. At first, they were barely noticeable, dark, shifting shadows lurking at the edges of the room. But as Killian focused on them, he could see that these shadows had substance and intent. They seemed to be watching Kieran and Nina, waiting for something. Killian felt a cold shiver run through his spirit form, an instinctual warning that they were not alone. "Who are you?" Killian demanded, his voice echoing like a whisper in the wind. The shadows remained silent, continuing to observe the two workers. The spirit could not let this potential threat go unchecked. With a surge of determination, Killian reached out to grab one of the shadows, his spirit fingers closing around its smoky essence. He pulled the shadow closer, feeling its resistance as it tried to escape his grasp. "Answer me," Killian snarled, tightening his hold on the struggling creature. "What do you want?" The captured shadow writhed in Killian's grip, its form twisting and contorting as if trying to slip through his fingers. Suddenly it seemed to realize the futility of its efforts and went still. "Fine," it hissed, its voice a low guttural growl. "We're just here to watch. Our master wants to know what you're up to." "Your master?" Killian's eyes narrowed, his suspicion growing. "Who is your master, and why are they interested in us?" "Can't say," the shadow replied, its form quivering as if afraid. "But we don't mean you any harm. We're just observers, really." "Observers who lurk in the shadows and spy on people?" Killian retorted, his anger flaring. He gave the shadow a shake, causing it to yelp in pain. "You expect me to believe that?" "Look," the shadow admitted, its voice trembling. "We don't have any power or information. We were just sent here by our master. That's all I can tell you." "Pathetic," Killian spat, disgusted by the creature's cowardice. He glanced over at Kieran and Nina, who remained oblivious to the confrontation between spirit and shadow. He couldn't afford to distract them from their work, but he needed to find a way to communicate the danger they might be in. "Listen to me," Killian growled, turning back to the captured shadow. "Tell your master that if they want to know what we're up to, they can come ask us themselves. If I see any of you spying on my friends again, I won't hesitate to tear you apart. Understood?" "Yes," the shadow stammered, its form quaking with fear. "I'll tell the others. Please just let me go. Master seeks a woman with balancing power across realms. Obviously, she's not here. I won't ever bother you and your friends again." Killian's grip on the shadow tightened as he pressed it for answers. "Who is the woman your master seeks? What does he want her for? Her name is... Tell me. Ah, Ivy. Yes, her name is Ivy. The shadow rasped, its form quivering in fear. The master wants her for some ritual at the crossroad in the woods. Worry knotted in Killian's stomach. He couldn't fathom what the mysterious master would want with Ivy, but he knew it couldn't be good. He needed to share this information with Kieran and Nina, and quickly. "Get out of my sight!" Killian snarled, releasing the shadow from his grasp. It scurried away, disappearing into the shadows as if it had never existed. Killian turned his attention back to Kieran and Nina, who were deeply engrossed in their work. He needed to get through to them, especially Kieran, as he was the only one Killian could communicate with, albeit inconsistently. "Focus," Killian whispered, concentrating on Kieran's mind. "Kieran, listen to me." Kieran paused, his hand hovering over a vial of dark purple liquid. His eyes narrowed, and Killian knew he had successfully gotten through to him. "Killian?" Kieran murmured under his breath, trying not to alert Nina to their conversation. "Something's happening," Killian said urgently. "There's someone after Ivy, a powerful player hunting demons at the crossroad in the woods." Kieran's eyes widened, and he exchanged a worried glance with Nina. "What are they planning?" "They're searching for a female with balancing power across realms. I think Ivy might be their target." Killian's voice shook with concern, and he felt a surge of protectiveness course through him. "Shit," Kieran muttered, his expression darkening. "We need to finish the antidote and get to Ivy as soon as possible." "Wait, what's going on?" Nina asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Killian's spirit is here," Kieran explained tersely, his gaze never leaving Nina's. "He says there's a powerful force after Ivy, and we need to move quickly." Nina nodded. "Let's finish the antidote." As Kieran and Nina resumed their work with renewed urgency, Killian couldn't help but feel helpless. He was a spirit, unable to directly aid in the creation of the antidote or protect Ivy from the imminent danger she faced. All he could do was watch and pray that they would succeed. He couldn't do this. He couldn't wait. He needed to go to her. As Killian's spirit soared through the air, racing towards the woods, he couldn't help but feel a strange mix of exhilaration and terror. The world around him seemed to blur together as he flew, trees and buildings whizzing past like hazy memories. His heart pounded in his chest, or at least it felt like it did, even though he no longer had one. It was a bizarre sensation, one that left him feeling both alive and disconnected at the same time. "Focus, Killian," he told himself, trying to push away the nagging doubts and fears that threatened to consume him. "You have a job to do. Protect Ivy at all costs." As he neared the edge of the woods, Killian's spirit slowed, taking a moment to gather himself before venturing further. He could sense the dark energy emanating from the trees, a foreboding presence that sent shivers down his ethereal spine. He hesitated for a moment, acutely aware of just how vulnerable he was in this form, but the thought of Ivy in danger spurred him on. "Come on, Killian," he whispered to himself, steeling his resolve. "You've faced worse than this before." He plunged into the woods, his spirit weaving through the dense foliage as he searched for any sign of Ivy. The air around him felt heavy and oppressive, the shadows lurking just beyond his vision, seeming to watch his every move. He could hear the faintest whispers on the wind, voices that seemed to taunt and mock him as he sped through the undergrowth. "Where are you, Ivy?" he thought desperately, his heart, or what remained of it, aching with worry. "Please be safe. Please be strong." The deeper he ventured into the woods, the more intense his emotions became. Fear and concern warred within him, mingling with an overwhelming sense of determination. He would not let anything happen to Ivy, no matter the cost. It was a promise he had made to himself a while ago, one that he intended to keep. With a final burst of speed, Killian's spirit raced onward, his thoughts focused solely on Ivy and the danger she faced. No matter what lay ahead, he would not waver. He would find her, protect her, and see her safe. Chapter 11. The evening sky was painted with hues of deep purple and navy blue as Kieran, Nina, and Damien arrived at the high-tech chemical private lab. Nestled in the outskirts of Melbourne City, it was a secret haven known to very few within the LeBlanc conglomerate. Damien, in his wolf form, padded silently beside them, his golden eyes alert and watchful. All right, just to recap, we have the formula, so no more simulations are needed. My lab system is 20 times faster than Killian's. We need to get in and out fast. If anything happens, you'll take off and I'll stay put. Right, Nina? Yep, got it, Ciaran whispered, his voice tense and urgent. My side of the family must not know I'm helping Killian. His eyes flicked toward Nina, who nodded knowingly. I've done my research, Ciaran. I'm aware you have visited our systems. A faint smile played on Kieran's lips, indicating he was aware of her prior hacking into his systems. Well, it was urgent. Understood. All right, let's do this, said Kieran, his gaze fixed on the lone security guard. With a nod to Damien, the wolf began to growl and howl, creating a ruckus that caught the guard's attention. As the guard approached the source of the commotion, Kieran swiftly moved behind him, wrapping an arm around the man's neck and rendering him unconscious. He lowered the limp body to the ground, careful not to make a sound. Excellent work, Nina praised quietly, entering the lab with Kieran and Damien following closely behind. The lab was a marvel of modern technology mixed with ancient alchemical practices. Glass beakers and burners sat beside intricately carved wooden tables adorned with mystical symbols. High-capacity computers hummed softly in the background, their screens glowing with complex data and simulations. Get the system ready, but don't use my credentials, Ciaran instructed as he led Nina to one of the many computer stations. We need the machine to work without a trace. Consider it done, Nina replied, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she hacked into Kieran's own systems. Ciaran was sure she was careful not to leave any digital breadcrumbs behind. Kieran moved to a hidden safe tucked away in a corner, his mind racing with thoughts of Killian and the dire situation they were in. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Killian's life depended on it. As he spun the dial of the safe, he could hear the faint clicks of the tumblers falling into place. The door creaked open, revealing the rare formula, the last hope for his beloved cousin. His heart raced as he carefully retrieved it, fully aware of the consequences should he fail. Within 10 minutes, the systems hummed along nicely. Damien, his fur bristling and ears perked, paced around the lab. Sit, Damien, Nina mumbled. You're making me dizzy. He sniffled before letting out a soft growl. Yes, I know you're hungry. I'll get to it as soon as I'm done with this, all right? Okay, Kieran breathed, sweat forming on his brow as he carefully measured out the formula. Now we just need to add the venom sample. As he spoke, his mind was assaulted by vivid memories of Juliet, the past colliding with the present like a tidal wave. Her flaming red hair cascaded around her shoulders as she laughed at one of his jokes, the sound like music to his ears. Her green eyes sparkled with mischief, and her Irish accent thickened when she became excited about their research, discussing the elusive formula they'd been working on together. Remember, love, she whispered, leaning in close so he could feel the warmth of her breath. The secret is in the blood. The memory of her touch sent shivers down his spine, threatening to consume him. He forced himself to focus, shaking off the clinging memories of his late love. He had to remain sharp. Killian's life depended on him. Everything all right? Nina asked, concern etched on her face. Fine, he replied curtly, setting aside the vial of venom. Just memories. Understandable. Let's finish this for Killian, she encouraged, her voice steady and determined. Ciaran nodded, his hands trembling slightly as he combined the venom with the formula. Despite his efforts to push the memories away, they seeped into his thoughts like poison. Juliet's laughter echoed in his ears, her words haunting him as he worked. Almost there, Nina said, tapping away at the computer, simulating the final reaction of the antidote. Just a few more steps. Good, Kieran replied, his voice strained as he tried to focus on the task at hand, fighting back the torrent of emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Something's wrong, Nina frowned. Damien suddenly growled, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for an unseen enemy. What is it? Ciaran asked, his heart pounding with sudden fear. There's something here Damien doesn't like. Let's finish the antidote quickly, Nina urged. I'll keep an eye out for whatever Damien senses. With renewed urgency, Kieran focused on completing the life-saving potion, doing his best to ignore the oppressive feeling that they were no longer alone in the lab. Juliet's memory still flickered at the edge of his consciousness, but he knew he had to set her aside for now. Kieran's chest tightened, the air heavy and suffocating as his vision blurred at the edges. He felt as though he were drowning, submerged in a sea of memories that threatened to pull him under. His heart raced, pounding like a drum against his ribs, and he fought for breath as Juliet's presence enveloped him. "Please, Kieran," Juliet whispered, her voice echoing from the depths of his mind. Her green eyes, filled with desperation and longing, pleaded with him. "I need your blood to complete our work, our legacy." The desire to give in to her, to help her and provide her with what she needed, was so strong that it consumed him. His love for her still burned with an intensity that left him raw and vulnerable, despite the years that had passed since her death. He could almost feel her warmth against his skin, her fiery red hair tickling his face as she leaned in closer. "Snap out of it, Kieran!" Nina's distant voice called out to him, piercing through the haze that surrounded him. Her words tugged at him, pulling him back toward reality. But the battle between his love for Juliet and his loyalty to Killian raged on within him. "Focus!" Nina barked, more urgently this time. With a gasp, Kieran found himself back in the lab, sprawled on the cold tile floor. The scent of chemicals and sterile metal filled his nostrils. The warmth of Juliet's presence vanished, replaced by the biting chill of the room. "Are you okay?" Nina asked, concern etched on her face as she helped him up. Her hands were firm but gentle as they gripped his arms, steadying him. Yes, he stammered, trying to shake off the lingering effects of the memory. I need to focus on the antidote." "Good," she said, her eyes searching his as if to make sure he was truly present. "We don't have much time." Kieran struggled to concentrate, still haunted by Juliet's memory and the conflicting emotions it stirred within him. He forced himself to turn his attention back to the task at hand, focusing on the rare formula and venom sample before him. His hands trembled ever so slightly as he combined the two substances with practiced precision, using a pipette to carefully measure out the correct proportions. As the formula and venom merged in the small glass vial, they began to react, forming a swirling, iridescent liquid that seemed to glow from within. "We're almost there. If the antidote works, it will neutralize the venom and the liquid will turn white. Once we have proof that the formula worked, we can extract the antidote. So if you could watch the tester closely, I'll be at the main station. Let me know as soon as this turns white." Kieran murmured quietly, barely audible even to himself. "I'm on it," Nina replied softly. Kieran retuned to the main computer, the blaring of the lab's security system. Panic gripped his chest as he looked around wildly, trying to pinpoint the source of the intrusion. On a monitor near Nina, he saw the shadowy figures moving stealthily down the sterile white hallway, their faces obscured by darkness. "Damn it!" Kieran cursed under his breath. "We've got company!" Nina's eyes widened as she followed his gaze to the screen. "How did they find us?" she hissed, her voice barely a whisper. "Doesn't matter now," Kieran replied grimly. "We need to protect the antidote and ourselves." His mind raced, calculating the best course of action. "Damien, we're under attack!" he called out to the young wolf, who had been sensing this attack earlier. Damien instantly picked up on the urgency in Chiron's voice and shifted into a defensive stance, his hackles raised and teeth bared, ready to defend them at all costs. "Stay with the antidote, Nina," Chiron ordered, his voice taut with tension. "I'll hold them off as long as I can." As the attackers neared the lab, Chiron felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins, replacing the lingering effects of Juliet's phantom presence. He moved with swift, lethal grace, positioning himself between the intruders and the antidote. "Come on, you bastards," he muttered under his breath, a dark promise in his voice. The door to the lab burst open, revealing a group of menacing figures dressed in black, their faces concealed behind masks. Despite the fear gnawing at his insides, Chiron stood his ground, his body tense and ready for battle. "Leave now and we won't harm you," one of the attackers warned, their voice distorted by a voice changer. "Like hell," Chiron spat back. "You want this antidote? You'll have to go through me first." As the attackers lunged forward, Chiron met them with a fierce, unrelenting ferocity. His every movement was calculated, precise, and deadly. He fought with the skill of a warrior, his instincts honed from years of experience and training, using technology and resources desirable from both human and supernatural worlds. With a snarl, he landed a vicious blow on one of the attackers, sending them crashing into a nearby table. "Stay back, Nina!" he shouted, his voice strained from the effort of keeping the enemies at bay. "Keep watching the tester. Damien, guard Nina's back." And so, amidst the chaos and fury of their desperate struggle, Chiron put all his might into shoving the assailants out of the lab and hastily barricaded the door. He heard them draw weapons, aiming shots at the lock. If this was one of their London labs, he could have kicked back with a glass of red wine and simply watched it unfold. But this was just a small regional lab. He knew the door wouldn't hold for long. "Anything, Nina?" he called out to her, his eyes still locked on the antidote formula displayed on the sleek computer screen. The lab was a cacophony of beeping machines, bubbling test tubes, and the eerie hum of ancient alchemy equipment that seemed out of place in such a high-tech facility. Nina's voice rang out, strong yet tinged with panic. "We've got it, Chiron. It's white. Now." With a final flourish, Chiron drew the antidote from its vial, carefully combining it with a sample of Killian's simulated blood. The resulting mixture glowed an eerie shade of crimson, pulsating with an almost unnatural energy. Just as he finished, the lab door began to falter, its strength ebbing away like sand through the fingers. The attackers surged forward, their movements frantic and desperate. "Got it," Chiron said, clutching the antidote tightly in his hand. But as he turned to face the encroaching assailants, one of them lunged straight for him, or rather, for the vial containing the precious potion. He yanks the vial out of Chiron's hand. With a cold, calculated precision that belied the turmoil raging within him, Chiron raised his gun and fired a single shot. The attacker crumpled to the ground, dead before he hit the floor. The antidote tube slipped from his lifeless fingers, shattering upon impact and spilling its contents across the gleaming laboratory top. "Damn it!" Chiron swore, rage and frustration boiling within him. Ignoring the other enemies closing in on them, he watched with a mix of horror and fascination as they scrambled to scoop up the spilled antidote, their eyes glazed over as if hypnotized by the potion. And then it hit him. They weren't after the antidote. They were after Killian's blood, the blood he voluntarily given. "Get away from it!" Chiron roared, turning his fury on the remaining attackers. There were about 6 of them now, all looked like they were being possessed. Chiron frowned. They were being possessed. Even if he executed them one by one, they couldn't care less. These mercenaries have already been dead. What in front of him was a corpse. "Finish them, Damien!" The eager wolf paused for a brief moment, anticipating the order. With an animalistic ferocity, he lunged at the men, his wolf form a blur of fur and power as he launched himself at the remaining intruders. His teeth tore through flesh and bone, the ferocity of his attack fueled by loyalty to Killian and the knowledge of what was at stake. As the last of the intruders fell, Kieran stood amidst the carnage, his chest heaving with adrenaline and exhaustion. The shattered remnants of the antidote lay scattered around him, a cruel reminder of all that had been lost. Kieran scanned the room, his eyes flickering from the carnage to the remnants of the antidote. His thoughts raced, trying to piece together the puzzle that had just shattered before them. The attackers were after Killian's blood, but why? And what did Juliet had to do with it? Then he understood. The demon venom was the catalyst of craving. Whoever or whatever poisoned these assailants with the venom then provided them a sample of Killian's blood and compelled them to collect it as if their lives depended on it. Killian had declared before that, however much they drained his blood, he would never give it to them freely. And without his blessing, the blood was worthless. But it was exactly this blood in the laboratory Killian had willingly provided. That was why they perused it so desperately. Kieran sighed. The venom had revived his memories of Juliet, making her the most desirable subject in his subliminal mind. That had been a mistake on his part. Though he still held questions for her, unresolved matters left in the past, he could not allow himself to be haunted by it forever. As Kieran stood amidst the destruction and chaos in the lab, he knew that this was just the beginning. The battle for Killian's blood and the future of the LeBlanc family had only just begun, and it was a war they could not afford to lose. Chapter 12. Killian's spirit dashed through the woods, gliding effortlessly over fallen logs and twisting roots. The world around him took on an otherworldly quality. The colors muted and shadows stretched unnaturally long. He could feel the presence of darker beings lurking just outside his vision, but he pushed the fear aside, focusing instead on finding Ivy. "Where are you?" he whispered, his voice barely audible as it carried on the wind. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, each clearing and grove blending together until he felt as though he was chasing shadows. "Damn it!" Killian's frustration boiled over as he stopped abruptly, scanning the area for any sign of Ivy or the powerful player hunting demons. He knew that if he didn't find her soon, the consequences could be dire. A sudden rustling in the underbrush caught his attention. His spirit form raced towards the sound. A shiver coursed through Killian's spine as the familiar yet distant sensation of Ivy's distress clawed at his consciousness. He had never felt anything like it before. A direct connection, a bridge between their souls that seemed to defy the boundaries of reality. The urgency in his chest grew more intense with each passing moment, urging him to act. The woods were eerily quiet as Killian arrived, save for the ominous rustling of leaves and the steady drip of rainwater from the branches above. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting haunting shadows on the damp earth below. In the heart of this surreal scene, Ivy sat huddled on the ground, her back against a gnarled oak tree, clutching a parchment in her trembling hands. "Killian," she sobbed, her eyes wide with fear and desperation as she met his gaze. "I didn't know what else to do. I thought it would help us." "What do you mean by helping us?" Killian knelt down beside her, his voice barely above a whisper. It was then that he realized they were communicating with one another. He knew he existed solely in his spirit form. That meant they were both occupying the same plane of consciousness. "This," she stammered, unfurling the parchment to reveal the intricate symbols and dark ink that marred its surface. "I signed a contract with something powerful, Killian. Something dark. It promised me the power to protect you, to protect our family. But now I think it might destroy us instead." "Let me see." Killian took the parchment from her, studying the twisted script that seemed to writhe and dance beneath his gaze. A chill swept over him as he recognized the ancient language of the gods, a language he had only encountered in the oldest, most dangerous of texts. This was no mere spell or incantation. It was a contract forged in blood and shadow, binding Ivy to a force far more sinister than she could have imagined. "Ivy," Killian said softly, his voice heavy with concern as he looked into her tear-filled eyes. "We need to find a way to break this contract before it's too late." "Can we do that?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. I didn't realize what I was getting myself into, Killian. I just wanted to help. I didn't want to hurt anyone, I swear." "Shh, it's okay." Killian reached for Ivy's hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "We'll figure something out, together. But first, we need to get out of here. We don't know what kind of forces may be watching us right now." "No, you don't understand, Killian. I signed up with something really dark. It can't be undone, Killian." He wrapped his arms around her trembling form. "Ivy, listen to me. I've done things that you can't even imagine. The most you could do here is to agree to something you haven't done. But whatever it is that you signed up for, I will stand by you. We'll face this together and we will find a way out. I sealed the deal with my blood, Killian. There's no getting out of this now." As they stood there, locked in their intimate connection, Killian racked his brain for a solution to their dire predicament. And then it hit him. A memory from his studies with the Kinneton Pack, a lesson about contracts forged in blood. "Wait." Killian pulled back slightly, his expression hopeful. "I remember reading about blood contracts. There's often a cooling-off period, a short window of time during which the agreement can be nullified without penalty. If we act quickly enough, we might be able to undo all of this." "Can we really?" Ivy asked, her eyes wide with hope. "How do we do it?" "Let me see the parchment," Killian said, holding out his hand. As Ivy passed him the crumpled paper, he scanned its contents, searching for any indication of a loophole or escape clause. "Here!" He pointed to a passage near the bottom of the page. "It says that within 3 days of signing, the contract can be rendered void if both parties agree to its dissolution. We just need to find a way to communicate our intentions to the dark force you made the deal with." "All right," Ivy nodded. "Let's break it." Together, Killian and Ivy knelt on the damp forest floor, their hands clasped together over the parchment. Focusing all his energy on the task at hand, Killian spoke the ancient incantation he had read in the text. "By the power invested in us, we hereby declare our intention to dissolve this agreement, to sever all ties, and nullify any claims upon our souls." As the final syllable left his lips, the air around them crackled with electricity, and a swirling vortex of wind whipped through the clearing. The parchment in their hands ignited in a burst of blue flame, disintegrating before their very eyes. "Did it work?" Ivy asked, blinking against the gusts that threatened to blind her. "Only time will tell," Killian replied, his gaze locked onto the spot where the contract had once been. "But for now, let's get the hell out of here." Before they could take their first step, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, sending chills down Killian's spine. He felt compelled to step in front of Ivy to protect her, but was unsurprised by her strength when she stepped up and stood tall beside him. "Stay close to me, Ivy." "Likewise, Killian." He could sense a powerful presence approaching, and every instinct screamed at him to prepare for a fight. And then a formidable and enigmatic goddess materialized from the shadows, cloaked in a regal purple gown. Her exotic amethyst eyes glowed with an intense power that chilled their souls to the core. An ethereal aura seemed to linger around her as she stood majestically, her eyes ablaze and hair cascading down like a waterfall of gold. Her voice was deep and resonating. It echoed in the air like an ancient queen's rhetoric. "Do you think you can break a contract with the divine?" she boomed in authority. "Who are you? Where's Larissa?" Ivy asked. The woman's gaze fell on Ivy and lingered. Her expression softened, and Killian saw a hint of recognition in her eyes. He felt like he was witnessing something simultaneously familiar and foreign that seemed to linger in the air between them. I asked her to guide you on the right path, and she failed. In my home, that is a grave offense. Ivy's voice cracks with emotion as her accusing words slice through the tense air that surrounds them. You killed her? She demands, her tone rising to a shrill pitch. Her fingers shake with barely suppressed fury, and the look in her eyes is like that of a predator, readying to pounce on its prey. The woman stepped closer, and Killian could feel the heat emanating from her body. The woman's eyes were narrowed, and her jaw was clenched so tight that a muscle in her cheek twitched uncontrollably. The tension between them was almost tangible. He shielded Ivy behind him. Please keep your distance from Ivy. The woman immediately backed away as soon as Killian moved toward her. She glared at him. You have no authority over me, Wolf. I have no intention of imposing my power over you or interfering with your world. I don't even know who you are or what it is that you want from us. Her expression softened slightly. Her gaze returned to Ivy. I've come here to see you with my own eyes. Larissa attempted to become my high priestess. She did find you, yet she failed in guiding you to where I intended for you to be. Though a misstep, I shall not sentence her to death nor reward her by bestowing the position she so desires. Ivy spoke softly. You are a goddess. My name is Celine. Her eyes bore into Ivy's face as if trying to read it. What I am is not important. At least, not now. Killian stepped forward and blocked the woman from Ivy. I told you to stay back. She regarded him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You're fiercely protective of her. It's quite natural for a wolf like yourself. I'm not your enemy, at least not yet. However, if you attempt to impede me, then we'll become antagonists in no time. I don't want to be your adversary either, but you know our type. If you harm one of mine, then it will be war between us. Celine smirked. Well, now that is interesting. Since when did she become yours, Killian? I'm no one's possession, Ivy said firmly, and I have voided the contract with you. Killian wasn't sure if Celine could read his mind, but time was of the essence, and he had no other choice than to bluff. Celine, Ivy's is bound by the powers of the Trinity Witness. You can't take her. For a beat, it felt like the air around them held still as the divine being slowly turned, gazing at him with her piercing eyes. You have no idea what you have gotten yourself into, Killian. I won't take Ivy now, because one day she will come to me. You know my name now. However, I would not want us to meet again too soon, for when you next see me, it shall be in death. And with a flash of light, she vanished into thin air, leaving behind an eerie silence. As the reality of what had just transpired settled in, Killian's mind raced with questions. What did Celine want with his pack? What was her connection to the Trinity Witness? And how could he protect Ivy and the shapeshifters from her sinister plans? Killian, Ivy whispered, how am I bound to the Trinity Witness? I have no fucking clue, Ivy. Suddenly, a blast of light hit him. He was pulled up in the air, hovering in his spirit form. On the ground, Ivy lay unconscious, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. Her face was ashen, her fiery hair a stark contrast against the damp forest floor. There she is, Finn's voice rang out through the clearing, his eyes filled with concern as he caught sight of Ivy on the ground. He rushed to her side, kneeling down to gently cradle her in his arms. A goddess was just here. Killian realized Finn couldn't see him at all, let alone hearing him. As he watched them, Killian felt an overwhelming urge to comfort Ivy, to let her know that he was still there for her, despite the distance between their realities. His spirit hand reached out towards her, only for it to pass right through her, leaving him feeling more helpless than ever before. Finn carefully lifted Ivy into his arms to take her home. With that, Finn disappeared into the shadows of the trees, leaving Killian's spirit alone in the clearing. The once familiar surroundings now seemed alien, tainted by the knowledge that this place was more than just a simple forest. The air hummed with energy, the ground pulsing beneath him as if alive with ancient power. An entrance to another realm, Killian realized, a shiver running down his spine. Right here, in the place where I spent so many years of my life. How could I have been so blind? As he contemplated the implications of this newfound knowledge, Celine's sinister smile haunted him, her intentions toward Ivy and his family still a mystery. With thoughts of Ivy, the Trinity witness, and the Alpha challenge ahead weighing heavily on his mind, Killian's spirit returned to the sanctuary. Back at the sanctuary, Kieran and Nina trudged through the grand entrance, their shoulders slumped and expressions drawn. "We don't have the antidote," Nina muttered, her voice filled with frustration. Kieran ran a hand through his dark hair and said nothing. Killian knew his cunning cousin had gotten a plan for the next move, but he wasn't the type to discuss his plan too early with anyone. In that moment, a sudden jolt of energy surged through Killian's spirit, pulling him back towards his physical body. The sensation was overwhelming, like being sucked through a vortex at breakneck speed. He could feel Ivy's presence slipping away from him, their shared plane of consciousness dissolving into the ether. "Wait!" he cried out, but his voice was swallowed up by the darkness enveloping him. Killian slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on the sagging sofa in the dingy living room at the sanctuary. Every part of his body ached, as if he had been thrown around in a wrestling match and taken every fall. He looked up to see Kieran's worried face hovering above him. Killian felt like he should know what was going on, but the fog seemed to linger in his head, making it hard for him to focus or process anything. He licked his dry lips before finally croaking out one word. "What happened?" Chapter 13. Ivy gazed at the night sky, her forehead against the window of Killian's car as they re-entered the city. She had no memory of what happened in Kinneton. All she remembered was running into the woods, desperately searching for a way to quell the agony tearing through Killian. Suddenly, she found herself lying on a couch with him next to her. Her mind raced with questions as to how he seemed so well now, yet the poison remained dormant within him and could awaken at any moment. Quinn sat at the back seat. She said nothing during the trip, but Ivy knew the mother was going through storms of emotions regarding Killian's situation. The automatic door slid open as soon as his car approached his mansion. Ivy had been here before as a guest, but oddly this time, it felt like coming home. As they stepped into the grand living room, Killian said, "Please make yourself at home." The room was awash with warmth and modern luxury. The walls were painted a soft cream and adorned with chic black frames. A plush cream rug ran across the hardwood floor, leading to a cozy seating area, outlined by oversized couches and stylish armchairs. An impressive contemporary chandelier illuminated the room from above. She watched as Killian closed the door behind them, sealing out the cold night air and the dangers that lurked beyond. "Mother, your room is ready upstairs." Killian wrapped his arms around his mother's waist, leading her to her room. Quinn had been here before, though in a much different mental state. Without the energy of her tiger within her, she had been languishing for years, oblivious to her surroundings. Killian was well aware of that and was carefully guiding his mother back to her present reality, one step at a time. Ivy settled in, taking a sip of her glass of water. She nestled into the soft sofa between two cushions and sighed in contentment. In no time, Killian had returned with 2 glasses of red wine in his hands. "I took the liberty of choosing the wine." She chuckled. "I'm a beer kind of girl, but given what we had been through, wine is a good choice." He gave her the wine and sat down next to her. His striking blue eyes filled with a mixture of mysterious, unreadable emotions. Although Ivy knew she wasn't great at reading people's emotions. "Ivy, why don't you stay here while we figure things out? We can protect each other better if we're together. Is this your best version of stay the night with me?" Sure. A relieved smile spread across his chiseled features, and Ivy couldn't help but return it. In that moment, something shifted between them, an unspoken agreement that they would face the darkness together. And as they sat there, bathed in the golden glow of the living room light, Ivy knew that they would find a way to overcome whatever challenges lay ahead. Together. Before either of them could say more, the door opened again, admitting Kieran into the room. His gaze swept over the pair, taking in their closeness, before he favored them with a wry smile. "Good to see you both made it here safely," he said, his voice laced with concern but also a hint of amusement. "Though I must admit, I'm not surprised." Killian smirked and took a sip of his wine. "Did I miss the part that you took residence in my house, Kieran?" "Your security is primitive, Killian. I can enter without needing a key." "Intruder," Killian joked. "Slop," Kieran retorted. Ivy glanced between them before asking, "Is there something we should know, Kieran?" "Indeed," he replied, his expression turning serious. "I believe the attack on our family is about to come down heavily. We need to prepare." Killian's expression turned grave. "Is this a threat beyond my pack? Does it involve both sides of our family?" "I'm afraid so, but we need to gather more information before we can figure out how best to handle it." Kieran nodded resolutely. "I'm heading to Sydney to gather resources. While I'm gone, I need you two to stay put. We don't want to stir up trouble or cause any unnecessary commotion." "Stay put?" Ivy echoed. "But shouldn't we be doing something to help?" "Trust me," Kieran insisted, his eyes locking onto Ivy's with an intensity that demanded her attention. "You have already done more than enough." "Very well," Ivy conceded, her instincts telling her that arguing with Kieran would be fruitless. "But promise us you'll be careful." "Always," he assured them, a small smile playing on his lips. "Take care of each other." He rose. "Well, I think he should pay you more, Ivy, or else I'll take you to the LeBlanc's London headquarters." "Thank you for the offer, Siren. I'll keep that in mind just in case he doesn't treat me well." "If you don't leave right now, Siren," Killian warned with a faint chuckle, "I'll have to break off our relationship." Siren winked, and with that he left the house, leaving Ivy and Killian alone once more. As the door shut firmly behind him, Ivy turned to face Killian. "So, how do you plan to treat me better this time?" She traced her fingers along the base of his neck and found a sensitive spot. He purred softly, tilting his head into her hand. When she touched him behind his ear, he let out an audible low growl. The vibration reverberated through his body into hers until she was trembling. But before she could venture any deeper, the intercom proclaimed that Nina had arrived. "Open the door!" Killian bellowed a command. The sound of the front door opening, and she turned to see Nina and a large wolf padding into the living room. "Hey," Nina kissed Killian on the cheek, then embraced her. "I'll be fast. Snuggleworth is still in the car. He's relishing his cot way too much." Hadn't he ever had a cot before? Ivy smiled. She hadn't told Nina that Snuggleworth was stuck at an airport with the djinn for more than 20 years, so having a cot wouldn't be on his list of desires. "I can see Damien doesn't want to be away from you." "I feed him well," Nina replied, then grinned. "I think he'll want more than food from you." She winked at Nina. "Very funny," Nina retorted, rolling her eyes. Damien nudged Nina's hand with his cold, wet nose, eliciting a soft laugh from her. She ruffled his fur affectionately before turning back to Ivy. "Here you go. Uncle Finn said you left this at the sanctuary," Nina stated, placing a 10-inch black feather on the table. "He thought it important enough that it was with you when he found you in the woods," she elucidated. Ivy stared at the feather, unsure of its purpose. She decided to keep it anyway. "All right, I'll hang on to it then." Nina smiled. "So what's the plan now?" "Right now, we're staying put until Kieran returns from Sydney," Ivy explained. "Sounds like a plan, then," Nina said, looking down at Damien. "Can I take him to my house? We can keep each other company, right, buddy?" "Of course you can, Nina," Killian said. The wolf wagged his tail in response, clearly delighted by the idea. Before you go, Quinn interjected, appearing from the hallway with a small charm in her hand. Take this, Nina. It was given to me by someone very important, and I want you to have it for protection. Thank you, Quinn, Nina said, her eyes widening in surprise as she accepted the charm. I promise I'll keep it on me at all times. Good, Quinn replied with a soft smile, touching Nina's cheek gently before stepping back. As Nina settled the charm around her neck and prepared to leave, Take care, Nina, Ivy whispered, pulling Nina into a tight embrace, feeling the steady beat of her heart against her own. Always, Nina promised, her voice muffled by Ivy's shoulder. You too, okay? With a final wave, Nina opened the door, Damien following her out like an oversized shadow. Quinn smiled at them. I'm exhausted. I'm heading off to bed now. I'll see you tomorrow. Killian kissed his mother goodnight and saw her off to the hallway. Ivy settled back in the cushions of the sofa, her glass of wine in hand as she waited for him to return. At last, could it be we finally have some peace? He chuckled, hefting his glass of wine. Indeed, unless you have another surprise relative coming out of the woodworks that we don't know about. Killian, Ivy began, her voice barely above a whisper. I just wanted to say that I'm really glad you invited me to stay here with you. Me too, he admitted, his eyes locked onto hers, revealing a vulnerability she'd never seen before. I've been feeling relieved since we arrived here. Not having the wolf inside me constantly, it's given me some peace. And your presence makes this house feel more like a home. Her heart skipped a beat at his confession. I'm falling for you, Killian, but I know that in a few days when you're back with your wolf and your duty, romance between us will be impossible. Her hands trembled as she spoke the truth they both feared, and for that, whatever we are feeling right now is foolish. Perhaps, Killian agreed, lifting a hand to brush a stray lock of hair from her face. But I can't deny what's happening between us. Can you? The air between them suddenly taut with anticipation as he asked his question. Ivy searched his face, looking for any sign of hesitation, but saw none. Instead, she recognized her own feelings reflected in his eyes and slowly shook her head. No, I can't, she admitted. Let's not worry about the future right now. Tonight, we are both free of our obligations. You from your wolf and duty, and me from the mages and demons. Let's make this moment something we can both treasure. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he considered her words. Are you challenging me, Ivy? Maybe, she replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Do you accept? Of course, Killian said, his smile broadening. They put their unfinished wine back on the table. He reached out to pull her into his arms, their bodies fitting together perfectly. His lips met hers in a passionate kiss that seemed to defy the laws of gravity, pulling them closer as if they were the only two people on Earth. She was lost in the sensations their embrace stirred within her, the warmth of his touch and smell of his body, and his earthy wolf scent wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. Time seemed to stand still as they explored each other with gentle caresses and tender kisses. She traced her hands on the contours of his muscular back, feeling the heat of his skin beneath her fingertips as their tongues danced together, exploring and tasting one another. The urgency of their need for each other grew, as if it was a fire fed by an insatiable hunger that could only be sated by their touch. She felt the tension radiating from his body, a testament to the restraint he was employing. She wanted him to let go. This was their moment. Hers, and she wanted all of him, every inch of this 6'6" frame, the mind of an alpha, the heart of a son and partner, and the spirit of a warrior. All hers. Ace, she whispered softly. Do you remember what we did in the between world? I want that again. He enveloped her with a tight hug and asked, Would you like to go to the bedroom? Too far, she replied. No problem. I'm ready to serve anywhere. Gently, he pressed her down onto the couch. She resisted his push. I want to finish what we started before, she said. That means it's my turn now. He began. Are you backing out? She asked, her eyes narrowing. No, He was speechless as she placed her right thumb between his parted lips and cried out in pleasure as he suckled it. She whirled around him, shifting their positions and pushing him down onto the sofa with one swift movement. She couldn't have done it without his assistance, but he didn't show it, allowing her to feel as if she was completely in control. All right, Killian, you don't need to keep playing alpha with me. You don't have to be in charge of everything. She straddled him. She began to trail kisses down his neck, igniting a fire beneath his skin with every touch. Her fingers worked at the buttons on his shirt, revealing the toned muscles underneath. She traced each contour with her fingertips before following the same path with her lips, savoring the taste of his skin. She could feel every fiber in his body quiver, but he was holding back. God, Ivy, Killian breathed. His hands reached up for her shoulders. No, my turn, remember. You're not doing anything until I'm done with you. Ivy, and I'm not done until you let go for me. As the last article of clothing hit the floor, her gaze officially settled on the alpha before her. She breathed out in awe, surveying the magnificent works of art with her eyes. Every chiseled muscle seemed to be crafted by a god. His body rippled and flexed as he moved from her grip. She found herself entranced by his masculine power and grace, every inch of him sculpted beyond perfection. Let me pleasure you, Ivy. I can. She took him in her hand swiftly, making him gasp and stopping his speech. His entire body quivered in anticipation. She stifled a smile, satisfied that he hadn't seen it all yet. She focused her light magic, constructing it in her mind into webbed rushes of delight, spiking waves of electricity, and enveloping her hands with a velvety warmth. With that, she was ready to take him beyond the boundaries of bliss. As she pleasured him with one hand, her free hand reached to the back of his neck, searching for the soft spot she had found before. She rained kisses on his neck, his jawline, and ravished his mouth. His body tensed like a bowstring ready to be released. She stroked, thrust, and pushed until his body vibrated. Again and again. Her magic tenfolded the effect she had on him. He was so close to the edge. Come for me, Killian. I want you to surrender, she demanded. He groaned as his hands slid under her shirt, roaming the upper half of her body. When she quickly undid her belt and discarded her top, his fingers twitched at the sight of her curves. His fingertips traced the upper half of her body with an eagerness she hadn't felt in some time. When she slowly drew her hand lower down his body, back to its original position, a bead of silvery liquid had trickled from his crown. I need to be inside you, Ivy. Hold that thought for next time, Ace. As she brushed the back of his neck again, she pulled him closer and lightly nibbled behind his ear. She whispered, I want you to come for me, Killian. Be mine, heart and soul. I want to see you let go. As he released a soft rumble, she thrust her hand forcefully, licking behind his ear and then sucking at its lobe. He gasped, his body trembled under her touch. Give yourself to me, she whispered in a husky voice, granting him the freedom to surrender, and with one final thrust, she drove him home with an ecstatic pleasure. The floodgates opened, and she watched as the intense orgasm washed over him. She took a moment to admire the strong planes of his handsome face as each muscle relaxed, his striking blue eyes shut tight in post-orgasmic bliss. Even without gazing into their depths, she could feel the sweet sensations linger in the air. She kissed his cheek and enveloped him in her warmth. His body shuddered and quivered violently as he descended from peak of sexual pleasure. She ran her hands over his back, feeling the relaxed muscles that had been tensed moments before. She could stay in this serene atmosphere forever, luxuriating in contentment. But then it only lasted for an instant. Perhaps two, until he stirred in her embrace. Ivy. His voice rumbled against her chest. Are you done with the entree? He shifted his weight, changing position and pressing down on her body. "Didn't you just... How could you..." His hardness pressed urgently against her core, as rigid as steel. He met her gaze with his striking blue eyes. "Are you ready for the main course?" The sight of his powerful body made her insides melt with desire. His sculpted chest and strong arms sent waves of yearning coursing through her veins. She was soaking wet. Unable to contain her rising passion, she exhaled a shaky gasp of pleasure. Yes. In one sweeping movement, he removed every piece of clothing that was covering her body, leaving her exposed before him. He quickly repositioned his body atop her, pressing up to the small of her back so that she was trapped beneath his weight. She tried to catch her breath, but he took it away again with the sensual scent of him. She inhaled the intoxicating aroma, a heady combination of leather and spice that grips her senses, making her felt like a drowning woman. The tip of his crown pressed right at the entrance of her center. No finesse. Don't want one. Her breath hitched. No warming up. No need. No warnings for sudden turns and slick roads. Don't. Her world blew up in an instant. He was inside her, with her, all of him. Then he started moving. He moves with grace and poise, his body like a panther poised to pounce. His shoulders ripple with strength, and his legs have a coiled power like a predator. He gazed at her with his piercing blue eyes. "Stay with me, Ivy. Don't close your eyes. I need to see you. I want our time together when we get to our secret place, just the two of us in this world. No one can take away this moment between us. Are you with me, Ivy?" His gaze was like an unwritten promise, territorial and possessive, yet protective and full of love. How could she look away from it, shut her eyes on such a gift? "I'm with you, Killian, all the way." His breathing quickens as they sink into each other's embrace. Her body rumbles with pleasure, and his moans are like a symphony of desire. Every movement of his body is a crescendo of passion. And just like that, their bodies joined, their souls entwined. They became one. Chapter 14. The doorbell rang just as Nina was about to take Damien out for a walk. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, amber glow over the living room. Damien wagged his tail excitedly, eager to explore the world beyond their doorstep. "Don't get too carried away, Damien. If you stay with Finn, you'll have the entire vast expanse of the Kinneton Pack woodland to explore. However, here with me, you'll only be able to roam 2 measly inner-city blocks." Nina eyed the door with suspicion. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. As she opened the door, her instincts proved right. There stood Adam, his eyes cold and calculating. "Adam, what are you doing here?" Nina demanded, trying to keep her voice steady despite the unease swirling in her stomach. "Hello, Nina," he replied smoothly, his gaze flickering past her to where Damien waited patiently by the door. "I've come to settle some unfinished business." Before Nina could react, Adam pulled out a tranquilizer gun and fired a dart at Damien. The wolf yelped in pain before collapsing to the ground unconscious. "Adam, you bastard!" she snarled, lunging herself at him. Her fists crackled with sparks, but unfortunately, all she could do was make a noise. For she had rejected magical training, wishing to become a scientist rather than a mage. But here she was, her punches unable to affect Adam in any way beyond the crack of electricity. As she attempted to land another blow, Adam managed to dodge her attack. In a swift motion, he grabbed Damien's limp body and threw it into the trunk of his car, parked outside. "Stop!" Nina screamed, her heart pounding as she sprinted after him. But it was too late. Adam slammed the trunk shut, climbed into the driver's seat, and sped away, tires screeching against the pavement. Nina hated her 5-foot-tall, untrained, unfit, unmagical body right now. She fumbled for her phone and dialed Ivy's number, only for it to go straight to voicemail. "Damn it, Ivy, pick up!" she hissed, frustration bubbling over. Fiona arrived in the doorway with a look of horror on her face. "Nina, what happened?" she demanded. "Adam." He took Damien. Mom, Nina yelled, fear vibrating through every syllable of her voice. I have to go after him. Now! Who's Adam? A wolf. Killian's beta. Traitor. I called Ivy, but she didn't answer, and now he has Damien. Why does he want him, Mom? Her words were frantic as desperation clawed at her mind. Wait a moment, Nina. Are you telling me that a werewolf was here, right by your doorstep, and you didn't protect yourself? Is that what has got you so worried about this Damien wolf? I'd warned you to stay away from their pack business. Mom, Nina exclaimed, waving her arms in the air. Is this really the right time to give me lectures? All right, you called Ivy. Yes, and she'll get back to me. But now I need to take care of Damien. No, you're not. You're not trained for pack business or any magical dealings, after all. Thanks for the reminder, Mom. That's really helpful. Nina raced toward her car, parked at the back of her house. Meanwhile, Ivy and Killian were browsing through a selection of smartphones at an electronics store. Ivy's old phone had been broken during a recent skirmish at the sanctuary. Are you sure this one's good? Ivy asked skeptically, turning over the sleek device in her hand. Trust me, it's top of the line, Killian assured her, his eyes never leaving the screen as he scrolled through the specs. Besides, you'll need something sturdy for all the trouble you seem to attract. Ivy rolled her eyes, but couldn't suppress a grin at his teasing. As they continued browsing, she found herself acutely aware of her surroundings, from the hum of fluorescent lights overhead to the distant chatter of shoppers echoing through the mall. Killian, she whispered, drawing closer to him, ever since last night. I feel like my senses are heightened or something. It's strange, but I can hear things I wouldn't have noticed before. A faint grin ghosted across his lips. Continue to speak with that voice and you'll have me hard again in no time, which means we'll have to go home for another round between the sheets, something I don't mind at all, especially considering how the night started out. I'm a bit behind. No, truly. It's like I'm hearing things. Your heartbeats, for example. Plus, it's like I can feel things, too. A strange sensation like anxiety that Nina might be in trouble, without any clear reason why. Killian smiled. That's the pack connection. When we were intimate, you may have tapped into some of my wolf abilities, particularly when it comes to sensing the pack. Nina is your family, your pack, in a way. He shook his head. It's strange, but I felt a fleeting sense of Damien's fear. Then it vanished. Really? Ivy asked, her curiosity piqued. So, does that mean I can track things like a wolf now? He chuckled as he paid for the phone and set up her number. Shouldn't I be setting up my own phone? She frowned. He laughed lightly. No offense, Ivy. We have time, but not that much. Plus, I know Nina sets up all of your gadgets. Ivy rolled her eyes and said nothing. As soon as her new phone was connected, notice of Nina's missed calls came across. She immediately returned the call. Hello? Nina's voice crackled through the line, sounding frantic and out of breath. Hey, it's me, Ivy said hurriedly. What's going on? Adam took Damien, Nina replied, her voice tense. He tranquilized him and threw him in his trunk. I'm chasing after them now. He's heading back to Kinneton. Ivy's blood ran cold at the news, and she exchanged a worried glance with Killian. Okay, stay on Adam's tail, but keep the distance and do not engage. Don't fight with him. Don't talk to him. Got that? Yes, I turned on the tracker on my phone. Killian can track me. We'll meet up with you as soon as we can. Nina skidded to a halt in her car. She realized she had lost sight of Adam. She slammed her fists against the steering wheel, cursing under her breath. Her phone buzzed, and she glanced at the screen to see Ivy's name flash across it. We're near. We'll get to you 5 based on the tracker, Ivy asked urgently when Nina picked up. I lost him. Nina frantically scanning the darkening landscape for any sign of Adam's car. Stay put. We're coming to get you, Ivy instructed before hanging up. Moments later, Killian's sleek black car pulled up beside Nina. As soon as she climbed in, they sped off toward the Grampians, following the last known direction of Adam's car. Killian squinted out the windshield as he tightly gripped the steering wheel, pushing his car to its legal limit. The last thing he wanted was for cops to chase him for a speeding ticket. If Adam thinks he can use Damien to expose my weaknesses, he's in for a rude awakening. Ivy placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Agreed, Ivy said, her eyes scanning the road ahead. But we have to be careful not to hurt Damien in the process. As they drew closer to the Grampians, the sky was blanketed in a thick layer of gray clouds, casting eerie shadows across the rugged terrain. It made it difficult to distinguish what was reality and what was merely an illusion. Suddenly, Ivy caught sight of tire tracks leading off the main road, deeper into the wilderness. "Over there!" she shouted, pointing at the tracks. Killian swerved onto the dirt path, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. "Adam must be carrying Damien," Nina observed. "There's no way he could have driven up this far." They continued on foot. The path grew steeper and narrower, forcing them to slow their pace. The trees loomed overhead, gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. "Killian," Ivy whispered, her hand gripping his arm as she stared at something in the distance. Look, there, at the edge of a cliff overlooking the vast expanse of the Grampians, stood Adam, unconscious Damien at his feet, tranquilizer gun in his hand. "Drop the gun," Killian snarled, stepping out onto the rock surface. "Or what?" taunted Adam. "You'll kill me? Then who will save your precious protege?" He glanced down at Damien. With one kick, he could flip the body of the unconscious wolf over the edge of the cliff. "Let Damien go," Killian said, his voice low and dangerous. "This is between you and me." "Ah, but that's where you're wrong," Adam sneered. "It's about exposing you for the weak alpha you really are." "What do you want exactly, Adam?" "I'll show the council this baby wolf as evidence of your lies, or we can work out a peaceful solution instead. You step down voluntarily with whatever excuse you wish. Then I'll take care of everything else." As the standoff continued, Killian noticed several opportunities to strike at Adam, when he shifted his weight, when he momentarily looked away. But with each opportunity came the risk of endangering Damien further, and Killian couldn't take that chance. "Adam," he growled, his eyes locked on the smug beta, "this won't end well for you." "Bold words coming from someone who can't even protect his own pack," Adam taunted. He took a step backward, closer to the edge of the cliff. As if nature were on his side, Killian felt the wind pick up around them, whistling through the trees with a howl. The sound only momentarily distracted Adam, but it was all Killian needed. He quickly swiveled, grabbing and swinging Adam away from the edge of the cliff and back to safety using an Aikido technique he had seen Ivy demonstrate many times. Ivy and Nina quickly grabbed Damien, tugging him away from the edge of the cliff. Killian and Adam were still fighting, but Ivy shouted out to reassure them. "Damien's safe now. Keep going and finish that crook off, Killian." But despite the advantage he now had, Killian hesitated. He could not bring himself to kill a member of his own pack, even one who had betrayed them so deeply. Instead, he pinned Adam down, growling in his face. "I give you one last opportunity to leave the pack with dignity." Adam stared up at him, his eyes filled with rage. "Back at you, Killian. If you walk away now, I promise I'll never tell the council about your protege." The scent of wolves filled the air as they silently climbed up the rocky mountain. Adam could sense his pack was coming, and he smiled. "Oops, too late. You can't run away now. You'll have to explain to the council about your wolf. Do you really think I would come up here with your wolf and no plan?" Adan pushed himself away from Killian and leapt to his feet. The Kinniton pack and the council gathered at the rocks. The council stayed in human form, while most of the wolves had shifted into their animal forms, a sign that they were ready to carry out the order of the council. The eldest among the council looked sternly at Adam. "This is your last chance to dispute Killian's leadership, Adam," he said. Adam nodded. "Understood." He pointed at Damien. "That's Killian's protege there. It was him who attacked the bear shifters. It wasn't Killian himself. He was guilty of cheating. Killian shoved his hands into his pockets and smiled calmly. I may take this opportunity to introduce you all to Damien, my protege. Unfortunately, he was unable to speak for himself as Adam shot him with a tranquilizer gun, an action which is unacceptable against a pack member, particularly if Adam knows that Damien belongs to me. But aside from preventing Damien from speaking on his own behalf, I'm not quite sure what Adam hoped to gain by summoning the entire pack and council up here to the mountain. I have said that, Killian. If it was you to chase away the bears, then why don't you shift now and show us your mighty powers? I don't have to put on a show for you, Killian replied. Adam turned toward the council. See, he won't do it because he can't. The old council member shook his head. No, he won't do it because he doesn't have to prove anything to avoid your baseless accusation. A different council member spoke up. We were told that this is something vitally important for our pack's survival, and it had to do with Killian's network. Had we known that this was just another of your petty arguments, we wouldn't have come here. The council member who spoke earlier shook his head in dismay. You're talented, Adam. We all know this to be true. Nonetheless, you'll no longer have a chance at the leadership. You may remain part of the pack after this. That's the best resolution we can come up with for you. That's unbelievable. Can't you all see through the LeBlanc's money? He's here, Nina exclaimed, waving her phone furiously. In that same moment, a helicopter descended upon the rock in the distance, slowly hovering until it came to a stop. None of this makes sense, Adam grumbled, shoving a wolf aside as he tried to leave. It's already too late for you to go now, Adam. You should have taken the chance I offered, Killian remarked. From the parked helicopter, Kieran strode over with a folder in his hand, his long coat billowing in the wind. Killian smiled reassuringly at Ivy and Nina before turning to the council. I might take this opportunity to present to the council what we have found about Adam's network. It might explain why he's been targeting me for so long. Adam attempted to make another escape, but as he saw that several wolves already had their teeth bared, he decided against it and stood still. Kieran approached, handed to Killian the folder. This is my cousin, Ciaran LeBlanc. He's coming from London just for this. Even though he's family, he has no stake in this matter. So, there's nothing in it for him. Killian flipped through the pages of information inside the folder to ensure it contained what he had discussed with Ciaran, and handed the folder to the oldest council member. You'll find in there documentation detailing all of the agreements and contracts Adam signed with rival packs in Sydney, Scotland, and London. He was operating under an alias at the time. But Ciaran's business is equipped with the best technology to detect and link all aliases back to Adam. It goes without saying that these organizations are illegal, which means we have reported their activities to police in all relevant countries. This way, Adam won't be able to use the information against me and taint our pack's reputation. Everything has been meticulously documented. You can trace it yourself if you need proof. As professionals, we don't make baseless accusations. The council member didn't even go through the paper. Disappointment washed over their faces. Adam, we regret to inform you that you no longer have a place in this pack. Please leave us and never return. Adam's eyes darting between Killian and the damning envelope. This is a pathetic attempt to discredit me. Adam, Killian said coldly, his voice barely above a whisper, you are no longer our beta. You have lost the trust and respect of this pack, and you will never regain it. The gathered wolves murmured in agreement. Leave, Killian ordered, and never return. Adam glared at them all, his eyes burning with rage and humiliation. With one final snarl, he turned to stalk away. The wind whipped at them, howling like a mournful wolf in the night. The cold air bit into their skin, but none of it seemed to change Adam's in this pack. Just before he stepped out of the rock plateau, a vicious snarl ripped from Adam's throat, and he turned on his heel, lunging toward Killian with all the force of a wild and desperate beast. His eyes, once filled with cunning and ambition, were now clouded by fury and reckless abandon. Killian stiffened. As he moved, Adam began to take on his wolf form. His immense body lunged forward, ready to attack Killian. The only way for Killian to protect himself was to shift into his own wolf form or let Adam rip out his throat. But before Adam and Killian collided, Kieran stepped in between them. Adam's lunge stopped short as Kieran raised his gun and fired, the muzzle flash illuminating the darkness. The silver bullet found its mark, embedding itself deep within Adam's skull. He crumpled to the ground, dead before he even knew what had hit him. His body lay lifeless among the rocks, a testament to the treachery that had plagued their pack. "Thank you, Kieran," Killian breathed as he looked down at his cousin, who stood unwavering amidst the chaos that surrounded them. "Your intervention was timely." "Family first, Killian," Kieran replied, his voice steady and composed despite the scene they had just witnessed. "Always." As the reality of the situation sank in, Killian surveyed his pack members, their faces reflecting a mix of relief, anger, and determination. He knew that they would need time to process and heal from the betrayal they had experienced, but as their leader, he needed to be strong for them. "Let this be a lesson to us all," Killian said, addressing the gathered wolves. "We must stand united against those who seek to weaken and divide us. We must remain vigilant and protect our own." One by one, the pack members nodded in agreement. Their loyalty to Killian solidified through the trials and tribulations they had faced together. "Tonight, we have weathered a storm, but together we will rebuild and grow stronger," Killian proclaimed, his voice carrying across the wind-swept landscape. "Together, as a pack, we shall overcome any obstacle that stands in our way." The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the Grampians as the Kinneton pack stood united under Killian's leadership once more. The promise of a new beginning filled the air, but the implications of Kieran's involvement remained, a whisper of uncertainty that hinted at future challenges and conflicts yet to come. Killian glanced at his cousin and received a subtle nod. They both knew that this moment would forever change their family. It would open up many secrets as well as introduce more adversaries along their path. Chapter 15. He saw a ghost. As much as he loved his father and missed his presence every day since he was 5, but seeing his father now meant seeing a spirit, a concept that he couldn't comprehend last week. Killian leaned against the living room wall, his breathing heavy and uneven. His eyes darted to the empty space across the room, where just a moment ago he had caught a glimpse of his late father's spirit. It had been a fleeting vision, but the recognition was unmistakable. The familiar lines of his father's face, the way he held himself with authority, it all sent shivers down Killian's spine. "Impossible," he muttered under his breath. But even as he tried to deny it, another spirit materialized before him. This time, it was one of his wolf friends who had died at the side of the road only days prior. Killian felt the weight of the loss anew as he stared at the ghostly figure. Its once vibrant fur now faded into nothingness. The specter of Adam appeared next, glaring at Killian with undisguised resentment. It was a look he knew well, one that spoke volumes about the animosity that simmered between them in life. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the spirits vanished. "Damn it!" Killian gasped, feeling a sudden sharp pain in his chest. He doubled over, clutching at his heart as if trying to hold it together. The sensation was like nothing he had ever experienced before, a cold, searing agony that threatened to consume him from within. As the pain intensified, Killian's vision blurred, and he struggled to make sense of what was happening to him. It was in that disoriented state that he discovered a new ability, a window into what was hurting his wolf. It was like a bright, glittering tapestry crafted from thousands of glimmering threads. His wolf seemed to be intertwined with some of them, and he saw how their power connected to his spirit. He reached out, touched the strands delicately, and gave them a gentle tug. They shimmered brighter as they responded to him. Through the fog of agony, he watched with dismay as a ghostly figure yanked on strings that held his wolf captive in a cage. Its wicked face contorted in sadistic pleasure as it orchestrated the relentless torture, enslaving the wolf's spirit and soul. "What the hell is going on here?" a voice called out, snapping Killian back to reality. Ciaran stood in the doorway. "Killian, are you all right?" Kieran asked, rushing to his side. He placed a hand on Killian's shoulder, steadying him as he tried to regain his footing. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "More than one," Killian admitted, trying to catch his breath. The pain in his chest had subsided slightly, but the image of the demon tormenting his wolf remained etched in his mind. "I saw my father, my dead wolf friend, and Adam. I don't know what's happening to me, Kieran." "Adam?" Kieran's eyebrows rose in disbelief. "What did he want?" "Nothing good," Killian spat out angrily. "But that's not the worst part. I can see my wolf, caged and tormented, but I don't know how to stop it." Kieran's gaze grew intense. "I may have an idea, but you might not like it." "Let me hear it." "If you can see the demon," Kieran said, "that means it let you see it. Try to connect. See if it tells you what it wants. If we have a connection of any kind, I can track." Killian nodded. "I can try." He gritted his teeth and forced himself to focus on the demonic entity that held his wolf captive. His heart thudded in his chest, as if desperately trying to break free of its confines. He could feel power well up within him, a coiled snake ready to strike. "Let's see how you like this," Killian hissed through clenched jaws, concentrating on the demon, channeling every ounce of anger, fear, and determination, forming his energy into a powerful force, manifesting it as unseen blades. With one vehement strike, he chopped the creature's arm off. The demon's sinister laughter abruptly turned into a guttural scream as it recoiled from Killian's invisible attack. The demon dropped the wolf and ran away. His wolf was still in the cage, but freed from the demon's torture. Killian wiped a drop of blood trickling from his nose. "I'll learn. Next time, it wouldn't be an arm, but will be a decapitation." "Killian, what did you just do?" Kieran asked. "Not only did I catch sight of the creature that took my wolf, I even severed one of its arms. With enough practice, I'm sure I can kill it and get my wolf back." Kieran's gaze narrowed. "So let me get this straight. You now possess the skill to not only see spirits and demons, but can fight and slay them too? Is that what happened, or am I missing something?" Killian nodded. "That pretty much sums it up. I assume your pain has subsided now." "Far from it," Killian replied, his chest still aching from the extreme pain he'd endured. "Wherever my animal is tormented, it still hurts me like a bitch. Right now, that's basically everywhere. Let me try this." Killian closed his eyes, focusing on the bond that connected him to his wolf. Drawing upon the same mysterious power that had driven away the demon, Killian imagined a shield around both his own mind and that of his wolf, blocking out the lingering pain. Slowly he felt the agony subside, replaced by a gentle warmth that soothed his frayed nerves. Opening his eyes, Killian looked at Kieran with a mixture of relief and uncertainty. "I think we're okay now." Kieran leaned forward in his seat, hands clasped tightly. "You can see and interact with spirits and demons, and now you can heal yourself and your spiritual wolf. Does this sound familiar to you? Sound like someone we both know? I feel like there is something important that you still haven't told me." Killian hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of his revelation poised on the tip of his tongue. He stared at the intricate patterns on the rug beneath his feet before raising his eyes to meet Kieran's curious gaze. "Ivy and we made love," he confessed, "and it was after that when my new abilities awakened." "Ah," Kieran said, his dark sense of humor flaring as a wicked grin spread across his face. "So passion unlocked your hidden potential. Interesting." "Interesting? Kieran, I can see spirits, ghosts, and whatever else comes to me. If this is how my life will be from now on, then I cannot find it interesting. I don't know how Ivy deals with all this. Where is she at the moment? At Nina's. Kieran leaned back in his chair. Killian, this mix make your life more complicated. But you must admit, the two of you together make a formidable pair in the supernatural community. And these combined abilities could get you to the Trinity Witness. Killian snorted. I can barely keep my wolf alive, Kieran. I'm struggling to hold on to my alpha role, let alone take on something as monumental as the Trinity Witness. Killian, you're underestimating yourself, Kieran insisted, leaning forward earnestly. With your newfound abilities and Ivy's support, there's no telling what you can achieve. And accessing those Trinity Witness powers is critical to uncovering our family's secrets. Perhaps, Killian conceded, rubbing a hand over his face tiredly. But I'm not sure I'm ready for that responsibility. Kieran studied him for a moment, his gaze as sharp as a scalpel, dissecting Killian's doubts and weighing them against the undeniable truth of his potential. You don't have to do it alone, you know, he offered quietly. I have resources, connections, manpower. I can help you. Thank you, Killian replied, touched by his cousin's unwavering support. But you've already done so much. You're human, after all. I don't want you putting yourself in more danger than you already have. My humanity doesn't make me any less capable of helping you, Kieran countered, a hint of defensiveness creeping into his tone. Besides, it's not like I haven't been involved in our pack business before. I've managed to survive this long, haven't I? True, Killian conceded, a sly grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. But that doesn't mean I want to see you get injured because you can't perform the simplest task like healing yourself as we do. Have you heard of painkillers? They're incredibly effective, especially those produced by LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals. Smart ass, Killian mumbled. Look, I appreciate your concern, Kieran said, his expression softening. But I'm not some helpless bystander. I've chosen this life, and I'll continue to do what it takes to protect our family and uncover the truth, just as you do. Kieran's voice seemed echoed as an eerie chill permeated the air, sending a shiver down Killian's spine. The room seemed to darken for a split second, and his gut clenched with sudden apprehension. As he glanced around, trying to pinpoint the source of his unease, his gaze caught sight of a diaphanous figure standing beside Kieran, the unmistakable image of Juliet, Kieran's deceased wife. Juliet? Killian stuttered, feeling his heart hammer in his chest as he stared at her spirit. She regarded him with a solemn expression, her eyes sad yet somehow accusatory. Kieran's face paled as he followed Killian's line of sight, but he could not see the specter of his late wife. What are you talking about, Killian? Your wife, she's here. Killian couldn't tear his eyes away from her, wondering what her appearance could possibly mean. Killian, that's impossible. You must be mistaken, Kieran replied, his voice wavering despite his attempt at maintaining composure. Killian knew this revelation was too personal, too painful for Kieran to accept. He thread carefully. Believe me, she's right there. His heart ached for his cousin, knowing the weight of unresolved questions surrounding her death. What does she want? Kieran finally asked, his voice betraying a hint of hopefulness that he might receive answers to the mysteries left behind. I don't know, Killian admitted, swallowing hard. She hasn't spoken, but her presence must have some significance. Is she angry? Kieran questioned, struggling to keep his emotions in check. Juliet was Kieran's weakness. Killian was unaware of the details surrounding her death, and Kieran had no interest in making it a topic of conversation whenever they were together. But one thing was for sure. Death meant finality. No matter the truth behind her passing, it would always haunt Kieran. Her eyes hold resentment, but whether it's directed at you or something else, I can't say, Killian responded, trying to offer his cousin some semblance of comfort. Ask her if she betrayed us. If she betrayed me, Kieran demanded abruptly, the anguish in his voice unmistakable. No, just ask her why she betrayed us. I'm not going to ask that question, Kieran. Even if she tries to give a response, I won't be able to hear it anyway. Then why the fuck is she here? And you're telling me about it? His desperation was palpable, the tension in the room growing ever more suffocating. Then he raised his hands. I'm sorry, Killian. I know you mean well. He spoke to the empty space in front of him. Juliet, if you can hear me from wherever you are now, I'll say this. I cannot change what happened between us. Please rest in peace. I loved you, and that will never change. Now, I need the peace for myself so that I can move on and take care of the rest of what you've left behind. Will you grant me that peace? Killian's eyes fixated on the woman's image as it flickered. She knew Kieran was right. Death was final, at least for now. The flickering grew faster with each passing moment before she vanished entirely. Killian didn't need to say anything. Kieran could tell, and he asked nothing further about Juliet. Kieran rose and headed toward the glass cabinet along the far wall. Got anything strong? Your favorite scotch is at the far left corner. It's aged but unopened. You didn't expect me here. Why do you have my favorite spirit in this cabinet? I'm sending it to London, you fool! Kieran opened the bottle, grabbed a couple of crystal glasses, and returned to the sitting area. After a swig of the bold liquor, Kieran laid out a talisman on the coffee table. Ivy gifted this to me when she asked me to come and rescue you. He took another hearty drink. It was naive of her, as I would have come regardless. Killian studied the talisman in detail. Are you trading antiques now? Kieran placed his glass firmly on the table, a storm brewing in his eyes. A deity bestowed Ivy with a talisman, as it wanted access to the spellbook inside the vault. It believed this talisman was the key to unlocking the vault. Killian blinked in surprise. The vault? Siren snorted. Yeah, that bloody fake vault. Killian rocked back in his chair as he considered the situation. How can an army of demons, and who knows what else, be hunting for my blood and our family vault without knowing what it looks like, what's inside, or even if it exists? Chapter 16. Ivy sat with Nina in their cozy South Melbourne home, the dim light from the fireplace casting shadows on the walls. The room was a mix of chaos and warmth, with scattered books and mismatched furniture, creating an atmosphere that felt lived in and inviting. Ivy shifted her gaze to her sister, whose eyes flickered nervously. Look, Nina, Ivy began, her voice soft yet firm. I know you're talented and capable, but with everything that's been happening recently, I just think it might be a good idea for you to learn some self-defense. Nina's expression immediately turned defensive, her lips twisting into a frown. I can take care of myself, Ivy. You don't need to worry about me like I'm some fragile doll. Ivy sighed, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. She knew her sister was strong and determined, but she couldn't help but feel concern for her safety. I know you can, but it wouldn't hurt to be prepared, right? Nina's frown deepened, but before she could argue further, she became distracted by the commotion of their pets. Simba, her sleek black cat, hissed at Pixie, Ivy's energetic husky, while Snuggleworth, the newly adopted brown cavoodle, whimpered uncertainly. Ugh, let me handle this, Nina grumbled as she stood up and began attempting to soothe the agitated animals. As Nina coaxed Simba into submission, Ivy couldn't help but smile at the scene before her. It was a rare moment of normalcy amidst the supernatural chaos that had engulfed their lives. The big wolf Damien lounging silently in the corner of the room seemed to share this sentiment. His protective gaze lingered on Nina, but his eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched her wrangle the ordinary animals. All right, you little troublemakers, Nina scolded as she picked up Simba and placed him on a nearby chair. No more hissing, got it? Despite her frustration, Ivy could see the fondness in her sister's eyes as she dealt with their pets. She knew that Nina was fiercely independent and would always push back against any perceived coddling. But Ivy couldn't shake the feeling that there were forces at work that neither of them fully understood, and that her sister might be walking a dangerous path. Fine, Ivy, Nina relented, returning to her seat. I'll consider the self-defense training, but only if it means you'll stop worrying so much about me." "Deal," Ivy agreed, her heart swelling with love for her sister. Though the world around them seemed to grow darker and more treacherous by the day, at least they had each other to lean on. The moment Fiona entered the room, a warm and inviting aroma filled the air. She carried a pot of homemade stew that steamed invitingly as it simmered. Her presence seemed to instantly lighten the mood, her smile like a beacon in the midst of their troubled thoughts. "Stew's ready. I thought we could all use something comforting," Fiona announced, setting the pot on the dining table. Ivy felt a surge of gratitude for her mother's ability to bring them together during difficult times. "Let me make us some coffee," Nina offered, heading toward the kitchen. "Mom, do you want one too?" "Yes, please," Fiona replied, taking a seat at the table. In a matter of minutes, Nina returned to the dining room with a tray holding 2 steaming cups of coffee. "Nina!" Fiona chided with a frown, and then winced at the sight of her cup's graphic, "Thanks for all the orgasms." Nina chuckled. "Sorry, Mom, that's Ivy's mug." For a fleeting moment, it felt like home for Ivy, a sanctuary where they could share laughter and love despite the darkness encroaching upon their lives. As they gathered around the table, Ivy marveled at how even the simplest of meals could provide such comfort and solace. As they ate, Fiona's gaze landed on the necklace that adorned Nina's neck, a gift from Quinn. The silver chain held a charm intricately carved in the shape of an animal, its eyes seemingly glowing with an inner light. "Where did you get that necklace, Nina?" Fiona asked, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern. "Quinn gave it to me," Nina replied hesitantly, glancing down at the pendant. "She said it was a token of gratitude for helping her son." "Are you sure that's all it is?" Fiona pressed gently, her worry evident. "You know that family is complicated. I just don't want you getting mixed up with them more than necessary." "Mom, it's just a necklace. Besides, I'm not a child anymore," Nina retorted, her voice edged with defensiveness. "I can handle myself." "Sweetheart, I know you're capable," Fiona said softly, reaching across the table to touch Nina's hand. "But sometimes even the most well-intentioned gifts can carry unintended consequences." Ivy watched the exchange between her mother and sister, feeling a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. The world was a far more dangerous place than she could have ever imagined, and she couldn't help but worry about the safety of her family, especially Nina. "Mom, I appreciate your concern," Nina said, squeezing Fiona's hand before withdrawing her own. "But I think I can handle a necklace." "All right," Fiona replied, still looking uncertain. "Just be careful, okay?" "Promise," Nina assured, giving her mother a small smile. As Ivy picked at her stew, her thoughts raced with questions and concerns. Was it possible that the gift from Quinn held secrets or dangers they couldn't fathom? How deep were the complexities of the supernatural world, and could she navigate them without losing herself or those she loved? Despite the warmth of the room and the love that surrounded her, Ivy couldn't shake the feeling that a storm was brewing. Then, without warning, Ivy's vision blurred, replaced by an image of the underworld, a place where darkness reigned supreme and tortured souls cried out in agony. The air was thick with despair, and the screams echoed around her, sending chills down her spine. Gasping, Ivy dropped her spoon with a clatter, the sound jarring her back to reality. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she could feel the blood drain from her face. "Nina, Mom, I'm going for a little jog." She shoved her chair away from the table, sprang up, and ran out of the room. Her heart pounded in her chest as she clumsily stumbled to the door, barely noticing the shocked faces of her dinner companions. As Ivy tried to catch her breath, she couldn't shake the feeling that her vision was more than just an unsettling glimpse into another realm. It was a warning, a harbinger of the darkness that threatened to envelop them all. The weight of her newfound abilities and her connection to the underworld bore down on her, making it difficult to breathe. "Get a grip," she whispered to herself, desperately trying to regain control of her emotions. She needed to be strong, not just for herself, but for her family. They depended on her, and she couldn't afford to give in to fear or doubt. Ivy stumbled out into the night, the cold air stinging her flushed cheeks as she gasped for breath. The vision of the underworld was still fresh in her mind, like a ghostly afterimage burned into her retinas. She clenched her fists, trying to push away the fear that threatened to consume her, but it seemed to have taken root deep within her. "Damn it," she cursed under her breath, slamming her palms against the fence of someone's front yard. "Your path is chosen, Ivy," a familiar voice whispered, sending a shiver down her spine. Larissa appeared before her, emerging from the shadows like a wraith. Her eyes were filled with an eerie mix of compassion and warning. Then the memories came flooding back to Ivy. She remembered running into the woods behind the sanctuary, finding a clearing and signing a contract with her blood. The black feather quilt was still with her, and thoughts of the goddess Selene filled her mind. "Selene!" she croaked out the name, as if it were only a bad dream. "You remember now, Ivy." Selene was angry at you. "Yes, she certainly was when you voided the contract, but I've done enough for her to spare my life." "So, does that mean the contract was voided successfully?" "Yes, you are not bound to any obligations with Selene. Why are you here?" "Your role at the crossroad is not a term in the contract," Larissa explained, her voice hauntingly resonant. "Your lineage connection with the divine allows you to select a path, and you have chosen a darker path, a connection with the underworld." Ivy recoiled, feeling as if she'd been slapped. "What? No, I didn't choose this. I never wanted anything to do with this darkness." "Sometimes our choices are made for us," Larissa said softly, her gaze never wavering. "But it does not change the reality of your situation." A torrent of emotions surged through Ivy: anger, despair, and most of all, fear. "Then what am I supposed to do?" Ivy demanded, her voice cracking. "Does that mean I have to go to hell, work for demons, or start killing innocent people?" "Your connection with the underworld is not inherently evil," Larissa told her gently. "It simply means that your powers will be more potent in a darker direction. You must stay focused and strong at all times to keep yourself on the right path, or you will end up hurting those you love." Ivy felt a bitter laugh bubble up within her. How ironic. The very power she'd been granted to help her loved ones now threatened to destroy them all. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the overwhelming despair that threatened to swallow her whole. "Being good is easy, Ivy," Larissa said, her voice firm yet gentle. "It is harder to be chosen for a dark path, but remain in the light to do the right thing. It is a struggle, but I believe you are strong enough to endure it." "Strong enough," Ivy echoed hollowly, her heart heavy with doubt. "I don't feel strong, Larissa. I feel terrified. Strength is not the absence of fear. It is the determination to face it and overcome it. You have that strength, Ivy. I know you do." Ivy took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing herself to meet Larissa's unwavering gaze. "What will happen next?" "You shall soon be summoned for your new task. You will recognize the call when it arrives. Disregard Selena's proposal. You don't work for her. Remember, you have control of your own fate and you have selected your course of action. Not even your creator can compel you to do any act against your will. Are you implying she is my originator, like a mother?" Larissa shook her head. "It's not my story to tell." "I assumed you were on Selene's side," I said. Larissa gave me a slight smile. "Much like you, I chose to go my own route. Sure, I tried to receive her blessings, but after the event at the clearing, she let me live but banned me from her home." "I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I'm much happier where I am now. In a way, it's a relief. I finally feel at peace. But with the path you've taken, Ivy, you have an extremely long and difficult journey lying ahead of you." "Larissa," Ivy said hesitantly, "is there any way I can use these new powers to help Killian's wolf? To save him from his captor?" Larissa studied Ivy for a moment, her gaze inscrutable. Then she nodded slowly. Yes, she replied, her normally melodic voice solemn. Your connection with the underworld grants you the ability to guide souls, among other things. It is this ability that may be the key to freeing Killian's wolf. Guide souls? Ivy repeated, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend what this could mean for her future, and for the man she cared about so deeply. A chill crept up her spine as she contemplated the implications, but her determination held firm. Will you guide me through this, at least in the first step? How do I find the wolf? How can I heal the wolf and reunite it with his body? Larissa nodded. You're using your new power and leverage from the strength of the underworld to do this. This has an advantage because those who hold the wolf captive are from the darkest part of the underworld. However, to guide Killian's wolf back to his body, he cannot be involved in the process. Remember how you guided the tiger back to Quinn's body? She was idle during that process. Yes, I said, I remember. This is a lot more complicated since not only does Killian's wolf carry a mix of different powers, but he himself is complex. You're also utilizing power from the underworld to unite them. To put it succinctly, the stakes are extremely high, and you are in this alone. I understand. All right, then you can start now. Begin by focusing on your connection to the underworld. Feel the power within you, the energy that flows through your veins as a result of your lineage. Ivy closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as she tried to tap into the dark, mysterious force that now resided within her. It was like trying to grasp smoke, elusive and ever-changing. But slowly she felt something stir inside her, a sensation both terrifying and exhilarating. Faint images flickered at the edge of her consciousness, fragments of memories that haunted her like ghostly whispers. She closed her eyes, focusing her attention inward, willing the pieces to come together and reveal the truth about what had transpired in the woods. Stay focused. Stay strong. Ivy repeated Larissa's advice in her mind, the mantra anchoring her as the fragments began to coalesce into vivid recollections. She was back in the woods, the damp earth beneath her feet and the scent of pine and decay filling her nostrils. Desperation clawing at her chest, she remembered running through the dark underbrush, branches slicing at her skin as she searched for Killian's wolf. The once distant howls and growls became clearer, more urgent, and Ivy felt her chest tighten with the intensity of the memory. Killian, she whispered. The scene shifted, and Ivy found herself standing before a massive iron cage covered in intricate runes deep within the forest. Killian's wolf lay motionless on the ground, his breaths shallow and labored, pain etched across his face. The clarity with which she now saw the cage struck her like a bolt of lightning. It was as if a veil had been lifted from her eyes, allowing her to perceive things that were once hidden from her. With this newfound sight, she knew exactly where Killian's wolf was imprisoned. "Thank you, Larissa," she whispered, a feeling of appreciation welling within her. Yet when she spun around, Larissa had vanished. Chapter 17. Ivy's pulse quickened as she stepped into the valley of rocks, her instincts guiding her deeper into the heart of the Grampians. The valley was a breathtaking sight, with colossal rock formations jutting out from the earth like gigantic stone fingers reaching for the heavens. Mist curled around their bases, giving an eerie and otherworldly aura to the entire landscape. A peculiar energy crackled in the air, setting her nerves on edge. As Ivy ventured further into the valley, she discovered a hidden cave behind a waterfall. The thunderous sound of water crashing down drowned out all other noise, making her rely on her senses. She cautiously approached the entrance, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up in alarm. Inside the dimly lit cavern, Ivy stumbled upon a shocking sight, a massive cage containing Killian's wolf. The majestic creature appeared weak and frightened, its fur matted with blood and dirt. As she drew closer, she realized that the lock securing the cage was etched with intricate symbols, undoubtedly magical in nature. Damn it, she cursed under her breath. Hang in there, I'll get you out. Ivy attempted to open the lock with her magic, but each try was met with failure, causing her frustration to grow. The wolf whimpered, sensing her distress. Easy, easy, she cooed, trying to calm the beast. Let me heal you first, all right? Just bear with me. As she ruffled the wolf's fur, memories of her intimate night with Killian came flooding back, filling her chest with warmth and longing. She could feel the wolf's pain radiating from a wound on its side, and she gently placed her hand over it, focusing her energy on alleviating its suffering. All right, let's try this again, Ivy whispered, her resolve strengthened. She attempted to unlock the cage once more, but the magical lock remained stubbornly in place. Come on, she muttered, her frustration mounting. You can't stay locked up like this. She knew that time was of the essence, and with each passing moment, the danger to herself and Killian's wolf grew. She had to find a way to free the trapped wolf, no matter what it took. As Ivy continued to work on the lock, her mind raced with possibilities, hoping for a solution that seemed increasingly out of reach. But despite the odds, she refused to give up. The thought of abandoning Killian's wolf was unbearable, driving her to push through the pain and exhaustion. I won't let you down, she promised the frightened animal. We'll get through this together. Ivy's heart hammered in her chest as she tried the lock once more, but it still refused to budge. The magical barrier held fast, taunting her with its impenetrable nature. She felt despair creeping in, threatening to consume her. Stop this nonsense, Ivy, a familiar voice boomed from behind her. Fuck! She tensed, recognizing the authoritative voice of Patrick, her adoptive parent, a powerful mage at the peak of his abilities, the man she could never bring herself to address as father. A powerful energy preceded Patrick's approach. His ancient wisdom and ability radiated a soft, ethereal halo that seemed to envelop him as he came closer. You're meddling with something you don't understand. Patrick, how did you find me? Ivy asked, her voice wavering slightly. I don't have to find you. I always know where you are and what you're up to. Good job finding the wolf. You applied the tracking technique I taught you well. I didn't use your tracking technique. If it's that effective, you would have found him yourself. Why did you have to follow me? Valid point. We'll get into the specifics of how you obtained this new capability at a later time. But right now, we must deal with more pressing issues. His striking, icy blue eyes glimmered in the low light of the room. With a careful and stern expression, he surveyed the caged wolf with a guarded intensity. This creature is dangerous, he declared determinedly, his voice piercing the silence like sharpened steel. It poses a threat not only to you, but to our entire family. Killian's wolf isn't dangerous, Ivy argued fiercely, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. He's hurt and scared. Patrick stepped forward then, his towering frame casting an intimidating shadow over them both. His long trench coat billowed around him like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. He had to lean down to level with her before he spoke carefully and sagely, with a hint of menace in his deep baritone. I know shifters, Ivy. This one is particularly hazardous, camouflaged in a harmless guise. Who wouldn't be taken in by an injured pup? You don't know shifters, she replied resolutely, her eyes flashing defiantly. I work with them. He's injured, and that was my fault. I know shifters because I married one of them, so there's no use in trying to sway me otherwise, Ivy. Mom is a shifter? You can ask her about it, but that's a conversation for another day. Now this wolf must be killed. It's for the protection of your people, your family. Patrick, don't call us your family. You abandoned Fiona and Nina for power. You have no claim over us. Nina's future is not tied to the supernatural world. She should be free to choose her own path. And you should go back to that cave you called home for so long. For a moment, silence hung heavy between them. Ivy could see the fury building in Patrick's eyes, but she refused to back down. Patrick didn't need to reason with her. He had trained her since she was a child, so he was well aware of her every move. He could easily overpower her if he wanted to. Fighting against him was basically a death sentence. The only reason he chose to talk to her or try to convince her of anything was because the only family he had ever known had rejected him and chosen her. Nina works for Killian. He now has stakes in Lightsource, which saves your company and family future from financial ruin. But all you want is to kill his wolf? The LeBlancs always have agendas and secrets. It's true, as all people living in high societies do, but at the top of their list is protecting their loved ones, no matter what. The notion of protecting those you love may seem strange to you, so let me explain it clearly. If you attempt to hurt this wolf of Killian's, you'll have to walk over my corpse. Very well, Ivy, Patrick spat, his voice ice-cold with rage. If you insist on protecting this wolf, then you can suffer the consequences. Patrick roared, the word echoing through the valley of rocks like a thunderclap. His face twisted into a mask of rage, and power gathered around him like storm clouds. Ivy's heart pounded in her chest as the air crackled with energy. She had never seen Patrick this angry, this dangerous, and yet she couldn't bring herself to harm him. Despite everything he had done, she owed him so much. Her training, her introduction to the supernatural world, even the love of a father for a time. It was a weakness that Patrick knew only too well, and now he was poised to exploit it. Since you won't do what must be done, Patrick snarled, raising his hands, I'll take back everything I've given you. A torrent of dark energy surged from his fingertips, rushing towards Ivy with the force of a hurricane. She barely managed to throw up a shield in time, gritting her teeth as the magic slammed into her defenses. The force of the blow nearly knocked her off her feet, but she held her ground, her gaze locked onto Patrick. "Stop this, Patrick!" she shouted over the howl of the magical tempest. "This isn't you!" "Silence," he spat, intensifying the barrage. "You have no idea who I am." As the battle raged on, the wolf in the cage whined and cowered, frightened by the violence around it. Ivy's heart ached for the creature, and she knew she couldn't let Patrick hurt it any further. With a deep breath, she threw herself in front of the cage, using her body as a shield to protect the wolf. "Stay behind me," she whispered to the trembling animal. "I won't let him hurt you." "Stubborn fool," Patrick snarled, switching tactics. Magical chains materialized in his hands, and with a flick of his wrist, they shot towards Ivy like serpents, wrapping around her limbs and tightening mercilessly. She cried out in pain as they dug into her flesh, but she refused to move away from the cage. "Give up, Ivy," Patrick sneered. "You can't win this." "Neither can you," she gasped, struggling against her bonds. Her mind raced, trying to find a way out of this situation without hurting the man who had once been like a mentor to her. The wolf, sensing Ivy's determination, began to fight back as well. It threw itself against the bars of its cage, howling and snarling at Patrick, its eyes filled with fury. Though it was weak and injured, it refused to give up without a fight. "Pathetic," Patrick scoffed, raising a hand to send another blast of energy at Ivy and the wolf. "You're both going to die here. And for what? Some misguided sense of loyalty? Better than dying for power," Ivy retorted, gritting her teeth against the pain as she focused on the magical chains binding her. With a surge of willpower, she shattered them, sending shards of dark energy scattering across the rocky ground. "Damn you!" Patrick bellowed, preparing another attack. Ivy knew that she couldn't keep this up much longer. The strain on her body and mind was taking its toll, and she could feel herself weakening with every passing second. But she refused to back down, not when the life of an innocent creature hung in the balance. Ivy leaned heavily against the cage wall, her body battered and bruised from the relentless onslaught of Patrick's magical attacks. Every breath was a struggle, each gasp of air feeling like it could be her last. Her hand reached out to grasp the wolf's fur, seeking comfort and connection with the creature she had fought so hard to protect. In that moment, as she braced herself for the end, Ivy felt a strange sense of peace. Despite the pain and fear that coursed through her veins, she knew in her heart that she had made the right choice. She would die knowing she had stood up for what she believed in, and for that, she had no regrets. "Such a shame," Patrick said, his voice dripping with contempt as he circled her slowly, like a predator preparing to strike. "You could have been so much more, Ivy. Together we might have harnessed the power of the Trinity Witness and become unstoppable." Ivy tilted her head up, finally understanding the truth about why Patrick had talked to her. The reason had nothing to do with family. She recalled Killian mentioning the Trinity Witness power. It would not be attainable by an individual, only a pack or group could hold it. Patrick needed the help of his family and mage community. You want to be the most powerful mage alive? How is that working out for you? You won't receive my support, and you won't get Nina's or Mom's either. Not even anyone from the mage community will lend their backing. "You fucking whore of a bitch!" Patrick bellowed, his veins bulging and face contorted with rage. His hands shot up and electric blue energy surged from his palms. The final devastating spell was ready to be unleashed. The air hummed with energy, tendrils of darkness curling around his fingers as he prepared to snuff out Ivy's life. "You were always stubborn, just like your mother. But know this, your death will change nothing. I will still rise to power, and all you will have accomplished is your own destruction." For a moment, as she watched the swirling vortex of magic above them, Ivy felt an overwhelming surge of despair. Was this truly how her story would end? Cut down by the man who had once opened her eyes to a world of wonder and possibility? She gazed at the wolf, which was now frantically howling and throwing its body against the bars of the cage as it witnessed her death. "Sorry, buddy. I tried. Hope Killian can get to you soon. He'll do a better job than I do." Patrick sneered at her, his face twisted in disgust. "You always were a fool," he spat, unleashing the full force of his power towards her. As the darkness bore down upon her, Ivy closed her eyes, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the final act of this tragic play to unfold. And as the shadows raced towards her, Ivy could not help but wonder if there truly was any hope left for her, or if this was indeed the end. Suddenly, just as the lethal blow was about to connect, a strange force surged upwards from the ground, intercepting Patrick's attack with a deafening roar. A wall of darkness rose between Ivy and her adoptive father, shielding her from the deadly magic. "No one hurts what's mine and stays alive," an unworldly voice echoed ominously around them, making Ivy shiver involuntarily. The air seemed to vibrate with the weight of the words, and even Patrick appeared momentarily taken aback. "Impossible," he hissed, his eyes narrowing into slits as he stared at the barrier. You're supposed to be locked away. You're the worst demon of them all." The dark force pulsed, and Ivy could feel its chilling presence curling around her, as if it were somehow alive. It was unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Ancient, powerful, and utterly terrifying. And yet, it also seemed familiar, like the echo of a memory she couldn't quite grasp. "Your time is up, Patrick," the voice intoned, cold and merciless. "You chose your fate when you threatened what belongs to me." Belong to him? To it? What was this strange thing before her? Surely it must be something from the depths of the underworld. Ivy tried desperately to move, but not an ounce of energy was left in her body. Each movement felt like lifting a mountain. With a final surge of power, the darkness coalesced into tendrils that shot towards Patrick, wrapping around him like serpents, constricting their prey. His screams rang out through the valley of rocks, but they were swiftly silenced as the demonic force tore him apart, leaving nothing but a scattering of dust to mark his existence. Ivy watched, wide-eyed and trembling as the darkness receded. She could feel her strength ebbing away, the adrenaline that had fueled her desperate fight now leaving her drained and exhausted. Her body ached from the battle, but she was alive, something she would never have believed possible just moments ago. "Thank you," she whispered shakily, unsure of what force had just saved her life. But there was no response, only the mournful howl of the wind as it whipped through the desolate landscape. With a ragged breath, Ivy turned back to the wolf in the cage, her heart aching for the creature who had suffered so much at Patrick's hands. "We're safe now," she told him softly, her hand shaking as she reached out to stroke his fur once more. "I promise I'll find a way to free." Gritting her teeth against the pain that seared through her battered body, Ivy tried to push herself up from the ground. She would not let her weakness prevent her from freeing the wolf. With each movement, fresh agony coursed through her veins. She needed to stand. She needed to save him. "Come on," she muttered to herself, struggling to regain her footing. "You can do this." But despite her determination, her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed back onto the cold, unforgiving earth. "Ugh!" she groaned in frustration, her hands balling into fists as tears of anger and helplessness stung her eyes. Why was it that every time she tried to do the right thing, fate seemed determined to punish her? From her position on the ground, she saw a large figure looming over her, its features blurred by her exhaustion and pain. A male voice, deep and resonant, echoed around her, momentarily silencing the howling wind. "Such strength, Ivy." "Oh, okay. Hey, glad you're back. Can you please let the wolf out of the cage? And then we can talk. Your power has unlimited potential." "Yeah, thanks. Great. Can you let the wolf out, please? The Trinity witness should be yours. Mention the Trinity thingy again, and I'll puke. Patrick wanted it. If you want it too, then I'll put you in the same basket with him. In that case, we won't be friends. If you have that power, you can save anyone you want." "Okay, but I don't have that power yet. And at the moment, I just want to unlock that bloody cage door. So it shouldn't take much power at all. Let the wolf out and then we'll talk." "No. To gain the Trinity witness power, you must slay the wolf and its human. Patrick wanted to kill me because I refused to slay the wolf. Were you not paying attention, or do you lack common sense?" "Patrick was a fool, driven by greed and ambition," the voice scoffed. "You, Ivy, possess a rare gift, one that could change the world if you only learned to harness it. By turning dark? By hurting others? Your stubbornness will be your downfall," the voice warned, disappointment dripping from his words. "It's my middle name. Now, if you aren't letting the wolf down, I'll do it myself." "Very well," the voice sighed, seemingly resigned to her decision. "Remember, though, that the darkness is always there, waiting for you to embrace it. When you're ready, I'll be here." "Thanks, but no thanks." And with that, the figure vanished, leaving Ivy once more alone with the injured wolf. Chapter 18. The wind whipped through Killian's hair as he and Kieran entered the helicopter patch, the blades of the chopper slicing through the air above them. The pain in Killian's chest had returned with a vengeance, and he could hardly breathe. It had been like this for 20 minutes now, each gasp more labored than the last. "Here," Kieran said, pressing a small bottle of painkillers into Killian's hand. His cousin's eyes were filled with concern, but Killian could see the determination behind them. "Take these. They should help." Killian looked down at the pills, reluctance gnawing at him. He didn't want to rely on medication to get through this, but the agony was becoming unbearable. Finally, he swallowed the painkillers, grimacing at the bitter taste they left behind. "I feel my wolf being beaten again," Killian admitted, clenching his fists at his sides. "But I can't help it like I did before. I'm losing control." "Has Ivy called you yet?" Killian shook his head. All Nina said was she took the Jeep and left. She turned off her cell phone too. "So you can't track her. So you're telling me we should fly to the Grampians solely based on your gut feeling?" Killian nodded, absently clutching at his abdomen as if someone were slashing through him with a sword. "That's all I've got. I understand that you can't get substantial manpower support on that mission." "No doubt. Even if I hired mercenaries, they'd want to know what we're doing there." "I just need the helicopter." "You don't even have to come with me, Siren." Kieran gave him a blank stare. "My apologies for being so irritable and unreasonable. This is hurting like hell." He pointed at his chest now as the burning sensation shifted there from his abdomen. Just then, a spectacular figure manifested before them. Aiden, Killian's late father. His spirit appeared richer and more vivid than ever before. Sparkles of light gathered around his etheric body, as if he'd stepped through a veil of stardust from the otherworldly realm and into this plane. His once warm eyes had been replaced with a piercing stare, his person no longer confined to the limitations of mortality. "Father?" Killian breathed, disbelief mingling with hope in his voice. "Killian," Aiden replied, his voice warm and strong despite its ghostly nature. Kieran narrowed his eyes, attempting to focus on the spot Killian was staring at. Unbeknownst to Kieran, Aiden, who was standing there, was not visible since he was a spirit. Aiden must have noticed, for he swiftly waved his hand to make himself visible to Kieran. "Aiden LeBlanc, a legendary shapeshifter." Kieran mumbled in awe, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Aiden. "Should I call you Uncle Aiden or Alpha?" "You know your family tree, Kieran," Aiden said. Kieran nodded respectfully. Aiden returned to Killian. "I've watched over you for a long time. It pains me to see you struggle. But as a spirit, there isn't much I can do. However, the chance has presented itself now. With your newfound abilities, I can assist you, Killian. I can mentor you, help you regain control of your wolf." "Train me?" Killian asked, desperation tugging at his heart. "How?" "By teaching you how to reunite your wolf with your human self without relying on external aid," Aiden explained. "It won't be easy, but it's necessary if you are to protect your family and your pack." As the pain in Killian's chest began to subside, replaced by a glimmer of hope, he knew that this was something he needed to do. For his family, for his pack, and for himself. "Show me," he said, determination hardening his voice. "Show me how to become whole again." Aiden reached out and placed a hand on Killian's shoulder, the touch strangely warm for a spirit. "The process I will teach you is ancient and powerful. It relies on the intimate connection you share with Ivy. Her divine healing powers can help you achieve what you thought impossible." "Are you sure?" Killian asked hesitantly, his voice raw with pain. "Trust me," Aiden said, his eyes filled with certainty. "Now, close your eyes and focus on your bond with Ivy. Feel her presence within your heart and let it spread throughout your body." Taking a deep breath, Killian closed his eyes and focused on Ivy. He could feel the warmth of her love enveloping him, spreading through his veins like liquid sunlight. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, and it made his heart swell with hope. Aiden encouraged Killian to focus on the feeling, allowing himself to become one with it until the two were inseparable. As he did so, Killian felt a surge of energy course through him, and he sensed that something inside of him had shifted. He opened his eyes slowly, feeling more centered than he ever had before. "Good," Aiden said, his voice gentle. "Now I want you to visualize your wolf, beaten and broken as it may be. See it in your mind's eye and reach out to it with your newfound power." Killian did as he was told, envisioning his wolf, its once powerful form now battered and bruised. He could feel the anguish radiating from the creature, and it fueled his determination to make them whole again. Killian gingerly stretched out his hand, feeling for the energy of the wolf. He sensed it had been woven like a fragile fabric of the soul, delicate threads interlaced together with great care. The threads were taut and strong between them, but Killian could feel some broken strands too. He reached out to try and mend each one with gentle strokes, carefully molding back the fabric of the soul for his animal half. Slowly, Killian opened himself up to the beast within him, allowing their energies to merge into one seamless being. He could feel the wolf's strength return as their essences combined, creating a powerful force unlike anything Killian had ever experienced before. Suddenly, he felt invincible, a warrior reborn with the power of knowledge only his father had been able to grant him. The sensation was magnificent. Aiden smiled in approval. "You have done well. Your control over your wolf is exceptional. Now feel the connection forming between you and your wolf. Allow Ivy's power to flow through you and into the shattered remnants of your other half." Father was right. He could repair the fabric of the soul for his wolf, but it would take Ivy's healing energy to restore him. As Killian focused on the mental image of his wolf, he could feel a surge of energy coursing through him. It was as if a golden thread had been woven between himself and the injured beast, pulling them closer together with each passing moment. "Keep going, Killian," Aiden urged. "You're almost there." With a final desperate effort, Killian pulled the wounded wolf towards him, allowing Ivy's divine energy to fill the void between them. The moment their souls touched, a blinding flash of light erupted from within Killian. He felt a connection with his wolf. "Remarkable," Aiden breathed, his eyes shining with admiration. "You've done it, son. Now that you have connected, use that link to find your animal. When you can sense it, use the connection to draw it in. When both you and your wolf are visible of each other, physical boundaries won't matter. All you must do is keep building upon the bond through strong and pure energy." Killian opened his eyes, feeling an inner strength he hadn't possessed in what felt like ages. "Thank you," Killian whispered, overwhelmed by gratitude. "Remember," Aiden said, his expression turning serious, "your ultimate goal is to protect your family and your pack. Obtaining the Trinity witness power is important, but do not let it deter you from what truly matters." "Of course," Killian nodded, knowing deep down that his father was right. Aiden then turned to Kieran, who had been watching the entire process with a mixture of awe and concern. "As for you, Kieran, the LeBlancs are divided for a reason. It might be best not to disturb the family traditions set from the past." "With respect, I must disagree, Aiden. It's unfortunate that our predecessors left a legacy for us to protect and build upon. You chose to leave the pack for Killian, and my father left me a global conglomerate to manage. If we have no choice but to take up reign, then at least we should have all the facts, rather than having to dig around for answers." "Killian is a shifter. It's in his blood, he has no choice. But you're a human, and your father's legacy is a business. You do have a choice." Kieran snorted. "I met Killian when I was 6, and I had already had 2 years of training under my belt by then. Do you honestly think I'd have any real choice? You don't need to fear the same spiritual obligations towards the dead that Killian does. It pains me to see him suffer such a burden, and I wouldn't want you to experience it as well." Just before, with the presence of both Adam and the spirit of Killian's best friend who died tragically at the side of the road, Killian's energy was depleted, weakening his bond with his wolf. "What do you mean by that, Father?" "Killian, whenever you cause someone's death, you owe a debt. If the spirit decides to linger, they'll sap your energy until you can be rid of them. Your wolf companion didn't do it out of malice. He should disappear soon. But Adam is a malicious spirit. He'll likely stay around for a while." Siren furrowed his brow. "But I killed Adam, so why does that count as Killian's debt?" "Adam got killed because of Killian. The wolf friend was also killed due to him. That's how debts work in this case." Kieran nodded. "So Juliet did hold me responsible for her debt then?" "Who are you talking about?" "Kieran's late wife died a few years ago, Father. She was in the room around the same time with you. If you had seen Adam and my friend, you would have seen her. I saw her standing next to Kieran." Aiden contemplated, then shook his head. "I definitely didn't see her in the room," He smiled kindly. "But I don't have answers for everything. I think should go now." In an instant, Aiden vanished. Killian rested a hand on his cousin's arm. "Let's focus on the present. We can worry about the past and future another time. I reconnected with my wolf, and I can locate him now. Let's go." Kieran nodded, a deep furrow forming between his brows. Killian could sense the tumult that raged inside Kieran like a tempest. There was so much he wanted to say to Kieran about Juliet, but he knew it was better to keep quiet for now. Chapter 19. The helicopter's blades sliced through the air with a high-pitched hum as Kieran piloted them towards the Valley of the Rocks. Killian looked out the window. The surreal rock valley below was a kaleidoscope of vivid colors with twisted formations and dizzying vistas that were stunningly beautiful, yet strangely unsettling. Killian pointed toward a towering boulder in the distance. "That's Ivy standing in front of the cage with my wolf inside," he said. The rock surface was rough and jagged, scraped and aged by years of wind and rain. At its peak, an iron cage held a solitary, majestic wolf that was silhouetted against the setting sun. "There isn't enough space to land near the top. I'll park nearby and we'll make our way up. I can only see Ivy, by the way." Of course, you can't see the cage and the wolf. He could feel her energy waning, and it grew fainter with each passing second. The wolf's power wasn't yet visible, but Killian knew exactly where Ivy was standing and what she was feeling: exhaustion and fear. He had to reach her before it was too late. As Kieran descended slightly, Killian could see them now. The wounded wolf lay in its cage, its breathing labored. Ivy was slumped against the bars, her eyes fluttering weakly, as if she were struggling for consciousness. Her skin had taken on a faint bluish tint. Her arms simply hung limp at her side. A gut-wrenching pain washed over him as soon his gaze met hers. Killian knew without a doubt that her life was quickly slipping away, and he was the only one who could help her. "She's hurt. Hurry, we don't have much time." His voice cracked with urgency as he shouted, desperation and terror fueling every word. Kieran expertly maneuvered the chopper before setting it perfectly on a flat rock ledge below. With a sweeping view of the valley ahead, they had to find their way upwards, following a winding path of jagged rocks that snaked toward Ivy's location. "Let's move," Killian urged as they touched down on the rocky terrain. Kieran nodded, and together they charged up the steep incline, their breaths coming in ragged gasps as they navigated the treacherous path. "It's too late to come for your wolf, isn't it?" A guttural voice echoed around them. Killian felt his skin prickle with unease as a demonic creature materialized before them. It was a grotesque sight, its skin mottled and covered in festering sores, its eyes black and empty. Killian knew Kieran could see or hear the creature, but he could guess what was coming based on his reaction. "There's a fucking ugly thing standing in front of us," Killian said. Kieran chuckled. "Too ugly to show itself to me? Or too afraid I'm gonna kick its ass?" The creature solidified in front of them. Kieran sneered. "You're even uglier than I imagined." Enraged by Kieran's taunts, the demon lunged at him. Kieran pulled his gun and fired, but the bullets seemed to do little damage, merely causing the creature to snarl in annoyance. Killian charged forward, hoping to use his newly restored connection with his wolf to take down the monster. As he fought, he could feel the power and strength of his wolf surging within him, but it wasn't enough. "Damn it!" Kieran cursed as they struggled against the creature's overwhelming force. Killian knew they were no match for it, not in their current state. They needed to get past this demon and reach Ivy, but how? There has to be a way to defeat this thing. As if sensing his desperation, the creature grinned maliciously, its jagged teeth glinting in the sunlight. "I apologize for the appearance of this form, which I only recently borrowed. Don't worry, though. You won't have to look at for much longer," the creature croaked. "Goodness, you can still articulate words?" Kieran tossed silver knives at the shape, but instead of hitting their mark, they passed right through the creature's body. "Step back, Kieran!" Killian called out for Kieran, but he knew his cousin wouldn't back down. Killian didn't want to give the creature any ground, but he needed time to think. When he had struck the creature before, it felt like he had slammed his fist into a steel wall. Now it was quickly dissipating its body so that the weapons could pass straight through. What kind of creature is it? "Is this really all you're capable of?" The creature taunted, its voice dripping with contempt. "Pathetic!" Killian's vision grew hazy with blood blurring his sight. He knew Kieran was in just as much peril, if not more, since he lacked the shapeshifter's natural ability to heal. No matter how talented a fighter Kieran was, there were limits to what a human body could endure. Killian saw an imminent conclusion to their unequal battle with the creature. There was no way they would make it up the peak and save both Ivy and his wolf. Just as Killian and Kieran seemed on the verge of defeat, a sudden burst of ethereal light pierced through the dark atmosphere surrounding them. Aiden materialized beside him, Aiden's spirit form more solid and powerful than before. "Killian," he called out, his voice strong and commanding. "Use your alpha symbol." Killian felt a surge of energy well up within him, and he channeled it through the alpha symbol etched into his palm. The power flowed through his body, invigorating him and filling him with newfound strength. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of energy at the creature, momentarily forcing it back. "Finally decided to show up, eh?" Kieran quipped, looking at Aiden. "I'm only a spirit. I can't physically help you," Aiden said. "Noted, but that thing obviously was scared of you. It didn't give us an inch before. Now it's staggering," Kieran noted. "I just hit it, didn't I?" Killian queried. Kieran shook his head. "You got lucky with the timing. It took a step back even before you had the chance to strike. As soon as Aiden appeared, it became too distracted to even dematerialize and avoid your attack." "You sure about that, Siren?" "When you have to fight at a disadvantage, you must observe your enemy like a hawk and take advantage of every opportunity that presents itself. So yes, I'm sure as hell," Siren replied. "It's coming again," Killian shouted, jumping in front of Kieran as the creature barreled towards them. His father's spirit hovered in their path, his form looking more and more solid with every passing second. Killian could see the creature's huge silhouette skidded to an abrupt stop. "Look!" Kieran gritted his teeth. "It works. We can restrain it here. You go for Ivy and the wolf." "No way am I leaving you here, idiot. If it keeps charging, and it looks like it will soon figure that out, my dad won't be able to keep it at bay." Kieran hushed his voice. "All I need is the right distance and one good hit." "Don't you fucking think about it, Kieran," Killian growled. Killian had seen the strike Siren conjure when they were just kids. It was like a roar of thunder and could take that creature down in no time. Kieran didn't know what this power was or how he got it, so he kept it locked away, even from his own family. People saw him as a regular human, and before he had solid answers for his involvement with the supernatural and its effect on his side of the family, it was dangerous to display his abilities to the existing supernatural community. Think about those you need to protect, and don't be reckless, Kieran. I can get my wolf from here, if you could distract the beast like you did before. Do your best, but if that thing advanced on us once more, I'm going to kill it. Then worry about the ramifications later." Killian nodded and stepped a few feet away from Kieran and his father. He followed the technique his father had taught him, a way to draw his wolf back into his body without breaking the cage lock. He took a deep breath and focused on the connection he shared with his wolf, feeling the raw power of their bond surging through his veins. "Come to me," Killian whispered, extending his hand outward as if reaching for his wolf, palm up with the alpha symbol glowing fiercely. He could feel the divine healing energy from Ivy's connection coursing through his body, allowing him to access powers previously untapped. At the back of his mind, he could still hear Kieran telling his father to take control of his shadows and expand the size of his spirit in order to frighten away the creature. The menacing voice of the entity echoed through the air. "Aiden, you think you can deceive me with such a facade? You are already gone. This time, I'm going to ensure your departure is permanent, in any form or guise." Killian could hear the crackling power in the air and feel the vibrations of the wave of energy surging toward them. "The fuck I'll let that happen," Kieran snarled. Come on, faster," Killian shouted on the inside. He needed to concentrate. The process was halfway through. He couldn't stop it. The air around Killian shimmered with magic as his wolf's essence slowly started to merge with him. The process was excruciatingly painful, but also exhilarating. It felt like being torn apart and remade anew. "Faster," he urged himself, gritting his teeth as the pain intensified. His wolf spirit gradually fused with him, its strength and resilience restoring his own. And in a blast, the last remnants of his wolf re-entered his body. At the same time, a deafening boom reverberated in the air, and he saw a ball of fire tearing through the sky. It crashed with a terrifying force nearby, showering them in an intense heat wave. As Killian watched in disbelief, the demonic creature let out a blood-curdling screech as a bolt of thunder struck it down. The force sent the beast tumbling backwards, its grotesque body slamming into the rough terrain with a sickening thud. Turning to his companion, Killian saw Kieran standing with his left hand still raised, a crackling bolt of electricity haloing around. In an instant, the valley regained its otherworldly stillness, where the only sound that could be heard was the rustling of trees in the wind. As Killian approached, Kieran had regained his usual unfathomable expression and shoved his hands in his pockets. Kieran shrugged. "Fuck it," his father's image flicker. "Father, the creature was frightened when it thought you were alive. Do you know what that creature was? Or who it was?" Kieran chimed in. "Perhaps," Aiden replied cryptically before vanishing into thin air, leaving Killian and Kieran to ponder his parting words. With the battle over, Killian's thoughts immediately turned to Ivy. He rushed toward her, finding her slumped against the cage wall, wounded and exhausted but alive. Their eyes met and she smiled weakly at him, instantly melting his heart. "Killian," she whispered, relief flooding her voice. As he approached her, Killian couldn't help but marvel at the woman before him. Despite her injuries and fatigue, she radiated beauty and strength. And yet, there was a darkness in her eyes he had never seen before, a shadow that flickered just beneath the surface. Before he could voice his concern, Ivy's gaze shifted past him, her eyes widening with horror. Killian spun around just in time to see Kieran approaching them. But it wasn't Kieran that had struck fear into Ivy's heart. It was the image of a woman that loomed behind him, Juliet. Killian knew how deeply the sight of his late wife would affect Kieran, and he made a split-second decision not to call out. But it was too late. Kieran caught the terror in Ivy's eyes and pivoted, drew his gun, and aimed at the figure behind him. The moment he saw Juliet, however, Kieran froze. "Juliet," he whispered, his voice strangled with pain. For a heartbeat, time seemed to stand still. The air around them seemed to freeze for a fraction of a second. During that brief pause, Killian realized the magnitude of what he had done, calling his cousin out here, entangling him in this fight and exposing him to danger. He wished he could take it back, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful image of Juliet morphed back into the demonic creature they had fought moments before. It lunged forward, grabbing hold of Kieran, who was too startled to react. "Siren!" Killian roared, racing towards them as the demon and his cousin vanished without a trace, leaving only the cold metal of Kieran's abandoned gun on the ground. "No!" Killian shouted, his voice breaking with desperation as he felt the crushing weight of guilt and helplessness bear down upon him. "And that's where we'll leave Ivy and Killian for now. I know. With Kieran being dragged into that portal by, Whatever that thing was, you probably have questions. A lot of them. But don't worry. The next part of their story is waiting for you in the playlist below. You know, D.N. Leo writes about love, happiness, and happily ever afters across the multiverse. But here's the thing. Those happy endings, they mean so much more when our characters have to fight for them, when the road gets bumpy and sometimes downright terrifying. Because that's how real love works, right? Even if most of us aren't dealing with soul-reaping wolf shifters or interdimensional monsters, if you've enjoyed this supernatural journey, please show your support by hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us bring more of these stories to life. Plus, you'll be the first to know when the next book drops. Want to catch up with the entire Curse of the CROSSBREED series? All the books are linked in the description below. Trust me, every twist and turn is worth it. This has been Wolf Trapped, written by D.N. Leo and read to you by Jessica Lee. Thank you for listening. Until next time, stay magical.